British and Germanic cultures gradually began to shape the social and cultural landscape of early medieval Britain. Despite the initial conflicts and cultural differences, the two groups started to interact, trade, and intermarry. The Romano-British had retained some aspects of Roman civilization, such as Latin language, Christianity, and advanced agricultural practices. In contrast, the incoming Germanic tribes brought their own languages, pagan beliefs, and warrior culture. Over time, these interactions led to a unique cultural synthesis, characterized by a blend of Roman administrative practices and Germanic social structures. This fusion can be seen in the archaeological record, with evidence of mixed burial practices and the adoption of new artistic styles. The establishment of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms marked a new era in British history. By the late 6th century, several distinct Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had emerged, including Northumbria, Mercia, Wessex, and East Anglia. These kingdoms were often in competition with one another for territory and resources, leading to frequent conflicts and shifting alliances. Despite this fragmentation, the Anglo-Saxon period saw the development of a more structured and hierarchical society, with kings, nobles, and warriors playing prominent roles. The spread of Christianity, reintroduced by missionaries such as Augustine of Canterbury, also helped to unify these disparate kingdoms under a common religious framework. However, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were not free from external threats. Starting in the late 8th century, Viking raids began to pose a significant challenge to the stability and security of these nascent polities. The Vikings, seafaring warriors from Scandinavia, launched numerous raids on coastal monasteries, towns, and villages, exploiting the wealth and relative weakness of the Anglo-Saxon defences. Over time, these raids evolved into more prolonged invasions and settlements, particularly in areas like the Danelaw, where Viking influence became entrenched. The ongoing threat of Viking incursions forced the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms to adapt militarily and politically, leading to the eventual unification of England under leaders like Alfred the Great, who successfully defended against the Viking onslaught. The transition from Roman to Anglo-Saxon rule in Britain was a complex and tumultuous period, marked by significant upheaval and change. This era began with the withdrawal of Roman troops under Constantine I around 410 AD. Facing mounting pressures from internal power struggles and external threats, Constantine III made the strategic decision to pull Roman legions out of Britain to support his campaigns on the continent. This departure left the Romano-British population in a precarious position, stripped of the military protection and administrative stability that Roman rule had provided for nearly 4 centuries. Without the disciplined Roman forces to defend them, the Romano-British were highly vulnerable to incursions and raids from various groups, including the Picts from the north and the Irish from the west. In response to these growing threats, the Romano-British leaders turned to a pragmatic solution. They enlisted Anglo-Saxon mercenaries to bolster their defences. These mercenaries, drawn from the Germanic tribes of the Angles, Saxons, relationship between the Romano-British and their Anglo-Saxon allies soon deteriorated. Disputes over land, resources and loyalty led to increasing tensions. The Anglo-Saxons, realising their military superiority and the vulnerability of their employers, eventually rebelled against the Romano-British. This rebellion marked the beginning of a new phase in Britain's history, characterised by the gradual but inexorable rise of Anglo-Saxon dominance. The desperation of the Romano-British during this period is poignantly captured in the historical appeal known as the Groans of the Britons. Faced with relentless attacks and an inability to defend themselves effectively, the Romano-British sent a plea for help to Flavius Aetius, a prominent Roman general stationed in Gaul. This appeal, famously addressing Aetius as the last of the Romans, highlighted the dire situation in Britain and begged for military assistance. However, the Western Roman Empire, struggling with its own crises, was in no position to provide aid. Concurrently, Emperor Honorius issued a directive informing the Britons that they would need to look to their own defences, effectively signalling the end of Roman responsibility for the province. The failure of the appeal to Aetius and the directive from Emperor Honorius underscored the isolation of Britain and the necessity for the Romano-British to fend for themselves. With no hope of Roman reinforcements, the power dynamics within Britain began to shift rapidly. The Anglo-Saxon mercenaries, now rebels, seized the opportunity to establish their own footholds in the land. Over time, these initial settlements expanded, and the Anglo-Saxon tribes began to carve out their own territories, leading to the formation of early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. This period of transition was not merely a change in rulers, but a profound transformation of the cultural and social landscape of Britain. The departure of Roman administration and military might mean the loss of established systems of governance, infrastructure and trade. In their place, the Anglo-Saxon settlers brought new languages, customs and social structures. The blending of Romano-British and Anglo-Saxon elements eventually gave rise to a distinctive early medieval British culture. The presence of Germanic tribes in Britain predates the Anglo-Saxon invasions by several centuries, with evidence suggesting that Germanic mercenaries, known as federati, were present in Britain even during the Roman occupation. These federati were initially recruited by the Romans to bolster their defences against other hostile tribes and to maintain the stability of the frontier regions. Archaeological findings, such as grave goods and settlement patterns, indicate that these early Germanic groups were well integrated into the Roman military system. Items such as weapons, jewellery and pottery found in various sites across Britain suggest that these mercenaries not only served in the Roman army, but also settled and intermarried with the local population. The role of Germanic federati in Roman Britain is further evidenced by historical records. These records detail agreements between Roman officials and Germanic leaders, wherein the latter provided military assistance in exchange for land and other rewards. This symbiotic relationship was crucial for the Romans As Roman influence waned in the early 5th century, the power vacuum left behind was quickly filled by various Germanic groups, including the Angles, Saxons and Jutes. These groups, initially invited as mercenaries to protect the Britons from other invaders, soon sought to establish their own territories. Historical accounts and archaeological evidence reveal a period marked by frequent skirmishes and battles as these newcomers clashed with the native Britons. The early infiltration of Germanic tribes into Britain significantly influenced Roman military strategy. Roman commanders had to adapt to the dual challenge of defending against external threats while managing the growing presence of Germanic federati within their own ranks. This dual strategy included fortifying key positions such as the Saxon shore forts, which were established to defend against sea-borne Germanic raiders. These coastal defences highlight the strategic importance placed on controlling the movement and settlement of Germanic tribes within Britain. Additionally, the integration of Germanic mercenaries into the Roman military apparatus reflects a broader Roman strategy of utilising barbarian troops to supplement their own forces. This practice was not unique to Britain, but was a common feature of Roman military policy across the empire. The presence of these troops within Roman Britain had lasting effects on the local culture and society, as these soldiers often settled permanently in the regions they were assigned to defend. The early Germanic presence in Britain, thus, was a complex and multifaceted phenomenon. It involved a blend of cooperation and conflict, with Germanic federati playing a pivotal role in the defence and eventual transformation of Roman Britain. The interactions between these groups set the stage for the profound cultural and social changes that would define early medieval Britain, as the remnants of Roman civilization gradually gave way to the emerging Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The transformation of Roman Britain into a landscape dominated by Anglo-Saxon kingdoms was both a gradual and tumultuous process. Central to understanding this period is the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, a collection of annals detailing the establishment and growth of these kingdoms. Compiled in the late 9th century, the Chronicle offers invaluable insights into the political, social, and military developments of the time. It records the foundation of key kingdoms like Wessex, Mercia, and Northumbria, highlighting the pivotal moments and key figures that shaped their trajectories. These records are not merely historical accounts, but also serve as a testament to the evolving identity and self-perception of the Anglo-Saxons as they sought to legitimise their rule and heritage. The migration period, a time of significant movement and upheaval across Europe, saw various Germanic tribes, including the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, migrate to Britain. This period, roughly from the 4th to 6th centuries, was marked by widespread displacement and settlement of peoples across the continent. The reasons behind these migrations are complex, involving factors such as climate change, population pressures, and the collapse of the Roman Empire. developments led to the establishment of new political entities and the gradual erosion of Roman influence. The migratory waves brought not only warriors and settlers, but also distinct cultural practices, languages, and social structures, which profoundly influenced the developing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. In analysing the early interactions between Anglo-Saxons and the native British population, several theories of coexistence and demographic shifts emerge. One perspective suggests a relatively peaceful integration, where Anglo-Saxons settled among the existing population, leading to a blending of cultures and gradual assimilation. Archaeological evidence such as mixed burial sites and the adoption of certain British customs supports this view. Conversely, another theory posits a more hostile takeover, characterised by displacement and conflict. This view is backed by records of battles and the construction of defensive structures, indicating a period of sustained tension and resistance. The true nature of this coexistence likely lies somewhere between these extremes, with varying degrees of integration and conflict across different regions and periods. The demographic shifts during this time were profound. The influx of Germanic peoples led to significant changes in the ethnic and cultural landscape of Britain. Linguistically, Old English began to replace Latin and Celtic languages, reshaping the region's linguistic map. Socially, the introduction of Germanic customs, legal systems, and governance structures laid the foundation for the new Anglo-Saxon society. These shifts were not uniform. They varied widely depending on local conditions and the relative strength of the native and incoming populations. Nonetheless, the cumulative effect was a transformation that set the stage for the development of a distinctly Anglo-Saxon identity and the eventual emergence of England as a unified kingdom. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle and archaeological findings offer crucial windows into this transformative era. Through their study, historians can piece together the complex mosaic of migration, settlement, and cultural interchange that defined the early medieval period in Britain. The Chronicle, in particular, serves as a cornerstone for understanding the formation of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, providing a narrative that intertwines historical events with the evolving self-identity of the Anglo-Saxon people. As we delve deeper into these sources, the rich tapestry of this formative period becomes increasingly clear, highlighting the dynamic and multifaceted nature of Anglo-Saxon expansion and establishment in post-Roman Britain. The period following the initial establishment of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms was marked by significant conflict and territorial struggles. One of the pivotal moments in this era was the resistance and victory led by Ambrosius Aurelianus at Mount Badon. Ambrosius, a Romano-British leader, emerged as a key figure in resisting Anglo-Saxon advances. His victory at the Battle of Mount Badon, traditionally dated to around 500 AD, was a decisive moment that temporarily halted the Anglo-Saxon expansion. According to historical sources, this victory provided a period of relative peace and stability, allowing the native British forces to regroup and fortify their positions has also been immortalised in later medieval literature, contributing to the mythic status of leaders like King Arthur, who is often associated with these resistance efforts. Despite such setbacks, the expansion and territorial changes under Anglo-Saxon rulers like Colin of Wessex illustrate the relentless push of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms to consolidate and extend their control. Ceawlin, who ruled Wessex in the late 6th century, was a particularly aggressive and successful ruler. His campaigns expanded Wessex territory significantly, pushing westwards into British-held lands. Ceawlin's victories at battles such as the Battle of Diorum in 577 AD were crucial in securing key strategic areas and further diminishing the power of the native British kingdoms. These expansions were not merely territorial, but also involved the assimilation and integration of conquered peoples, reshaping the demographic and cultural landscape of the region. The dynamics of resistance and expansion during this period were complex and multifaceted. Leaders like Ambrosius Aurelianus and Ceawlin of Wessex epitomise the era's contrasting forces, the struggle to preserve and the drive to conquer. This continual push and pull between resistance and expansion shaped the political and cultural development of early medieval Britain, laying the groundwork for the future evolution of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Through battles and treaties, alliances and enmities, the map of Britain was redrawn, reflecting the turbulent yet formative nature of this historical epoch. The emergence of the Heptarchy marked a significant period in early medieval British history, characterised by fluid power dynamics among the various Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. This era, spanning from the 5th to the 9th century, saw the rise and fall of 7 prominent kingdoms: East Anglia, Mercia, Northumbria, Wessex, Essex, Kent, and Sussex. Each kingdom's influence waxed and waned over time, creating a complex web of alliances, conflicts, and shifting power balances. The Heptarchy was not a formalised system, but rather a convenient term used to describe the predominant political entities during this period. The constant interplay between these kingdoms shaped the landscape of medieval Britain, setting the stage for future unification and consolidation under a single monarchy. East Anglia, Mercia, Northumbria, and Wessex were among the most influential kingdoms during the Heptarchy. East Anglia, located in the eastern part of modern-day England, was known for its strong maritime connections and thriving trade networks. The kingdom's prosperity was largely due to its strategic position along the North Sea, facilitating commerce and cultural exchange with continental Europe. East Anglia's rulers, such as King Raedwald, played crucial roles in the political affairs of the time, often acting as power brokers between rival kingdoms. Mercia, situated in the heart of England, emerged as a dominant force during the 7th and 8th centuries. Under the leadership of kings like Penda and Offa, Mercia expanded its territory through military conquests and strategic marriages. Offa, in particular, is remembered for constructing Offa's Dyke, a massive earthwork delineating the boundary between Mercia and the Welsh kingdoms. also made it a critical player in the political and economic affairs of Anglo-Saxon England. Northumbria, encompassing parts of modern-day northern England and southeastern Scotland, was another key kingdom during the Heptarchy. Known for its rich cultural and intellectual contributions, Northumbria was home to renowned monasteries such as Lindisfarne and Jarrow, which produced illustrious scholars like Bede. The kingdom's fluctuating fortunes were marked by periods of great power and influence, particularly under rulers like Edwin and Oswald. Northumbria's dominance in the north was a significant factor in the broader dynamics of the Anglo-Saxon period. Wessex, located in the south of England, rose to prominence in the late 8th and early 9th centuries. Initially a relatively minor player, Wessex's fortunes changed under the leadership of King Alfred the Great. Alfred's military and administrative reforms, along with his successful defence against Viking invasions, laid the foundations for Wessex's eventual dominance over the other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The kingdom's ability to adapt and innovate in the face of external threats was a testament to its resilience and strategic acumen. In contrast to these major kingdoms, the smaller realms of Essex, Kent, and Sussex played more localised but still significant roles in the Heptarchy. Essex, located to the northeast of London, maintained its independence through a combination of diplomacy and strategic alliances. Kent, one of the earliest established Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, was notable for its early adoption of Christianity, which facilitated its integration into the broader European cultural and religious framework. Sussex, situated along the southern coast, often found itself caught between the ambitions of its larger neighbours. Despite their smaller size, these kingdoms contributed to the rich tapestry of Anglo-Saxon Britain, each leaving its mark on the historical landscape. The interplay between these kingdoms was marked by a continuous struggle for supremacy, with alliances forming and dissolving in response to shifting power dynamics. The Heptarchy was a time of constant change, where military prowess, strategic marriages, and political acumen determined the rise and fall of kingdoms. This period laid the groundwork for the eventual unification of England, as the lessons learned and the precedents set during the Heptarchy informed the strategies and decisions of future rulers. Through their interactions, these kingdoms collectively shaped the course of English history, leaving a legacy that would resonate for centuries to come. The early medieval period in Britain was marked by significant shifts in power and recurring conflicts among various kingdoms. Ethelbert of Kent's dominance was a crucial factor in shaping the political landscape during this time. As one of the most influential rulers, Ethelbert not only extended his authority over a considerable part of southern England, but also established Kent as a centre of power. His reign was characterised by the introduction of Christianity to the Anglo-Saxons, facilitated by his marriage to Bertha, a Christian princess from Paris. This alliance significantly strengthened his position and laid the foundation for the the spread of Christianity across England. However, following his death, the power dynamic shifted considerably, with rival kingdoms vying for supremacy. The struggle for dominance continued with the conflict between Edwin of Deira, Penda of Mercia, and Cadwallon ap Cadfan of Gwynedd. Edwin, a prominent Northumbrian king, sought to expand his influence, but his ambitions were met with fierce resistance from Penda and Cadwallon. Penda, a formidable warrior king of Mercia, formed an alliance with Cadwallon, the king of Gwynedd, to challenge Edwin's authority. The alliance culminated in the Battle of Hatfield Chase in 633, where Edwin was defeated and killed. This victory significantly bolstered Penda's status and marked the beginning of a tumultuous period of warfare among the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The ongoing conflict between Northumbria and Mercia was a defining feature of this era, with Penda leading numerous campaigns against his northern rivals. Penda's relentless aggression and military prowess earned him a fearsome reputation. He consistently sought to undermine Northumbrian power, engaging in several significant battles. One notable encounter was the Battle of Maserfield in 642, where Penda defeated and killed Oswald of Northumbria. This victory further cemented Mercia's position as a dominant force. However, Penda's campaigns were not without setbacks, and his eventual defeat and death at the Battle of the Windwade in 655 marked a turning point, leading to a temporary decline in Mercian power. Despite these fluctuations in power, Mercia's prominence continued to grow, particularly under the reign of Offa. Offa's rule from 757 to 796 is often regarded as a golden age for Mercia. One of his most notable achievements was the construction of Offa's Dyke, a massive earthwork marking the boundary between Mercia and the Welsh kingdoms. This monumental feat demonstrated not only Mercia's engineering capabilities, but also Offa's determination to secure and defend his territory. Offa's Dyke symbolised Mercian strength and served as a lasting testament to his reign. Under Offa, Mercia reached the height of its power, exerting influence over much of southern England and establishing itself as a preeminent kingdom. The spread of Christianity in Britain marked a significant transformation in the cultural and religious landscape of Anglo-Saxon society. This period saw the gradual introduction of Christian beliefs and practices, which eventually permeated various aspects of daily life. Early Christian influences began to take root through the efforts of missionaries and the establishment of monasteries, which served as centres of learning and religious observance. These early foundations set the stage for a broader acceptance and integration of Christianity into Anglo-Saxon culture. Evangelization efforts played a crucial role in the spread of Celtic Christianity across Britain. Missionaries such as St. Augustine of Canterbury, who was sent by Pope Gregory the Great in 597 AD, were instrumental in converting the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Augustine's mission established a foothold in Kent, where King Ethelbert and his court were among the first to embrace the new faith. The conversion of Christianity, which had already taken root in regions like Ireland and Scotland, began to exert its influence on Britain. Monks from Iona, a centre of Celtic Christian learning, travelled to Northumbria and other parts of Britain to preach and establish monasteries. Figures such as Saint Aidan and Saint Cuthbert became prominent in these missionary activities, contributing to the spread of Christian teachings and practices. These efforts were marked by a distinctive Celtic flavour, characterised by unique liturgical practices and a strong emphasis on monasticism and asceticism. A significant milestone in the history of Christianity in Anglo-Saxon Britain was the Synod of Whitby in 664 AD. This ecclesiastical council was convened to resolve conflicts between the Roman and Celtic Christian practices that had developed in different parts of Britain. The primary issues at stake included the method of calculating the date of Easter and certain ecclesiastical customs. The synod, held at the monastery of Whitby, was presided over by King Oswiu of Northumbria and attended by prominent church figures from both traditions. The decision at the Synod of Whitby to adopt Roman Christian rites marked a turning point in the religious unification of Britain. King Oswiu's choice to follow the Roman customs, influenced by the persuasive arguments of Bishop Wilfrid, led to the standardisation of practices across the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. This unification under Roman rites facilitated greater cohesion within the Church in Britain and strengthened its ties with the broader Christian world, particularly the papacy in Rome. The adoption of Roman practices also brought about significant changes in ecclesiastical organisation and liturgical practices, aligning the British Church more closely with continental European Christianity. The Viking raids on ecclesiastical sites marked a significant and tumultuous period in early medieval England. Beginning in the late 8th century, these raids targeted monasteries and churches, which were not only religious centres, but also repositories of wealth and knowledge. The attack on Lindisfarne in 793 is one of the most notorious early raids, signalling the start of a prolonged period of Viking aggression. The Norsemen, driven by the promise of treasure and resources, conducted systematic invasions that eventually evolved into more extensive campaigns aimed at conquest and settlement. This shift from sporadic raids to organised invasions posed a severe threat to the existing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. As Viking incursions became more frequent and destructive, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms struggled to mount an effective defence. Among these, King Alfred of Wessex emerged as a pivotal figure in the resistance against the Norse invaders. Ascending to the throne in 871, Alfred faced an immediate and overwhelming Viking onslaught. Despite initial setbacks, Alfred's resilience became legendary. He implemented a series of defence strategies that would ultimately preserve his kingdom and lay the foundation for future English unity. One of Alfred's most significant military innovations was the establishment of a network of fortified towns known as burhs. These burhs served as defensive strongholds and administrative centres, providing refuge for the population This system not only hindered Viking movements, but also fostered a sense of security and stability within Wessex. Alfred's contributions extended beyond military and political domains. He also championed education and literacy, recognising their importance in cultural and national identity. Under his reign, the promotion of learning and literacy became a cornerstone of his governance. Alfred believed that a well-educated clergy and nobility were essential for effective governance and the preservation of Christian values. To this end, he invited scholars from across Europe to his court, initiating a renaissance of learning in his kingdom. One of his most enduring legacies in this area is the commissioning of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. This monumental work provides a contemporary account of England's history, documenting events year by year and offering invaluable insights into the period. The Chronicle not only served as a historical record, but also reinforced a sense of shared identity and continuity among the Anglo-Saxon people. The period of Mercian and Wessex leadership is marked by significant political changes and influential figures who shaped the course of English history. During this time, Mercia experienced substantial political reshuffling, a process greatly influenced by Ethelred and Ethelfled. Ethelred, known as the Lord of the Mercians, played a pivotal role in the political dynamics of Mercia. His leadership was characterised by strategic alliances and military campaigns aimed at consolidating power and defending against Viking invasions. Ethelfled, Ethelred's wife and daughter of King Alfred the Great, emerged as a remarkable leader after Ethelred's death. Known as the Lady of the Mercians, Ethelfled continued her husband's work, focusing on fortifying towns and expanding Mercian influence. Her leadership not only ensured the stability of Mercia, but also laid the groundwork for the eventual unification of England. During the same period, Edward the Elder, King of Wessex and son of Alfred the Great, embarked on a series of expansions that significantly altered the political landscape of England. Edward's campaigns were aimed at reclaiming territories lost to Viking control and strengthening the hold of Wessex over other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. His military successes were instrumental in expanding the influence of Wessex, setting the stage for future unification efforts. Edward's strategic marriages and alliances also played a crucial role in consolidating power and creating a network of loyal supporters across the kingdom. Following Edward's reign, his son Ethelstan continued the work of unification, earning a reputation as one of the greatest Anglo-Saxon kings. Ethelstan's reign was marked by decisive military victories and diplomatic acumen, which enabled him to bring together the various Anglo-Saxon kingdoms under a single rule. His success in unifying England was not just a result of military might, but also of his ability to forge alliances and integrate different regions into a cohesive political entity. The reign of Edgar the Peaceful, another significant figure in this era, was notable for both its achievements and its challenges, particularly in Northumbria. Edgar's reign is often remembered for its relative and stability, which allowed for administrative and ecclesiastical reforms. However, his rule was also marked by tensions in Northumbria, a region with a history of resistance against southern control. The tensions in Northumbria were a constant challenge, requiring careful management and strategic alliances to maintain stability. Edgar's ability to navigate these tensions and implement reforms was a testament to his political acumen. His reign saw the strengthening of monastic communities and the establishment of laws that would influence English governance for generations. The issues in Northumbria, however, highlighted the ongoing struggle to fully integrate the northern territories into a unified English kingdom. This period of leadership, marked by significant figures like Ethelred, Ethelfled, Edward the Elder, Ethelstan, and Edgar, was crucial in shaping the future of England, setting the stage for the country's eventual unification and consolidation under a central authority. Ethelred the Unready's reign was marked by a series of missteps and relentless Viking incursions that deeply affected the stability of England. Ethelred, who ruled from 978 to 1013, and then again from 1014 until his death in 1016, was often criticised for his inability to effectively counter the Viking threat. His epithet, unready, is derived from the Old English word unread, meaning poorly advised, and it accurately reflects the general perception of his leadership. Ethelred's policies, including the payment of large sums of Danegeld to the Vikings to buy temporary peace, only served to embolden the invaders. These payments drained the kingdom's resources and failed to provide a long-term solution to the persistent Viking raids. Sweyn Forkbeard, the Danish king, capitalised on Ethelred's weaknesses and launched a full-scale invasion of England in 1013. Sweyn's forces quickly gained control of large swathes of the country, forcing Ethelred to flee to Normandy. Sweyn was declared King of England, but his sudden death in 1014 led to a temporary restoration of Ethelred to the throne. However, Ethelred's return did little to stabilise the kingdom, as Viking incursions continued unabated. It wasn't until Sweyn's son, Snut the Great, asserted his claim that the situation began to change. Knut, demonstrating strategic acumen and military prowess, defeated Ethelred's forces and solidified his control over England by 1016. Knut's reign marked the beginning of the North Sea Empire, a formidable political entity that included England, Denmark, and parts of Norway and Sweden. His consolidation of power brought a degree of stability and prosperity to England that had been absent during Ethelred's rule. Knut's effective governance, marked by fair laws and strong administrative structures, helped to integrate the various regions of his empire and ensure relative peace. The North Sea Empire under Knut represented a significant shift in the political landscape of Northern Europe, demonstrating the potential for a unified Scandinavian influence over a large and diverse territory. The death of Knut the Great in 1034 his rule was short-lived, and upon his death, Hardrada assumed power. Hardrada's reign was also brief and troubled, leading to a period of uncertainty and further succession disputes. Amidst this turmoil, Edward the Confessor emerged as a significant figure. Ascending to the throne in 1042, Edward sought to restore stability and re-establish royal authority. His reign is often noted for its relative peace and the strengthening of administrative functions. However, Edward faced challenges in asserting his dominance, particularly from the powerful Godwin family, who held considerable influence over English politics. Edward's reliance on Norman advisors and his piety earned him respect, but also contributed to tensions with the English nobility. The Godwin family's prominence grew during this period, significantly impacting the political landscape. Earl Godwin of Wessex, a formidable and ambitious noble, became one of Edward's most powerful subjects. His influence extended through his marriage alliances and the strategic placement of his sons in key positions of power. The death of Edward the Confessor in January 1066 left the English throne without a clear heir, sparking a fierce competition among various claimants. Harald Godwinson, who was crowned king shortly after Edward's death, faced immediate challenges to his rule. One of the most significant threats came from William, Duke of Normandy, who claimed that Edward had promised him the throne years earlier. Additionally, Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway, also laid claim to the English crown, asserting a right through his Viking lineage and previous agreements with Knut's descendants. These competing claims set the stage for a series of intense and bloody battles that would shape the future of England. Alliances with Viking forces played a crucial role in the conflicts of 1066. Harald Hardrada, leveraging his formidable Viking fleet and army, allied with Tostig Godwinson, Harold's estranged brother, to bolster his invasion force. This alliance significantly increased the threat to Harald Godwinson's reign, as Hardrada's experience and the combined Viking forces presented a formidable challenge. The first major clash occurred at the Battle of Fulford Gate on September 20th, 1066. Hardrada and Tostig's forces met the northern English earls Edwin and Morcar near York. Despite the English forces' determined defence, the Vikings emerged victorious, inflicting heavy casualties and seizing control of the region. This victory, however, was short-lived. Harald Godwinson, demonstrating remarkable speed and military acumen, marched his army north and confronted the Viking invaders at the Battle of Stamford Bridge on September 25th, 1066. In a fierce and decisive battle, Harold's forces managed to surprise and overwhelm Hardrada's army, resulting in Hardrada's death and the near total annihilation of the Viking contingent. This victory effectively ended the Viking threat to Harold's reign, forcing the remaining invaders to retreat. However, Harold's triumph at Stamford Bridge left his forces exhausted and ill-prepared for the next and most significant challenge, William of Normandy's invasion. William had assembled a formidable invasion fleet and landed at Pevensey on the southern coast of England in late September 1066. Harold, upon hearing of William's landing, hurried his troops south, covering an extraordinary distance in a short time. The two armies finally met at the Battle of Hastings on October 14th, 1066. The Battle of Hastings was a pivotal and brutal engagement that would determine the fate of the English crown. William's well-prepared and strategically positioned forces faced Harold's weary but determined army. The battle raged for an entire day, characterised by fierce hand-to-hand combat, tactical feints, and the crucial use of cavalry by the Normans. Despite Harold's leadership and the valour of his troops, the tide turned against the English. Harold was killed in the late stages of the battle, and with his death, the cohesion of the English forces collapsed. William of Normandy's victory at the Battle of Hastings in October 1066 was a turning point that culminated in his coronation as King of England on Christmas Day 1066. This event marked the beginning of Norman rule and the consolidation of William's control over his newly acquired kingdom. Following his coronation, William faced the formidable task of securing his hold on England, which involved both military and administrative strategies. He systematically moved to quell resistance, subdue rebellious regions, and establish his authority across the country. One of the most notorious campaigns undertaken by William to secure his control was the Harrying of the North, conducted between 1069 and 1070. This brutal series of campaigns was aimed at crushing the uprisings in the north of England, which had become a focal point of resistance against Norman rule. William's forces laid waste to vast swathes of territory, destroying villages, crops, and livestock. This scorched earth policy led to widespread famine and suffering, effectively breaking the spirit of the northern insurgents and cementing Norman dominance. The harrying of the north had long-lasting repercussions, decimating the local population and economy, and facilitating the displacement of the Anglo-Saxon elite. As William secured his power, he implemented significant changes that marked the end of the Anglo-Saxon era and the beginning of a new Norman order. One of the most visible impositions was the construction of imposing Norman castles and fortifications across the country. These structures, such as the Tower of London and Windsor Castle, served both as military strongholds and symbols of Norman authority. They were strategically placed to control key areas and routes, reinforcing the presence and power of the Norman rulers. The introduction of the modern Bailey design revolutionised English castle architecture, making these fortifications more effective in both defence and control. In addition to architectural changes, the Normans brought with them a new cultural and administrative framework that reshaped English society. The introduction of the feudal system redefined land ownership and social hierarchy, with vast tracts of land being granted to Norman nobles in exchange for military service. This shift resulted in the displacement of the Anglo-Saxon aristocracy and the integration of Norman customs and governance. The Domesday Book, commissioned by William in 1086, exemplifies the thoroughness of the Norman administrative system. This comprehensive survey predecessors. This ecclesiastical shift aligned the English Church more closely with continental practices and papal authority, further integrating England into the broader European context. The Norman Conquest and the subsequent impositions marked a definitive end to Anglo-Saxon England, as the old social and political structures were dismantled and replaced with Norman institutions. These transformations laid the foundations for a new era in English history, characterised by a more centralised and feudal society, greater connectivity with Europe, and a lasting legacy of Norman culture and governance. The profound changes initiated by William and his successors continued to shape England for centuries, underscoring the enduring impact of the Norman Conquest. What a journey we have had together. I hope you have enjoyed the video and learned a thing or two. Make sure to like, comment and subscribe to support the channel, and as always, sleep well. In the shadow of one of history's most infamous defeats, a forgotten legacy lingers. One of triumph, tactical genius, and unrelenting leadership. Harold Godwinson, often remembered as the last Saxon king of England, was more than just a casualty of the Battle of Hastings in 1066. His life tells the tale of a warrior king whose victories defined an era, from the crushing defeat of the Viking invader Harald Hardrada to the conquest of Wales. Today, we peel back the layers of history to reveal the true story of a man whose legacy is far richer than a single day of loss. So, sit back, relax, and join me as we uncover the life and enduring spirit of Harold Godwinson, the king who faced overwhelming odds and at times triumphed. Harold Godwinson, often remembered as the last Saxon king of England, is too often defined by a single moment: his defeat at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. Yet, to reduce his legacy to the catastrophic day is to overlook the remarkable life of a warrior king whose story is woven with victory, strategy, and resilience. Harold was a fierce and fearless leader, celebrated for his strength and courage in battle. His tactical brilliance marked the end of the Viking Age in England with his stunning victory over Harald Hardrada, a legendary clash immortalised in both Viking sagas and the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. This triumph showcased Harold's genius on the battlefield, where he inspired his men to stand firm against overwhelming odds. From the conquest of Wales to his defence of the kingdom, Harold's life unfolded during one of England's most turbulent periods, marked by shifting dynasties and the whims of fate. His legacy is one of great victories and heartbreaking losses, but always underscored by his unwavering spirit. This is the story of Harold Godwinson, the warrior king who fought fiercely until the very end, his legacy far greater than the field at Hastings. Born into a world dominated by blood and conquest in 1022, Harold entered a realm tightly controlled by Viking rule, with Canute the Great as the reigning monarch. This period was characterised by constant power struggles and shifting allegiances. Harold's father, Godwin, had been appointed Earl of Wessex just 2 years before Harold's birth, a significant Despite this mark of rebellion, Godwin's lineage was intertwined with royal blood. Historians and chroniclers have linked Godwin's ancestry to Egbert, King of Wessex, the elder brother of Alfred the Great, both direct descendants of King Egbert. This connection positioned the House of Godwin as a branch of the distinguished House of Cerdic, established by Cerdic of Wessex, the leader of the Anglo-Saxon settlement in Britain, originating from distant Germanic territories. Harold's mother, Gyda Thorkelsdottir, was a Danish noblewoman, the daughters of the formidable Danish chieftain Thorkel Sprackling, although little was documented about his deeds. Through Gyda, the blood of fierce Danish warriors flowed through Harold's veins, merging with the noble Saxon heritage of his father. This blend of Viking and Saxon blood gave Harold a unique position in the English nobility, making him a figure of significant historical importance. Harold's upbringing in such a turbulent and dynamic environment undoubtedly shaped his character and prepared him for the challenges he would face as a ruler and warrior. Harold had approximately 5 brothers: Sweyn, Harold himself, Tostig, Gurth, Leofwine, and Wulfnoth. Each brother played a significant role in the intricate web of Anglo-Saxon politics and warfare. Harold also had 3 sisters named Edith, Gunhild, and Elfgifu, who were influential in their own rights, particularly through strategic marriages and alliances. Harold's father, Godwin, experienced a meteoric rise to prominence in a relatively short period. By the time Canute the Great passed away in 1035, Godwin had already established himself as one of England's wealthiest and most influential earls. His shrewd political manoeuvres and unwavering loyalty to the reigning monarch secured him a position of immense power. Consequently, Harold and his siblings were raised in an Anglo-Scandinavian England, enjoying the privileges of high-ranking nobility and the benefits of their father's strategic alliances. Following Canute's death, his eldest son, Harald Hardrada, ascended to the English throne with the steadfast support of Earl Godwin of Wessex. However, the kingdom was far from peaceful during this transition. Alfred Etheling, a son of the deposed king Ethelred the Unready, sought to reclaim his birthright, leading an invasion force composed of Norman mercenaries. Earl Godwin, ever the astute strategist, intercepted Alfred's forces. In a dark act of betrayal, he handed Alfred over to Harald Hardrada. This treachery led to Alfred being blinded and brutally murdered. The blood of this betrayal stained Godwin's name, tarnishing his reputation. Despite the moral implications of his actions in the ruthless game of power, Godwin's influence only grew, demonstrating his ability to navigate the perilous waters of political intrigue and maintain his status. In 1040, Harald Hardrada passed away, leading to his brother Harthagnut's ascension to the English throne. Godwin, ever the astute political player, supported Harthagnut's claim, thereby securing his lands and status once more by aligning with the new king. During Harthagnut's rise, Harold Godwinson, then around 20 years old, pledged an oath of loyalty to the king alongside his father. This pledge was a strategic move to atone for the murder of Alfred Etheling, ensuring the Godwinson family remained in royal favour. Harald's reign was brief and ended tragically at a wedding feast, where he collapsed in a dreadful convulsion and spoke no more. With his death, another son of Canute the Great died childless, marking the end of his line. The sudden and unexpected demise of Hardrada shifted the balance of power once more, leaving a vacuum that required swift political manoeuvring. The demise of Hardrada loosened the Viking grip on England, allowing the English crown to revert to the ancient Wessex line. Edward, the last surviving son of Ethelred the Unready, was in exile in Normandy, but was soon summoned back to England to reclaim his birthright. Earl Godwin, the ever-shrewd puppet master, threw his substantial support behind Edward's claim. This move was not merely an act of loyalty, but a calculated strategy to solidify his own power and secure his family's future. Godwin's influence expanded as his jurisdiction extended over the prosperous lands of Kent. His support for Edward was a masterstroke in political strategy, ensuring that the House of Godwin remained at the heart of English politics. Through these carefully orchestrated moves, Godwin and his family continued to weave their influence into the very fabric of the English kingdom, navigating the ever-changing tides of power and maintaining their prominence amidst the shifting allegiances and conflicts of the time. In 1045, Harold was appointed Earl of East Anglia, a position of significant power and influence, largely thanks to his father's deep political connections with the king. Godwin, the wealthiest and arguably the most powerful man in the realm, had successfully manoeuvred his family to prominence within the kingdom. The Godwinson family's stature rose even higher that same year when Harold's sister Edith married King Edward. This union further strengthened the family's influence and bound Harold and the king by ties of brotherhood through marriage, making Edward the Confessor Harold's brother-in-law. The ascent of the Godwinson family was now firmly intertwined with the royal lineage, solidifying their place at the pinnacle of English nobility. Around the same time, Harold also married. His wife, Edith the Fair, also known to history as Edith Swanwick, was a wealthy and beautiful noblewoman from East Anglia. Her lineage was impeccable, with her mother being a Saxon princess. Their marriage, though not sanctioned by the church and performed in the Danish tradition through a ceremony known as hand fasting, was seen as entirely normal at the time. The couple had at least 6 children together, and their union was one of love, as well as a sound political alliance for both Harold and Edith. This marriage further cemented Harold's influence and provided a network of alliances that would prove beneficial in his political career. Growing up during the reign of Viking kings, Harold witnessed the restoration of the House of Wessex and the fall of various dynasties. He also observed his father, Godwin's political manoeuvring, which secured the family's rise from obscurity to becoming the most powerful house in England. These experiences profoundly sought to strengthen his alliances and formed a partnership with Henry III, the Holy Roman Emperor. In 1049, Harold was tasked with aiding Henry by leading a fleet against Baldwin, the Count of Flanders. This mission highlighted Harold's rising influence and reinforced the strategic relationship between the English crown and the Holy Roman Empire. Harold's successful leadership in this endeavour not only showcased his military prowess, but also solidified his position as a key player in the European political arena. To solidify his rule, King Edward the Confessor surrounded himself with advisors, nobles and clergy from his Norman background, significantly influenced by his maternal heritage. This surge of Norman presence was fiercely opposed by Godwin, who staunchly defended the interests of the native English. A violent encounter in Dover between the townspeople and Eustace II, Count of Boulogne, sparked a crucial conflict that would test the king's authority. Edward ordered Godwin to punish the Dover citizens, but Godwin, standing firm, refused to act against his own people. This act of defiance was both a stand against foreign influence and a direct challenge to Edward's authority, highlighting the deep-seated tensions between the native English nobility and the incoming Norman advisors. The Godwin family commanded extensive power, holding multiple earldoms and even having a member in the king's inner circle. Their influence was vast and deeply rooted in the English nobility. In contrast, King Edward's personal estates, though considerable, were likely smaller than those of his predecessors and scattered across various earldoms. This dispersion left him without a strong local power base, making it difficult for him to assert his dominance effectively. Additionally, Edward, having recently returned to England as a half-Norman outsider, lacked experience in English governance and leadership. This situation set the stage for a confrontation between the powerful Earl Godwin and the relatively inexperienced king, as Edward's reliance on his Norman advisors further alienated the English nobility. Edward viewed Godwin's refusal as a power struggle and quickly sought the support of Seward, Earl of Northumbria, and Leofric, Earl of Mercia, two of the most influential nobles in the realm. With their backing, Edward successfully had Godwin arrested and exiled in September 1051. The king's swift action was a calculated move to eliminate the threat posed by Godwin and his family. Remembering how Godwin had betrayed his brother Alfred Atheling, Godwin, along with his wife Githa and sons Sweyn, Tostig and Gurth, sought refuge in Flanders. Meanwhile, his other sons, Leofwine and Harold, fled to Dublin, dispersing the Godwin family's power temporarily, but not destroying their resolve. In 1052, Godwin and Harold launched small fleets and rendezvoused off the southwest coast of England, marking the beginning of their comeback. They gained support from the ports of Sussex and Kent, amassing a significant force that would challenge the king's authority once more. This combined fleet sailed to London, where Godwin Scottish allies were banished. The Godwinson family re-established their dominance so effectively that Edward never again dared to challenge them, securing their power and influence within the kingdom for years to come. However, Godwin's moment of glory was fleeting. In 1053, merely a year after his ascent to power, he suddenly collapsed while celebrating Easter at Winchester, accompanied by several of his sons and King Edward. At the pinnacle of his influence, and with his family's power solidifying, Godwin met his untimely demise during the feast. Following his death, the mantle of leadership within the family passed to Godwin's second son, Harald, who assumed the title of Earl of Wessex. Harold's previous earldom of East Anglia was reassigned to Elfgar, the son of the Earl of Mercia. Sweyn, Godwin's eldest son, was disqualified from receiving any titles due to his pilgrimage to Jerusalem, during which he perished in September 1052 on the return journey. In the subsequent years, several earldoms became vacant and were allocated to Harold's younger brothers, further entrenching the Godwin family's dominance in English politics. In 1055, Siward, the Earl of Northumbria, passed away, paving the way for Harold's younger brother, Tostig, to succeed him. 2 years later, in 1057, the Earl of Mercia died, and his son Elfgar succeeded him, once again leaving East Anglia vacant. This strategically important earldom was then granted to another of Harold's brothers, Gurth. Additionally, the counties of Essex, Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Middlesex, Surrey, and Kent were consolidated into a new earldom, which was granted to Leofwine, yet another of Harold's younger siblings. Under King Edward the Confessor's reign, the Godwin family exerted control over nearly all of England, with the exception of Mercia. By this time, King Edward was largely content to delegate the kingdom's effective governance to his powerful earls, predominantly the Godwinsons, who had become the most influential family in the realm. In 1063, Harold Godwinson launched a daring and bloody campaign against Llywelyn ap Gruffydd, the formidable ruler who had held sway over Wales since 1055. Llywelyn had successfully unified the Welsh territories, posing a significant challenge to Harold and his monarch's ambitions. With conquest on his mind, Harold initiated a bold cavalry raid deep into Welsh lands. The mission was clear and brutal: to eliminate Llywelyn and dismantle his dominion. Despite the ferocity and speed of the attack, the mission failed, leaving the Welsh king unscathed and his rule intact. Unfazed by this initial failure, Harold regrouped and meticulously planned a more comprehensive assault. Later that year, he allied with his brother, Tostig, the Earl of Northumbria, forming a powerful coalition aimed at subduing Llywelyn. This time, the invasion was meticulously strategized, utilizing both land and naval forces in a coordinated attack designed to devastate the Welsh heartlands. The brothers led their armies with relentless determination, advancing through the rugged terrain and leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Villages were razed, crops were burned, and the once vibrant landscape was stained with blood, marking the severity of their campaign. The sheer brutality and relentless pressure exerted by Harold and Tostig's forces began to take a significant toll Harold now held sway over Wales, his power extending far and wide. He became the undisputedly most powerful Earl in all of England, inheriting the mantle of his late father, Godwin, and securing his position in the annals of history. In 1064, Harold experienced an unexpected shipwreck at Ponthieu, an event that has since been shrouded in speculation and mystery. According to the earliest post-conquest Norman chroniclers, King Edward had previously dispatched Robert of Jumieges, the Archbishop of Canterbury, to appoint Duke William of Normandy, Edward's maternal kinsman, as his heir. These chroniclers assert that Harold's later voyage was intended to swear fealty to William, affirming the Duke's claim to the English throne. However, scholars debate the reliability of this narrative, suggesting that it may have been influenced by Norman propaganda. While William seemingly believed he had been promised the succession, certain actions of King Edward, such as his efforts to bring his nephew, Edward the Exile, the son of King Edmund Ironside, back from Hungary in 1057, contradict this claim. These conflicting accounts have led historians to question the true purpose of Harold's voyage and the events that followed his shipwreck. Later, Norman chroniclers proposed alternate reasons for Harold's journey across the Channel. Some suggest he was seeking the release of his youngest brother, Wulfnoth, who had long been held hostage in Normandy, while others speculate that Harold was driven across the Channel by an unexpected storm. Despite the differing theories, there is a general consensus that Harold was blown off course, ultimately landing at Ponthieu. Captured by Guy, the Count of Ponthieu, Harold was taken hostage at the Count's castle. William soon arrived and demanded that Guy hand over Harold. Recognising the value of having England's wealthiest Earl in his custody, William likely engaged in negotiations with Harold, the details of which have since been lost to history. This capture set the stage for a complex interaction between two of the most powerful men of the time, with implications that would echo through the years. Following his capture, Harold accompanied William on a campaign against William's adversary, Conan VI, the Duke of Brittany. During this campaign, they encountered treacherous terrain near the fortified abbey of Mont Saint-Michel. In this challenging environment, Harold heroically rescued two of William's soldiers from quicksand, an act that showcased his bravery, quick thinking, and loyalty. Impressed by Harold's valour, William presented him with weapons and armour, a significant gesture that marked Harold's growing importance. Subsequently, William bestowed knighthood upon him, further cementing their bond. The Bayeux Tapestry and various Norman chronicles vividly depict Harold swearing an oath on sacred relics to support William's claim to the English throne. This oath, whether it was made under duress or willingly, later served as William's justification for his invasion of England. This pivotal event set the stage for one of the most momentous conflicts in English history, leading to the Norman Conquest and the profound transformation of the English realm. Tostig's tenure as the Earl of Northumbria was marked by contrasting successes and failures, reflecting a turbulent and eventful period in the region's history. In his external affairs, Tostig achieved notable success, most significantly This alliance effectively secured his northern borders from any potential threats, providing a sense of stability and security in that area. Additionally, Tostig's diplomatic skills were showcased when he led a delegation to Rome on behalf of King Edward, a mission that significantly enhanced his reputation within the broader realm and underscored his importance in international relations. He also demonstrated his loyalty and military prowess by supporting his brother Harald in campaigns against the Welsh, contributing to the overall stability of the kingdom. However, Tostig's internal policies were markedly less successful. His stringent measures to enforce the king's peace, which included harsh punishments and heavy taxation, made him deeply unpopular among his nobles and subjects. The growing discontent culminated in 1065, when Tostig was attending King Edward's court in southern England. His disgruntled nobles seized the opportunity to revolt, murdering his men and demanding his banishment from Northumbria. Harold, aiming to avoid a civil war and the further destabilisation of the kingdom, refused to march to Northumbria to reinstate his brother. Confronted with the rebels' demands and Harold's reluctance to intervene, King Edward had little choice but to agree to exile Tostig. Tostig then travelled to Flanders, seeking to gather support from powerful allies. He visited William of Normandy, King Sweyn II of Denmark, and ultimately Harald Hardrada of Norway, aiming to form alliances that could help him reclaim his earldom and power. Meanwhile, the earldom of Northumbria was granted to Morcar, the brother of Earl Edwin of Mercia. To solidify his own position and strengthen alliances, Harold married their sister, Ealdgyth, thereby aligning himself with the influential Mercian brothers and securing their support for his future endeavours. Before the reign of King Edward the Confessor in the 11th century, the English throne had been under Viking control following the conquest of England by Sweyn Forkbeard and his son Canute the Great. This period of Viking rule left a significant mark on the English monarchy and its power structures. When the throne was eventually restored to the Saxon line, its power was significantly diminished, and the kingdom faced numerous internal and external challenges. Edward the Confessor, who ascended to the throne in 1042, is remembered as a politically weak king, whose inability to assert strong control over his nobles and maintain stability within the kingdom eventually led to a succession crisis. Edward's reign was characterised by a lack of decisive action and a failure to produce a clear heir, which left the kingdom vulnerable to external threats Among these contenders was Edgar the Atheling, the son of Edward the Exile. Edward the Exile, who had been tragically killed en route to the English court, had been named heir by King Edward the Confessor. Edgar's claim was rooted in his lineage, as he was a direct male descendant of Alfred the Great and the grandson of Edmund Ironside, who had perished following a brutal conflict with Canute the Great. Despite his strong blood ties, Edgar's position was precarious. He had no lands, soldiers, or powerful allies to support his claim, leaving him in a vulnerable position following the king's death. This lack of resources and backing made it difficult for Edgar to assert his claim effectively, and he was soon overshadowed by other, more powerful contenders. In stark contrast stood Harald Godwinson, the formidable head of the House of Godwin and the Earl of Wessex. Wessex was not just any region, it was the wealthiest and most powerful in all of England. Harold was a towering figure at the royal court, widely renowned for his unwavering dedication and service to Edward the Confessor. His battlefield prowess was legendary, establishing him as England's most trusted and reliable military commander. His influence at court was unmatched, commanding respect and loyalty from his peers. Harold's lineage was also of great significance, tracing back to Ethelred, the King of Wessex, an elder brother of the illustrious Alfred the Great. The crown had originally passed to Alfred's direct line due to Ethelred's son's youth during the dire threat posed by the great heathen army in the 9th century. Harold's prominent position, proven leadership, and illustrious heritage made him a formidable candidate for the throne, with both nobles and commoners looking up to him for guidance and protection. Meanwhile, in Norway, another claimant, Harald Hardrada, also set his sights on the English throne. Hardrada asserted that Edward the Confessor had usurped the rightful place of his nephew, King Magnus the Good. Magnus had been named heir to the Danish throne by King Harthacnut through a binding agreement, and Magnus believed that this accord extended to the English throne as well. Edward had seized the throne before Magnus, who subsequently died childless. Harald Hardrada, having been co-king of Norway alongside Magnus, became the sole monarch upon Magnus's death. Now Hardrada saw himself as the rightful heir to the English crown, viewing it as his inheritance, with Edward, the usurper of Magnus, now deceased. Hardrada's claim was not merely a matter of ambition, but also of perceived justice, as he sought to restore what he believed to be his family's rightful legacy. Another formidable contender for the throne was William, the Duke of Normandy. William claimed that Edward had not only designated him as the next king, but that Harald Godwinson had sworn a sacred oath to support William's claim. Furthermore, the relationship between England and Normandy provided additional weight to his claim. Emma of Normandy, William's great-aunt, had been Edward's mother, and Edward had spent a significant part of his early life in exile at the Norman court. Thus, William's claim was bolstered by promises and familial connections, making him a powerful contender. William's claim was underpinned by political manoeuvring, personal promises, and strategic alliances, painting a picture of a determined leader This clash of claims, rooted in ambition, lineage, and allegiance, set the stage for a dramatic and historic struggle over the English crown. The contest for the throne was not just a battle of arms, but also a battle of wits, alliances, and the weight of history, each contender bringing their unique strengths and claims to the fore in a bid to shape the future of England. The day following Edward the Confessor's death, the Witenagemot convened to deliberate on the succession of the English throne. The Witenagemot, a powerful assembly composed of numerous influential lords and bishops, played a crucial role in the governance of England. These wise men weighed the merits of the four primary candidates vying for the throne. The Viking interlude had significantly altered the principles of succession, making the Witenagemot feel less obligated to select a king from Alfred's lineage. The dire situation called for a strong and capable leader, rather than the youthful and inexperienced Edgar the Atheling. Despite any promises Edward the Confessor might have made to William of Normandy, he had unequivocally nominated Harold as his successor. Consequently, the day after Edward's passing, Harold was unanimously chosen by the Witenagemot and was subsequently crowned by the Archbishop of York in a ceremony that sought to solidify his authority and legitimacy. However, Harold's ascension to the throne was quickly overshadowed by imminent threats of invasion. Harold Godwinson's younger brother, Tostig, renowned for his formidable military skills, had been exiled for defying the laws of the land. This exile left him with a deep-seated resentment towards Harold, now the King of England. Driven by bitterness and desire for vengeance, Tostig sought out King Harald Hardrada of Norway and convinced him to invade England. According to one of the sagas, Tostig sailed to Norway and greatly impressed the Norwegian king and his court with his persuasive arguments. Although Hardrada had recently ended a prolonged and inconclusive war with Denmark, Tostig's impassioned plea convinced the initially reluctant king to raise an army to pursue the English crown, igniting a fierce determination in Hardrada to seize this opportunity for conquest. Harald Hardrada, a towering figure of the Viking Age, was renowned for his formidable character and unparalleled military prowess. His name, Hardrada, meaning hard ruler, aptly described his stern and unyielding nature. Harold's extensive military career spanned several decades and regions, including battles in Norway, Denmark, and the Byzantine Empire, making him a seasoned and battle-hardened warrior. His reputation as a fierce and relentless leader struck fear into the hearts of his enemies and inspired unwavering loyalty among his followers. In September 1066, Hardrada embarked on his ambitious voyage to England, determined to claim the throne. After a crucial stop in Orkney to gather essential supplies and additional men, he was joined by the traitor Tostig Godwinson, who reinforced him with more soldiers and resources, further bolstering Hardrada's formidable force. This alliance between Hardrada and Tostig marked a significant escalation in the threat facing Harald Godwinson. The combined forces of these two formidable leaders presented a dire challenge to Harold's reign as they prepared to launch a full-scale invasion of England. The stage was set for a dramatic and historic confrontation, with the fate of the English against these determined adversaries. Upon arriving in England, Harald Hardrada unleashed the full might of his formidable Norwegian forces. These forces were further bolstered by the addition of Tostig and a contingent of Scottish troops. Hardrada's fierce gaze set upon the unprepared English coast, and his army descended upon it like wolves on their prey. The invaders plundered and burned with a ferocity reminiscent of ancient Viking raids. When they reached Scarborough in Northumbria, the local inhabitants mounted a brave yet ultimately futile resistance against the invaders. Without hesitation, the Vikings unleashed a storm of fire and fury, reducing the town to smouldering ruins. The flames soared skyward, sending a stark and terrifying message to other towns in the region. Faced with the prospect of a similar fate, these towns quickly opted for surrender. News of the Northmen's devastating arrival swiftly reached Earl Morcar of Northumbria and Earl Edwin of Mercia. Resolute in their determination to defend their lands and people, they quickly assembled a formidable army to confront Hardrada. The Norsemen's arrival was so rapid that the English earls did not have the opportunity to alert Harald Godwinson, their king. Instead, they chose to directly engage the invaders rather than submit. This decision led to the fierce and brutal Battle of Fulford. The battle commenced with a thunderous charge as the English forces struck first, hoping to catch the Norwegians off guard. Morcar's troops surged forward with great momentum, pushing Hardrada's men back into the treacherous marshlands. However, the seasoned Viking king, remaining unflinching amidst the chaos, rallied his warriors effectively. Reinforcements from the right flank crashed into the English centre, their ferocious battle cries reverberating through the marsh. Despite being outnumbered, the Viking invaders fought with the ferocity of berserkers, compelling the Anglo-Saxons to retreat. As more Viking warriors entered the fray, they skillfully manoeuvred around the thick of the battle, opening a third front. The Anglo-Saxons, now outflanked and overwhelmed, faced an unrelenting onslaught. Blood soaked the earth, and the air was filled with the screams of the dying. Unable to withstand the brutal assault, the English forces crumbled and were decimated, forcing the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria to retreat. The Viking losses were minimal, numbering less than 1,000 men. With York's subsequent surrender to Harald Hardrada, the victorious Norsemen withdrew to Stamford Bridge, located 7 miles east of York, to await the arrival of hostages and consolidate their control over the violently claimed territory. Harald Godwinson soon received word of the Viking invasion and, with unwavering urgency, gathered as many earls, lords and warriors as he could muster. Driven by a fierce determination to protect his kingdom, Harold's army travelled day and night, racing from London to York. This gruelling 200-mile journey was covered in a mere 4 days, an impressive feat that showcased the king's leadership and the resilience of his forces. This rapid movement granted Harald the element of surprise, as Hardrada and his Viking horde remained blissfully unaware of the English king's proximity. The first they knew of the impending threat was the sight of the Anglo-Saxon army bearing down upon them. ferocious attack on the unsuspecting Vikings, many of whom were unarmed and unarmoured. This brutal ambush ignited the legendary Battle of Stamford Bridge. The Vikings hastily formed a defensive line while the bulk of their forces retreated across the bridge to the eastern bank of the River Derwent. The Norsemen, who stood to buy time, were swiftly cut down. Yet one formidable warrior, a berserker of immense prowess, emerged to hold the bridge alone. According to legend, this lone axeman held the bridge against the entire English army, allowing his fellow Vikings to regroup and form a shield wall. It is said that he was a Viking berserker, undoubtedly the champion of Hardrada's forces. Due to the narrowness of the bridge, only a few soldiers could pass at a time, allowing the berserker to fight with maximum ferocity. As the Englishmen advanced towards the Viking berserker, they were swiftly met with their demise. The Norseman wielded his two-handed great axe, swinging it with brutal force, cutting down every man in his path. Yet, as one Englishman fell, another would rush over the fallen body to engage the berserker. Ultimately, 40 Anglo-Saxon warriors perished on that bridge, as the berserker turned the river red with their blood. Finally, an English soldier floated underneath the Viking warrior in a half-barrel and delivered a fatal stab to the berserker's groin, bringing him to his knees and allowing the English to kill the formidable warrior and cross the bridge. Despite the berserker's heroic last stand, his resistance had bought the Norse army valuable time to form a shield wall. Nevertheless, Harald's army surged across the bridge, locking their shields together and charging forward with unwavering determination. The battle spread far beyond the bridge, lasting for hours as both sides fought fiercely. The Norsemen, lacking their armour, were at a severe disadvantage against the well-prepared English forces. Despite this, they fought valiantly, but the relentless pressure from Harald's army began to take its toll. The English forces pressed on relentlessly, gradually breaking through the Norse shield wall. Amidst the chaos of the battle, Harald Hardrada, the most seasoned warrior on the battlefield, threw himself into the thick of the fighting. The 50-year-old veteran, without armour, gripped his sword with both hands and charged into the English ranks with the ferocity of a berserker. His bravery was evident as he fought without armour or shield, relying solely on his skill and experience. However, amidst the chaos, he was flanked and killed by an arrow that pierced his windpipe. Hardrada, the most accomplished warrior present, died on the battlefield at Stamford Bridge, marking a significant turning point in the conflict. Harold Godwinson's brother Tostig also perished in the battle, further solidifying Harold's tactical brilliance and leadership. The defeat of the legendary warrior and king Harald Hardrada effectively ended the Viking Age and the reign of the last great Viking warrior king. However, the victory was bittersweet, as to the south, another claimant to the throne had arrived. William, the Duke of Normandy, had landed on English shores, seeking to claim the crown for himself. While Harold fought in the north, William crossed the Channel, aiming for conquest and the establishment of a new dynasty. William, the Duke of Normandy, sought divine approval for his invasion, securing the blessing of Pope Alexander II. This papal endorsement gave William's cause a sense of legitimacy and divine favour, but divine favour alone was not sufficient for the ambitious Duke. He also forged alliances with powerful earthly figures, gaining the support of the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV and King Sweyn II of Denmark. With these divine and mortal alliances bolstering his forces, William's fleet set sail and crossed the Channel on the fateful eve of September 28th, 1066. Upon landing, William's forces quickly established a foothold, preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Harald Godwinson. The stage was set for a monumental clash that would determine the fate of England. Harold, having just secured a hard-fought victory at Stamford Bridge, now faced the daunting task of marching his exhausted army south to meet this new threat. The impending battle would not only decide the fate of the English crown, but also reshape the course of English history forever. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of the brutal conflict at Stamford Bridge, Harald Godwinson, drenched in blood and weary from battle, had no choice but to swiftly redirect his forces southward to confront the imminent threat posed by the Norman invaders. The urgency of the situation allowed little time for rest or recovery, but Harold's determination and leadership rallied his troops. Taking advantage of the brief respite, William and his seasoned warriors erected a stronghold at Hastings. This wooden and iron fortress was designed to protect the Norman forces from the anticipated English onslaught, providing a secure base of operations. As dawn broke on October 14th, 1066, the fields of Hastings witnessed the assembly of two powerful armies. On one side stood William, commanding the Normans, renowned for their sturdy armour and Viking heritage. On the other side was Harold, leading the full might of the English army, composed of battle-hardened warriors from his recent victory. William strategically divided his troops into three groups: archers, infantry, and cavalry. He positioned archers and crossbowmen at the front to initiate the attack, followed by foot soldiers ready for close combat, and stationed the cavalry at the rear, prepared to charge when the moment was right. William took his place among the elite, coordinating the battle through his voice and gestures, demonstrating his command and strategic acumen. As Harold's forces emerged from the shadows of the forest, they ascended to a strategic hilltop. From this elevated position, they unleashed a relentless hail of javelins on any Norman soldiers attempting to climb, transitioning into fierce close-quarters combat. The English formed a robust shield wall, their shields interlocked to create an almost impregnable defence. The battle began with Norman archers launching volleys of arrows uphill, but their efforts were in vain against the resolute English shield wall. The arrows either bounced off the shields or failed to find their mark among the tightly packed defenders. When the Norman infantry engaged in melee combat, they were met with a devastating storm of javelins, further thinning their ranks. The English soldiers, skilled in hand-to-hand combat, took full advantage of their defensive position, cutting down many of the Norman attackers. Despite their bravery army's initial charge was met with a coordinated and disciplined response from the English soldiers, who held their ground and maintained their defensive formation. The battle raged on, with neither side willing to concede. The Normans, though frustrated, continued to launch assaults, while the English maintained their defensive position on the hilltop. The fields of Hastings were filled with the sounds of clashing weapons, battle cries, and the groans of the wounded. Both armies knew that the outcome of this battle would determine the future of England. The tension and stakes were high, and each side fought with a ferocity born of desperation and ambition. As the day progressed, the determination of both armies was tested to its limits. William's strategic prowess and Harold's steadfast leadership were on full display, as each manoeuvred their forces to gain the upper hand. The Battle of Hastings would prove to be one of the most decisive and significant confrontations in English history, marking the end of an era and the beginning of a new chapter in the story of the nation. Despite their fatigue, the English army, buoyed by their recent triumph over Harald Hardrada in the north, fought with relentless determination. Blood stained the hillside as the indomitable spirit of the English warriors drove the Normans back, showcasing their endurance, bravery, and the formidable strength of the English forces under the leadership of King Harald Godwinson. The English, still riding the high of their victory at Stamford Bridge, displayed an unyielding resolve that seemed to infuse them with renewed energy. As the Normans contended with the unwavering resolve of Harold's soldiers firmly positioned on the hill, they sustained heavy casualties, causing the battle to tilt in favour of the Anglo-Saxons. This ultimately led to a widespread retreat among the Norman ranks, their forces faltering under the relentless pressure exerted by the English. Amidst the pandemonium, a rumour swept through the battlefield that Duke William himself had been killed in the fray. Taking advantage of this moment of confusion, some Norman soldiers hastily retreated towards the sea, pursued by the advancing English, who abandoned their strategic position atop the slope in their eagerness to press the advantage. Witnessing the disorder among his troops, William, undeterred and determined, removed his helmet, revealing his face as he galloped through his retreating forces. His powerful cries rallied his men, urging them to stand their ground and reminding them of the stakes. Despite the brush with defeat, the Norman cavalry regrouped and charged back to the front lines. William then led a counterattack against the advancing English forces, demonstrating his resolve and tactical prowess. Amidst the chaos, the English swiftly reformed their formidable shield wall, preparing for the renewed clash with steely determination. As the battle raged on, its intensity escalated with each passing hour. The Normans, driven by desperation and the realization that their very survival hinged on the outcome, launched a final, determined assault to seize control of the ridge. In the relentless clash of steel, the devastating toll of war became painfully clear. Many Saxon lords, valiant in their defence, perished on the battlefield. Among the fallen were two of King Harald Godwinson's own brothers, Gurth and Leofwine, their deaths a significant blow to the The sight of their king fighting valiantly among them imbued the English soldiers with a renewed sense of purpose and courage. The battle for the ridge was fierce and unforgiving, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The Normans, under William's resolute leadership, pressed on with unwavering determination, knowing that victory was within their grasp. The struggle for dominance raged on, with the outcome hanging in the balance. The Normans, utilising their superior cavalry tactics, sought to break through the English shield wall, while the English, drawing on their superior defensive formations and the strategic high ground, fought to repel the invaders. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted once more. The Norman forces, emboldened by their leaders' tenacity and the relentless pressure they exerted, managed to exploit a weakness in the English lines. Harold, fighting bravely at the forefront, was struck down, an arrow piercing his eye. His death marked a turning point in the battle, as the English forces, leaderless and demoralised, began to falter. The Battle of Hastings concluded with a decisive Norman victory, heralding the end of Anglo-Saxon rule and the dawn of a new era under William the Conqueror. The death of King Harald Godwinson and the defeat of his army at Hastings altered the course of English history, paving the way for the Norman Conquest and the profound transformation of the English social and political landscape. The legacy of this epic confrontation would resonate through the centuries, a testament to the courage and determination of those who fought and the enduring impact of their struggle. The battle seemed endless, with both sides locked in a fierce and relentless struggle. According to historical accounts, William had 2 to 3 horses killed under him during the conflict. Despite being battered and bruised from the falls, he continued to fight on, demonstrating remarkable resilience and determination. This tenacity, combined with the superiority of Norman-French mixed cavalry and infantry tactics over the traditional Germanic Scandinavian shield wall, allowed William to breach the English defences. The ensuing melee saw William's forces overwhelming Harold's troops in a chaotic and bloody confrontation. Harold Godwinson, the king who had ended the Viking Age, conquered Wales and established the new dynasty of the House of Godwin, fought to the bitter end amid the carnage. His efforts were reminiscent of the valour displayed by Saxon kings of old, yet fortune did not favour him at Hastings. Ultimately, Harold was slain on the battlefield. According to one account, Harold met a gruesome end at the hands of 4 Norman knights. The first knight cleaved his breast through his shield, causing a torrent of blood to drench the earth. The second knight struck off Harold's head below his helmet, while the third pierced his belly with a lance. The fourth knight hewed off his thigh and carried away the severed limb, adding to the brutality of Harold's demise. The details surrounding King Harold's death at the Battle of Hastings remain shrouded in uncertainty, as various narratives and interpretations compete for recognition. Among these, the Chronicles of William of Malmesbury offer a particularly vivid depiction, suggesting that Harold's tragic end came from an arrow that struck his eye and penetrated deep into his brain. Despite these is marked by significant achievements and a relentless defence of his realm. His crucial victory over Harald Hardrada at the Battle of Stamford Bridge marked the definitive end of the Viking Age, a monumental feat in itself. Harold battled tirelessly, forging a path of resistance against foreign invaders and defending his claim to the throne as a descendant of an ancient Saxon king, entrusted with the kingdom by the late King Edward the Confessor. However, history frequently narrates Harold's story through the lens of William the Conqueror's triumphs, relegating Harold's achievements to the periphery. It is essential to illuminate the legacy of this towering figure, to honour his significant contributions to the fabric of English history, and to ensure that his story is duly remembered. By acknowledging Harold's role and sacrifices, we can gain a more comprehensive understanding of this pivotal period in England's past, appreciating the complexities and nuances that shaped the nation's history. As we conclude our exploration of Harold Godwinson's life, it's clear that his legacy extends far beyond the fateful battlefield of Hastings. From his early days navigating the turbulent waters of Anglo-Saxon politics to his final stand against overwhelming odds, Harold's story is one of resilience, bravery, and indomitable spirit. I hope this journey through the history has not only enlightened you, but also provided a moment of calm reflection. Thank you for joining me today. If you enjoyed this exploration, please like, subscribe, and share with fellow history enthusiasts. Until next time, may the whispers of history continue to soothe and inspire you, and as always, sleep well. Imagine a world where icy winds howl across rugged fjords, where towering mountains meet the endless sea, and where fierce warriors sail beneath blood-red skies in search of glory. This is the Viking Age, a time of epic battles, daring explorations, and legendary kings whose names still echo through the ages. In this unforgiving world, one man would rise above all others, carving his name into the annals of history: Harald Hardrada, the last great Viking king. The Viking Age, spanning from the late 8th to the early 11th century, was a time of extraordinary change and upheaval in Europe. It was an era defined by the fearsome raiders from the north, seafaring warriors whose exploits would become the stuff of legend. These Norsemen, driven by a hunger for wealth, land, and glory, embarked on perilous voyages across treacherous seas, their dragon-headed ships cutting through the waves like knives. They brought with them not only terror, but also trade and cultural exchange, leaving an indelible mark on the lands they touched. Among the many tales of conquest and exploration, the year 1066 stands as a crucial turning point, especially in English history. It was the year that would witness 3 kings and a series of battles that would ultimately change the course of a nation. This was the twilight of the Viking Age, a time when the old world of the Norsemen was slowly referred to as the last great Viking, Harald was the epitome of the Viking spirit. His life was one of unrelenting ambition and relentless pursuit of power. Born into a world of ice and fjords, he was shaped by the harsh landscape of Norway, where survival meant strength, and strength led to glory. Harald's exploits were legendary, stretching from the snowy reaches of Scandinavia to the sun-baked sands of the Mediterranean. He was a warrior, a king, and a wanderer, his life a saga of battles fought and kingdoms sought. His story is not just one of bloodshed and conquest, but also of a man who sought to etch his name into the annals of history, to be remembered long after the Viking longships had ceased to sail. Welcome to ASMR History, where I invite you to join me on a journey through the echoes of the past. Together, we'll explore the stories of heroes and legends, all whispered softly to help you unwind and immerse yourself in history's embrace. Tonight, I'm excited to share the tale of one of the most fascinating figures of the Viking Age, Harald Hardrada, the legendary Viking king. So, find a comfortable spot, let go of the day's stresses, and allow yourself to be transported back in time. In order to truly understand the man behind the legend, we must start at the beginning. Let's travel back to his early life, where the seeds of his future greatness were sown, shaped by the rugged landscape and the equally rugged people of his homeland. Harald Sigurdsson, known to history as Harald Hardrada, was born in 1015 in the rugged, fjord-laden land of Norway. His birthright was not just one of noble blood, but of a lineage steeped in the lore and legend of the Vikings. Harald was the youngest son of Sigurdsir, a powerful chieftain, and Asta Gudbrandsdatter, who was previously married to Harald Grenske, a descendant of Harald Fairhair, the first king of Norway. This connection to the revered Fairhair dynasty placed Harald in a position of potential greatness from the moment he drew his first breath. Yet, Norway in the early 11th century was not a land of peace and prosperity. It was a kingdom embroiled in turmoil, where power struggles and shifting alliances were as common as the cold winds that swept through its valleys. The political landscape of Norway during Harald's early years was a cauldron of conflict and ambition. King Olaf II, also known as Saint Olaf, sought to unify Norway under his rule and spread Christianity throughout the land, often by force. This created deep divisions among the chieftains, many of whom clung to the old ways and resisted Olaf's efforts. Harald, as a child, would have been acutely aware of these tensions. His family was aligned with Olaf, which meant that Harald grew up in a household that supported the king's vision of a united Christian Norway. However, this allegiance came with risks, as those who opposed Olaf were determined to see him fall. The constant threat of betrayal and the ever-present spectre of war would have shaped Harald's early understanding of power, loyalty, and survival. By the age of 15, Harald was thrust into the heart of conflict at the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030. This battle would become one of the most famous in Norwegian history, marking the end of Olaf's reign and his subsequent canonization arduous exile, a journey that would take him far from the shores of his homeland. Harald's escape led him to the court of Yaroslav the Wise in Kievan Rus, a land known today as part of modern-day Ukraine and Russia. Here, Harald found refuge and an opportunity to prove his mettle. Serving under Yaroslav, he quickly distinguished himself as a capable warrior and a shrewd leader. The skills he honed in the harsh conditions of Kievan Rus would serve him well in the years to come. It was during this period that Harald began to envision a return to Norway, not as a mere chieftain, but as a king in his own right. However, he knew that to achieve this, he would need more than just courage and determination. He would need wealth, allies, and a formidable reputation. In pursuit of these, Harald embarked on a journey south to the Byzantine Empire, where he enlisted in the elite Varangian Guard, the Emperor's personal bodyguards. This fabled group was composed mainly of Norsemen, and Harald's arrival in Constantinople marked the beginning of another remarkable chapter in his life. Serving under Byzantine emperors, Harald's prowess in battle became legendary. He fought in the scorching heat of Sicily, the dusty plains of Anatolia, and even participated in daring naval campaigns. His reputation as a fearsome warrior grew with each victory, and soon he was leading troops in some of the Empire's most critical battles. His skill with a sword was unmatched, and it was said that he took up his sword as if it were a part of his arm. Harald's time in Constantinople was not just about warfare. It was a period of immense personal growth and accumulation of wealth. The Byzantine emperors rewarded him handsomely for his service, and Harald wisely amassed a fortune, sending much of it back to Kievan Rus for safekeeping. But even as he fought and thrived in the heart of the Byzantine Empire, his thoughts never strayed far from Norway. He knew that his ultimate destiny lay not in serving another ruler, but in claiming the throne of his homeland. As Harald's ambitions grew and his wealth accumulated, the values and traditions of his Viking heritage, along with the early influences that shaped him, remained ever present in his mind, driving his relentless quest to reclaim his rightful place in Norway. The Viking Age was a time when the cold, harsh landscapes of Scandinavia were inhabited by a people as resilient as the environment that shaped them. Viking culture was defined by a unique blend of seafaring adventure, fierce warrior traditions, and a deeply rooted sense of honour and loyalty. At the heart of this society was the belief in the Norse gods, who governed the fates of men and demanded bravery in the face of death. Daily life for the Vikings revolved around family, farming, and community, but it was warfare and exploration that truly defined their legacy. These were not mere raiders, but explorers and traders who travelled vast distances from the icy waters of the North Atlantic to the sun-soaked shores of the Mediterranean. Honour and loyalty were the cornerstones of Viking society, and these values were instilled in every child from a young age. To die in battle was considered the highest honour, as it ensured a place in Valhalla. The This belief fostered a culture of courage and resilience, where personal glory and the success of the clan were paramount. For young Harald, growing up in this environment meant that from an early age he was taught that a man's worth was measured by his bravery, his loyalty to his kin, and his ability to protect and provide for his family. Warfare was not just a necessity, it was a way of life, a means to achieve both honour and wealth. Harald's early life was profoundly influenced by the Viking culture that surrounded him, but it was his family and the mentors who guided him that truly shaped his future. His mother, Asta Gudbrandsdatter, was a formidable woman who ensured that her children were raised with the values of their noble lineage. She instilled in Harald a sense of destiny, reminding him constantly of his connection to the great kings of Norway. His older half-brother, King Olaf II, was a significant figure in Harald's life. Olaf's efforts to unify Norway under Christian rule and his ultimate martyrdom left a lasting impression on Harald, fueling his desire to one day claim the throne for himself. The early challenges Harald faced also played a crucial role in shaping his ambitions. The defeat at the Battle of Stiklestad and the subsequent exile were not just setbacks. They were formative experiences that taught Harald the harsh realities of power and survival. His time in Kievan Rus and later in Constantinople exposed him to different cultures, military strategies, and the complexities of leadership. Each of these experiences added to his growing sense of purpose and his determination to return to Norway, not just as a claimant to the throne, but as a ruler who would be remembered for generations. Harald's journey was one of relentless ambition, tempered by the values of his Viking heritage and the lessons learned from his early mentors and experiences. As he matured, these influences became the foundation of his character, driving him to pursue power with a singular focus. Yet, Harald was not merely driven by personal ambition. He was also deeply connected to the legacy of his ancestors and the belief that his destiny was intertwined with the future of Norway. With these early influences and the indomitable spirit of the Viking culture shaping his every move, Harald's path was set. He was ready to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his, but the road to power in Norway would be fraught with challenges, and Harald would need all his cunning, strength, and the lessons of his past to navigate the treacherous waters ahead. Harald Hardrada's return to Scandinavia around 1045 marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life, one that would see him rise to the heights of power and influence in Norway. After years spent in exile, gaining wealth, experience, and a fearsome reputation in the courts of Kievan Rus and the battlefields of Constantinople, Harald was no longer the young warrior who had fled after the Battle of Stiklestad. He returned as a seasoned leader, his coffers filled with the spoils of his service in the Varangian Guard, and his mind set on reclaiming his homeland. Upon his return, Harald quickly made his intentions clear. He sought the Norwegian throne. At that time, Norway was ruled by Magnus the Good, the son This agreement, though practical, was fraught with tension. Harold, with his ambitions and the backing of his wealth and loyal warriors, was not content to merely share the throne. He aimed to secure it for himself. The co-rulership with Magnus the Good was a delicate and uneasy arrangement. While outwardly they ruled together, their relationship was marked by a simmering rivalry. Harold, ever the strategist, used this period to build his influence among the nobility and the military. He was a ruler who commanded respect not just through lineage, but through the sheer force of his personality and his proven capabilities as a warrior and leader. The tension between the two rulers grew, but it never escalated into open conflict, largely due to Magnus's unexpected death in 1047. With Magnus's passing, Harold seized the opportunity to solidify his grip on the throne, swiftly consolidating power across Norway. As the sole ruler of Norway, Harold embarked on a reign characterized by both consolidation and ambition. He was not content to simply maintain the status quo. He sought to strengthen his kingdom through a series of military campaigns aimed at subduing rebellious chieftains and expanding his influence. Harold's rule was marked by a fierce determination to bring all of Norway firmly under his control, a task that required both strategic acumen and military might. His campaigns were often brutal, as he crushed opposition with the same ruthless efficiency that had earned him his reputation abroad. Beyond his military endeavours, Harold was also an astute administrator. He implemented reforms that strengthened the central authority of the crown, reducing the power of the regional chieftains who had long acted with near autonomy. Under Harold's rule, Norway began to see the foundations of a more unified state, with the king wielding greater direct control over the land and its resources. These reforms not only solidified Harold's power, but also set the stage for the future development of the Norwegian kingdom. Yet Harold's ambitions extended beyond the borders of Norway. He dreamed of uniting all of Scandinavia under his rule, envisioning a northern empire that could rival the great kingdoms of Europe. This ambition led him into conflicts with Denmark and Sweden as he sought to expand his influence across the region. Harold's campaigns in Denmark were particularly intense, as he vied for control with King Svein the Sect. Although he achieved some military successes, the fierce resistance he encountered made it clear that the unification of Scandinavia would be no easy task. Nonetheless, Harold's relentless pursuit of this goal underscored his desire to be remembered as more than just a king of Norway. He wanted to be a ruler of a vast northern realm. Harald Hardrada's reign was a period of both consolidation and expansion, marked by his unyielding drive to secure and extend his power. He was a king who ruled with a combination of force, strategy, and vision, always with an eye toward the greater destiny he believed awaited him. However, to fully appreciate the depth of Harold's ambitions and the skills he brought to his reign, it's essential to consider the experiences that shaped him during his years of exile, particularly his time in Constantinople, where he honed the abilities that would make him a formidable ruler was a defining period in his life, one that would sharpen his skills as a warrior and leader and shape his destiny as a king. Upon arriving in the bustling, cosmopolitan heart of the Byzantine Empire, Harald enlisted in the Varangian Guard, an elite unit of Norsemen who served as the emperor's personal bodyguards. The Varangian Guard was renowned for its fierce loyalty and unmatched combat skills, and Harald quickly rose through the ranks, distinguishing himself in battle after battle. Harald's role in the Varangian Guard was one of both honour and peril. He fought in numerous campaigns across the empire, from the scorching deserts of the Middle East to the rugged mountains of Anatolia. One of his most notable achievements was his participation in the siege of a rebellious city in Sicily, where his tactical brilliance and fearlessness in the face of danger earned him the admiration of his comrades and the respect of his enemies. Harald's prowess in battle became legendary, and his leadership was marked by a combination of boldness and calculated risk-taking. It was said that Harald wielded his sword as if it were an extension of his own arm, a testament to his skill and experience. But Harald's time in Constantinople was not solely defined by his exploits on the battlefield. He also became deeply involved in the intricate and often treacherous world of Byzantine politics. The Byzantine court was a place of constant intrigue, where alliances were forged and broken with dizzying speed, and where power was as much about cunning and strategy as it was about military might. Harald, with his sharp mind and keen sense of self-preservation, quickly adapted to this environment. He became a trusted advisor and confidant to several Byzantine emperors, using his position to gain influence and amass wealth. One of the key political events that highlighted Harald's involvement in Byzantine affairs was his participation in quelling a rebellion that threatened the stability of the empire. Harald's strategic acumen played a crucial role in the successful suppression of the revolt, further solidifying his reputation as both a capable warrior and a shrewd diplomat. These experiences in the Byzantine court taught Harald valuable lessons in statecraft and the art of diplomacy, skills that would prove invaluable when he eventually returned to Scandinavia. During his years in Constantinople, Harald not only honed his military and strategic skills, but also grew as a diplomat and leader. He learned how to navigate the complex web of political alliances and rivalries that characterized Byzantine politics, and he became adept at balancing power and influence. This period of his life was one of immense personal growth, as he transformed from a warrior into a leader capable of ruling a kingdom. The wealth he accumulated during his service was vast, and Harald was careful to send much of it back to Kievan Rus, ensuring that he had the resources he would need for his eventual return to Norway. When the time came for Harald to leave Constantinople, he did so not as the young, exiled prince who had fled Norway years earlier, but as a seasoned warrior and strategist with a clear vision for his future. The experiences he had gained in the service of the Byzantine emperors had prepared him for the challenges that awaited him in Scandinavia. Harald returned to the north with a renewed sense of purpose Harold's time in Constantinople was more than just a chapter in his life. It was the crucible in which his character was forged. The lessons he learned, the battles he fought, and the intrigues he navigated all played a crucial role in shaping the man who would soon set his sights on ruling Norway. With his wealth, experience, and reputation, Harold was now ready to embark on the next phase of his journey, one that would see him leading military campaigns across Scandinavia and beyond, as he sought to expand his power and realise his ultimate ambitions. Harald Hardrada's return to Scandinavia was marked by a relentless ambition to expand his dominion beyond the borders of Norway. His sights were set on Denmark, a land that had long been a rival to Norwegian power. Harold's goal was clear: to conquer Denmark and unite it with Norway, creating a powerful northern kingdom that could rival the greatest realms of Europe. His campaigns in Denmark were fierce and unyielding, reflecting his determination to achieve this vision. Harold's attempts to conquer Denmark were not without their challenges. The Danish king, Svein II, was a formidable opponent who was equally determined to defend his realm. The conflict between the two kings led to a series of brutal battles, where Harold's military prowess was on full display. One of the most significant of these encounters was the Battle of Nysa in 1062, a fierce naval battle that pitted Harold's forces against those of Svein. Despite the ferocity of the fighting, the battle ended inconclusively, with neither side able to claim a decisive victory. This stalemate reflected the broader struggle between Norway and Denmark, a struggle that would ultimately end in an uneasy truce, with both kings recognising the difficulty of achieving total domination. Harold's military strategies and tactics during these campaigns were a testament to his experience and ingenuity as a commander. Drawing on his years of service in the Varangian Guard and the lessons learned from Byzantine warfare, Harold employed a variety of innovative tactics that set him apart from other Viking leaders. One of his favoured strategies was the use of feigned retreats, where his forces would appear to flee in disarray, only to turn and launch a devastating counterattack when the enemy pursued them. This tactic, which relied on discipline and timing, often caught his opponents off guard and led to significant victories. In addition to his use of deception, Harold was also a master of psychological warfare. He understood the importance of morale in battle and often sought to demoralise his enemies before the fight even began. This could involve spreading rumours of his invincibility or using his reputation as a fierce and ruthless warrior to intimidate his foes. Harold's ability to manipulate the battlefield, both physically and psychologically, made him one of the most formidable military leaders of his time. Harold's strategies were not just effective on the battlefield, they were also reflective of his broader approach to leadership. Unlike many Viking leaders who relied heavily on brute force and direct confrontation, Harold was more strategic and calculating. He was willing to bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and he understood understood the value of alliances and diplomacy in achieving his goals. This combination of military skill and political savvy made Harald a unique figure among the Viking rulers of his era. When comparing Harald to other Viking leaders, such as his legendary ancestor Harald Fairhair or the great warrior king Ragnar Lothbrok, it becomes clear that he stood apart in his approach to warfare. While both Fairhair and Lothbrok were known for their bold and often reckless tactics, Harald Hardrada was more methodical and disciplined. He viewed warfare not just as a means of gaining territory or wealth, but as a way to secure lasting power and influence. This long-term perspective was evident in his campaigns in Denmark, where he was willing to endure years of grueling conflict without giving up on his ultimate goal of unification. Harald's ambition was not limited to Scandinavia. He also had his eyes on England, a land that held a special significance for him due to his connection to King Nut, who had ruled over a vast North Sea empire that included England, Denmark and Norway. Harald believed that he had a legitimate claim to the English throne through his ties to Nut's legacy, and he was determined to press that claim, even if it meant going to war. The political situation in England leading up to 1066 was one of instability and uncertainty. The death of King Edward the Confessor left the English throne in dispute, with several claimants vying for power. Among them was Harold Godwinson, who had been crowned king, but faced challenges from both William of Normandy and Harald Hardrada. For Harold, the opportunity to invade England and claim the throne was too tempting to resist. He saw it as a chance to restore the North Sea Empire and to assert his dominance over a land that had once been ruled by his predecessors. The strategic importance of Harold's invasion of England cannot be overstated. By securing the English throne, Harold would have been able to control a vast and wealthy kingdom, giving him the resources and influence needed to further his ambitions in Scandinavia and beyond. Moreover, an English-Norwegian union under his rule would have created a powerful alliance that could challenge the might of the emerging Norman and Frankish powers in Europe. Harold's invasion was not just a bid for personal power, it was a calculated move to reshape the political landscape of the North Sea and to secure his legacy as one of the greatest kings of his time. Harald Hardrada's military campaigns and expansionist ambitions were driven by a desire to unite the northern kingdoms under his rule and to reclaim the glory of the Viking Age. His strategic brilliance and relentless pursuit of power made him a formidable force on the battlefield and in the halls of power. As he set his sights on England, Harold was prepared to stake everything on one final, audacious campaign, an invasion that would either secure his place in history or bring his long and storied career to a dramatic end. The year 1066 is one of the most fateful in English history, a year that would see not one, but two monumental battles that would alter the course of a nation. For Harald Hardrada, this year was the culmination of a lifetime of ambition, warfare, and the relentless pursuit of power. The prelude to his invasion of England was marked by meticulous preparation, as Harold gathered his forces for what he envisioned As a seasoned warrior who had fought across the known world, Harold understood that success in England would require not only brute strength, but also careful planning and strategic alliances. Over the winter and spring of 1066, he began assembling a vast fleet of longships, calling upon his allies and vassals across Norway and beyond. Harold's reputation as a legendary warrior and leader brought many Viking chieftains and warriors to his side, eager to share in the glory and spoils of conquest. His fleet, composed of hundreds of ships, was a formidable sight, a testament to the enduring power of the Viking spirit, even in the twilight of their era. But Harold's ambitions extended beyond simply raising an army. He sought to legitimize his claim to the English throne, leveraging his connection to King Knut's legacy and the support of disaffected nobles within England. Among his allies was Tostig Godwinson, the estranged brother of Harald Godwinson, the newly crowned King of England. Tostig, driven by his own ambitions and grievances, provided Harold with valuable intelligence and additional troops, bolstering the strength of the invasion force. With his preparations complete, Harold set sail in the late summer of 1066, his eyes fixed on the English coast and the throne he believed was rightfully his. The invasion of England began with a series of bold and calculated moves. Harold's fleet landed in the north of England, near the mouth of the River Humber, where he quickly established a foothold. His arrival was met with little immediate resistance, as King Harald Godwinson was in the south, preparing for an expected invasion by William of Normandy. Taking advantage of this situation, Harold advanced rapidly, capturing the city of York with the help of Tostig and his forces. The Viking army's early successes culminated in the Battle of Fulford on September 20th, 1066, where Harold's forces faced off against the northern English earls, Edwin and Morcar. The Battle of Fulford was a fierce and bloody encounter, but Harold's experience and tactical brilliance shone through. Using the terrain to his advantage, Harold positioned his troops in a way that maximised their strengths and minimised their vulnerabilities. The English forces, though valiant, were outmanoeuvred and ultimately overwhelmed by the ferocity of the Viking assault. The victory at Fulford opened the way for Harold to consolidate his position in northern England, and for a brief moment it seemed as though his dream of conquering England might become a reality. However, fate had other plans. Even as Harold celebrated his victory, King Harald Godwinson was marching north with his army, moving at a speed that caught the Vikings by surprise. On September 25th, 1066, the two armies met at Stamford Bridge, a narrow crossing over the River Derwen that would become the site of one of the most famous battles in English history. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a clash of titans, pitting two of the greatest warriors of the age against each other in a final, decisive confrontation. The battle began with a sense of confidence on Harold's side, as he believed the English were still far to the south. But when the English army appeared on the horizon, Harold realised that he was facing not just any opponent, but a king who was every bit his equal in determination and courage. most legendary moments of the battle came when Harold, in the heat of the fight, cast aside his protective armour and charged into the fray with nothing but his sword and shield. This act of bravery, though foolhardy, epitomised the Viking ideal of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. As the battle raged on, Harold was struck by an arrow in the throat, a fatal wound that brought his life to a dramatic and sudden end. Even as he fell, it was said that Harold stood tall in the fray, unyielding like the oaks of his homeland, a final testament to his warrior spirit. The death of Harald Hardrada marked the end of an era. With their leader gone, the Viking forces quickly crumbled, and those who survived were either captured or fled back to their ships. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a decisive victory for Harald Godwinson, but it came at a great cost. The English army, exhausted and depleted from the fierce battle, was now in a weakened state, just as William of Normandy was preparing to launch his invasion from the south. The aftermath of Harold's death had far-reaching consequences. His demise effectively ended any serious Viking ambitions in England, marking the final chapter in the Viking Age's long history of raids and invasions in the British Isles. The battle also weakened Harald Godwinson's forces at a critical moment, setting the stage for the Norman Conquest that would follow just weeks later at the Battle of Hastings. In this way, Harold's invasion, though ultimately unsuccessful, played a pivotal role in shaping the future of England and the wider European landscape. As we look back on Harald Hardrada's life, it is clear that his legacy extends far beyond his death on the battlefield. He was a man of immense ambition, courage, and skill. A warrior who sought to carve his name into the annals of history through sheer force of will. But Harold's influence did not die with him at Stamford Bridge. It continued to resonate in the years and centuries that followed, leaving an indelible mark on the history of both Scandinavia and England. To understand the full impact of Harold's life, we must now turn to his legacy and the influence he wielded long after his final, fateful battle. Harald Hardrada's legacy is one that echoes through the centuries, a testament to a life lived at the edge of the sword, driven by relentless ambition and unyielding courage. Often referred to as the last Viking, Harold represents the final chapter of the Viking Age, a time when Norse warriors dominated the seas and left their mark on the history of Europe. Harold's impact on Norwegian culture is profound, as he embodied the very essence of the Viking spirit, fearless in battle, cunning in strategy, and driven by a desire for glory and power. His life and military campaigns were immortalised in the sagas and legends of the Norse people. These tales, passed down through generations, celebrate Harold as a larger-than-life figure, a warrior king whose exploits and set the stage for its future development. Harald's vision of a strong, unified kingdom influenced the political landscape of Scandinavia for generations, inspiring subsequent rulers to pursue similar goals of consolidation and expansion. The long-term effects of Harald's reign are evident in the way Norwegian society evolved in the centuries that followed. His efforts to centralise power helped to curb the influence of regional chieftains, paving the way for a more centralised and effective governance structure. This in turn allowed Norway to become a more stable and influential player in the region, capable of asserting its interests on the broader European stage. Harald's ambition to unite Scandinavia under his rule, though not fully realised, left a lasting legacy that would continue to shape the political dynamics of the region long after his death. From a historical perspective, Harald Hardrada occupies a unique place in the larger narrative of the Viking Age. He is often seen as the bridge between the old world of the Norse seekers and the emerging medieval kingdoms of Europe. His life reflects the transition from the era of Viking raids and exploration to a time when the Norse people began to settle, consolidate their territories, and integrate into the broader European political and cultural milieu. Harald's influence on subsequent Scandinavian and European history is undeniable, as he helped to shape the course of events that would lead to the eventual formation of the modern nation-states of the region. As we reflect on Harald Hardrada's life and legacy, it is clear that his story is not just one of conquest and ambition, but also of the enduring power of legend. Harald's life continues to inspire and captivate, not only as a historical figure, but also as a central character in the rich tapestry of Norse sagas and legends. To truly appreciate the full impact of Harald's legacy, we must delve into the stories and myths that have preserved his memory and ensured that his name would be remembered long after the last Viking ship had sailed. The sagas of Harald Hardrada are a fascinating blend of history and myth, capturing the essence of a man whose life was as epic as the tales themselves. In the Norse sagas, Harald is portrayed not just as a king and warrior, but as a larger-than-life figure, a hero who embodies the indomitable spirit of the Viking Age. These stories depict his adventures across Europe, from the icy fjords of Norway to the opulent courts of Constantinople, painting a picture of a man driven by destiny and an insatiable thirst for glory. In the sagas, Harald's deeds are often amplified to near mythic proportions. Battles that he fought are recounted with vivid detail, his victories celebrated, and even his setbacks portrayed as tests of his character. The sagas do not shy away from showing Harald's flaws, his pride, his ambition, and his occasional ruthlessness. But these are presented as necessary traits of a man who was born to rule. The line between historical fact and legend blurs in these tales, as the chroniclers sought not only to document Harald's life, but also to inspire future generations with the story of a king who was, in many ways, the last great Viking. This blend of fact and myth is is characteristic of the Norse storytelling tradition, where the truth is often intertwined with the fantastical to create narratives that resonate on a deeper, almost spiritual level. The sagas serve as both historical records and moral tales, reflecting the values and beliefs of the society that produced them. In the case of Harald, his portrayal in these stories elevated him to the status of a cultural icon, a figure whose life was seen as the pinnacle of Viking courage and resilience. The cultural impact of these sagas has been profound. Through them, Harald Hardrada's legacy has been preserved and passed down through the centuries, becoming an integral part of Scandinavian cultural memory. The stories of his exploits have helped shape the national identities of the Nordic countries, serving as a reminder of a time when their ancestors ruled the seas and wielded immense power. In this way, the sagas have kept Harald's memory alive, ensuring that he is remembered not just as a historical figure, but as a symbol of the Viking spirit. Moreover, the influence of these sagas extends beyond the borders of Scandinavia. The tales of Harald Hardrada have inspired countless works of literature, art and popular culture, from medieval chronicles to modern novels and films. His story, with its themes of heroism, tragedy, and the pursuit of greatness, continues to resonate with audiences today, offering a window into the world of the Vikings and the enduring allure of their legends. The sagas of Harald Hardrada, in particular, have contributed to the romanticised image of the Viking warrior king, a figure who is both feared and revered, whose life was defined by the pursuit of power and the quest for eternal glory. As we move from the realm of myth back to the realities of history, it becomes clear that the sagas and legends of Harald Hardrada have played a crucial role in shaping how he is remembered. They have ensured that his legacy endures, not just as a king of Norway, but as one of the last great figures of the Viking Age. But beyond the stories and the legends, what can we learn from the life of Harald Hardrada, and what does his legacy mean for us today? To answer these questions, we must reflect on the lessons of his life and the enduring significance of his story. Harald Hardrada's life is truly a tale of epic proportions, a journey that took him from the icy fjords of Norway to the opulent courts of Constantinople, from a young warrior in exile to a king whose name would echo through the ages. For me, his story is one of relentless ambition, unyielding courage, and a desire to carve out a place in history. Harald's rise to power, his strategic brilliance in warfare, and his bold attempt to claim the English throne reflect a man driven by a vision of greatness. Yet, his life was also marked by the inevitable downfall that often accompanies such towering ambitions. Harold's death at the Battle of Stamford Bridge may have ended his quest, but it also cemented his legacy as one of the last great Viking kings. As we conclude our journey through the life of Harald Hardrada, I invite you to reflect on his story and its significance in the grand tapestry of history. To me, Harald's life serves as a reminder of the power of ambition and the fleeting to subscribe to ASMR History, where I love diving into the stories of history's most fascinating figures in a way that's both relaxing and enlightening. By subscribing, you'll be the first to know when I release new videos, so you never miss an episode. Don't forget to like this video if you found it engaging, and hit the notification bell to stay updated on all my latest content. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Harald Hardrada, so please leave a comment below. And if there's a historical figure or event you'd like me to cover in a future video, let me know. I'm always looking for new ideas to explore together. Until next time, I hope you have a great day and or night, and as always, sleep well. In the turbulent dawn of the 11th century, Europe was a cauldron of ambition, power struggles, and shifting allegiances. Kingdoms rose and fell like the tides, and the map of the continent was in constant flux. It was an era defined by the clash of swords, the building of empires, and the relentless pursuit of dominance. Amidst this backdrop of turmoil and transformation, a young boy in the Duchy of Normandy would rise to become one of history's most formidable figures. This is the story of William the Conqueror, the man who would forever change the face of England and leave a legacy that echoes through the ages. The early medieval period, marked by the waning power of the Viking Age and the consolidation of territories under increasingly centralised rulers, set the stage for William's ascent. Normandy, the land of his birth, was itself a product of Viking conquests, a testament to the dynamic and often violent shifts that characterise the era. It was a time when power was won through blood and strategy, where the survival of the fittest was not just a saying, but a reality. In this world, William's rise from the illegitimate son of a duke to the crowned King of England is a saga of remarkable determination, shrewdness, and the ruthless will to rule. Welcome to the ASMR History Hub, where I blend the art of relaxation with the fascinating tales of history's most influential figures. My aim is to take you on a serene yet informative journey through time, using the calming effects of ASMR to bring historical narratives to life in a way that soothes the mind and enriches the soul. To returning viewers, thank you for your ongoing support, and to new viewers, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. Now, let's get back to the video. Today, we embark on an exploration of William the Conqueror, a man whose name is synonymous with conquest and change. His story is not merely about the battle that won him a crown, but about the complex web of alliances, betrayals, and ambitions that defined his path to power. We'll take you through his early years in Normandy, the daring invasion of England, and the profound changes his rule imposed on the country and beyond. Understanding William's journey is crucial, as it provides a lens through which we can view the foundations of modern Europe, the evolution of monarchy, and the enduring impact of medieval politics on today's world. Like any good story, it helps if we start at the beginning. So, let's journey back in time to the rugged landscape of Normandy, where a young William, shaped by the challenges of his time, began to forge his destiny in a world where survival was a game William's early life was marked by both privilege and precariousness. Though the son of a duke, his status was tainted by the circumstances of his birth. He was illegitimate, a fact that would haunt him throughout his early years and cast a shadow over his claim to power. Normandy in the early 11th century was a duchy forged from the fires of conquest and shaped by the volatile mix of Viking aggression and Frankish politics. The land itself was a testament to the turbulent times, a place where strength and cunning were the keys to survival. Robert the Fas, known as Robert the Magnificent, ruled with an iron fist, navigating the complex web of alliances and enmities that defined the region. However, his liaison with Heleva, a woman of humble origins, resulted in the birth of William, a son who would inherit not only his father's title, but also the burdens that came with it. Despite being recognised by his father, William's illegitimacy would prove to be a significant obstacle in a world where bloodlines and legitimacy were paramount. The challenges of illegitimacy in medieval Europe were not merely social, but deeply political. To be born out of wedlock was to carry a mark of inferiority, a stigma that could weaken one's position and invite scorn from both allies and enemies. For William, this meant that his early life was fraught with difficulties that extended beyond the walls of his father's court. His status as a bastard was a point of contention, one that many would use against him in the years to come. Yet, it was precisely these challenges that steeled his resolve and sharpened his ambitions. Tales from his youth, some historical, others legendary, paint a picture of a boy who, despite his circumstances, was determined to rise above the limitations imposed upon him by his birth. These stories of resilience and tenacity would later contribute to the formidable reputation he would earn as William the Conqueror. The death of Robert the Fas in 1035 set off a chain of events that would thrust the young William into a maelstrom of political intrigue and violence. At the tender age of 7, William was thrust into the role of Duke of Normandy, a title that came with immense responsibilities and dangers. Robert's untimely death left a power vacuum, and with it, the stability of Normandy was thrown into jeopardy. The duchy was now in the hands of a child, and this vulnerability did not go unnoticed by the ambitious and rebellious barons who saw an opportunity to seize power for themselves. William's guardians, chosen by Robert to protect and guide him, faced the daunting task of maintaining control in a region known for its fractious nobility. The young duke's position was precarious. He was surrounded by enemies from within and without, each eager to exploit his youth and illegitimacy to their advantage. The barons, many of whom had their own designs on the duchy, posed a constant threat to his rule. Their frequent revolts and betrayals created an atmosphere of perpetual conflict, forcing William to grow up quickly and learn the harsh realities of leadership. Despite these challenges, or perhaps because of them, William began to demonstrate the factious barons under his control and establish a centralised authority that could withstand external threats. This period of early consolidation was marked by a series of calculated moves, both on the battlefield and in the halls of power. William formed strategic alliances with neighbouring rulers and married Matilda of Flanders, a union that strengthened his political position and provided him with the support he needed to maintain his hold on Normandy. Key battles during this time, such as the Battle of Valais-Dune in 1047, were decisive in solidifying his rule. At Valais-Dune, William, with the support of King Henry VI of France, decisively defeated a coalition of rebellious Norman barons. This victory was a turning point, signalling the beginning of William's transformation from a beleaguered duke into a powerful ruler who could command both respect and fear. The young duke's relentless pursuit of power and his ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Norman politics earned him a reputation as a leader not to be trifled with. With Normandy under his command and his reputation as a strong and decisive ruler firmly established, William was ready to expand his influence and secure his future ambitions. The next step in his rise to power would involve not just military might, but also the forging of strategic alliances that would bolster his position on the European stage. His marriage to Matilda of Flanders would prove to be a masterstroke in this regard, setting the stage for further consolidation of his rule in Normandy and beyond, while also laying the groundwork for his eventual claim to the English crown. As William's ambitions grew, so too did the complexities of his relationships with both his vassals and neighbouring kingdoms, all of which played crucial roles in his path to becoming one of the most powerful figures of the medieval world. In 1053, William made a strategic move that would significantly bolster his position both within Normandy and across Europe: his marriage to Matilda of Flanders. Matilda was no ordinary bride. She was a woman of noble birth, the daughter of Baldwin V, Count of Flanders, and a descendant of the French royal family. This union was not just a marriage, but a powerful alliance that brought William into closer connection with the French crown and provided him with a critical ally in the volatile world of medieval European politics. The political significance of this marriage cannot be overstated. By marrying Matilda, William secured an alliance with one of the most influential and powerful families in Europe. Flanders was a thriving and strategically located region, and its support lent William both legitimacy and military strength. Matilda herself was a formidable partner. She was known for her intelligence, piety, and political acumen. Together, they formed a power couple whose influence extended far beyond the borders of Normandy. Matilda's influence on William's rule was profound. She not only managed the duchy during his frequent military campaigns, but also played a crucial role in the upbringing and education of their children, who would carry on the legacy of the Norman dynasty. The couple had at least 9 children, including Robert, who would later become Duke of Normandy, and Henry, who would ascend to the English throne as Henry I. Matilda's ability to maintain order in Normandy during William's absences and her role in the consolidation also had a significant impact on William's power in Normandy and beyond. With Flanders as an ally, William was better positioned to defend his borders against potential threats and to expand his influence. The union strengthened his hand in dealings with both his vassals and his rivals, reinforcing his position as a leading power in northern France. But William's rise to power was not solely based on marriage and alliances. It was also forged on the battlefield and through the astute centralisation of authority. To truly cement his rule in Normandy, William needed to bring his rebellious vassals to heel and ensure their loyalty. The duchy, like much of medieval Europe, was a patchwork of territories controlled by powerful lords, who often acted with a degree of independence that bordered on insubordination. William understood that to maintain control, he needed to be both a warrior and a diplomat, capable of crushing rebellion and rewarding loyalty. One of William's most significant military campaigns during this period was the subjugation of rebellious barons who challenged his authority. These campaigns were not just battles for land, but struggles for the soul of Normandy itself. William's victory at the Battle of Val-les-Dunes in 1047, with the support of King Henry I of France, was a crucial moment in these efforts. This battle saw William decisively defeat a coalition of Norman lords who sought to overthrow him, marking the beginning of his transformation from a vulnerable duke into a powerful and feared ruler. By the late 1050s, William had successfully subdued most of his rebellious vassals, establishing himself as the uncontested ruler of Normandy. William's strategy for centralising authority was both ruthless and effective. He rewarded loyalty with land and titles, creating a network of supporters who were personally invested in his rule. At the same time, he systematically dismantled the power of those who opposed him, either through direct military action or by stripping them of their holdings. William's ability to maintain loyalty among his key Norman lords was critical to his success. He cultivated relationships with powerful figures such as Roger de Beaumont and William Fitzosborne, who became two of his most trusted advisors and military commanders. These men were instrumental in helping William consolidate his power and in laying the groundwork for his future ambitions. While William was solidifying his control over Normandy, he also had to navigate the complex and often treacherous world of international diplomacy. His relations with neighbouring kingdoms were crucial to his success, particularly in his interactions with France and Brittany. William's relationship with King Henry I of France was especially complicated. Although Henry initially supported William during the early years of his rule, their relationship deteriorated as William's power grew. By the late 1050s, Henry had become one of William's most significant rivals, leading to a series of conflicts that tested William's resolve and military prowess. William's ability to navigate these challenges showcased his diplomatic skill. Despite the animosity with King Henry, William managed to maintain his position and even expand his influence. His marriage to Matilda provided him with an ally in Flanders, and his military successes reinforced his reputation as a formidable leader His strategic use of marriage, diplomacy, and military force allowed him to strengthen his control over Normandy and set the stage for his next major endeavour, the conquest of England. The path to the English crown began to take shape in the early 1060s, as William's ambitions extended beyond the borders of Normandy. The death of Edward the Confessor in January 1066 sparked a succession crisis in England, creating an opportunity that William was determined to seize. William claimed that Edward had promised him the throne of England years earlier, a promise that was allegedly reinforced by Harald Godwinson, one of the most powerful noblemen in England. However, when Harold took the crown for himself, William saw this as both a betrayal and a challenge that could not go unanswered. William's claim to the English throne was not merely a matter of ambition. It was also a calculated move to expand his influence and secure his dynasty's future. The events that followed would lead to one of the most famous and consequential invasions in history, the Norman Conquest of England. As the storm clouds of war gathered, William prepared to take a step that would change the course of history and solidify his legacy as one of the most influential figures of the medieval era. The time had come for William to turn his gaze across the Channel, where an entire kingdom awaited its new ruler. The year 1066 would go down in history as one of the most transformative moments in the medieval world. A year when a duke from Normandy crossed the English Channel and forever altered the course of a kingdom. William, now known as the Conqueror, was poised to claim what he believed was rightfully his, the crown of England. But the path to kingship was far from simple. It required meticulous planning, divine endorsement, and the ruthless execution of a military campaign that would culminate in one of the most famous battles in history, the Battle of Hastings. The preparation for the Norman invasion was a monumental undertaking. William, understanding the enormity of the task, spent months gathering his forces, amassing an army of seasoned warriors from across Normandy and beyond. The logistical challenges were immense. Transporting an entire army, along with horses, supplies, and weaponry, across the unpredictable waters of the English Channel was no small feat. To accomplish this, William ordered the construction of a vast fleet, capable of carrying thousands of men and their equipment to English shores. Every detail was considered, from the design of the ships to the timing of the departure, as William knew that a successful landing would be the first critical step toward victory. Yet, military might alone would not suffice to justify such an ambitious invasion. William sought the backing of the Church to lend his cause a sense of moral righteousness. He appealed to Pope Alexander II, presenting his claim to the English throne as divinely sanctioned, particularly highlighting the alleged betrayal by Harald Godwinson, who had sworn an oath of fealty to William years earlier. The papacy, keen to extend its influence in northern Europe and swayed by William's arguments, granted its support. The Pope sent a consecrated banner to William, a symbol that his campaign was blessed by the Church, thus framing the invasion as a holy mission rather than a mere power grab. With both divine and military preparations in place, William Anglo-Saxon army led by King Harald Godwinson. The stakes were enormous, and both sides understood that the outcome of this battle would shape the destiny of the English crown. The battle itself was a brutal, day-long affair, marked by phases of intense combat and strategic manoeuvring. Harold's army, having marched south from their victory at Stamford Bridge, was weary but determined. They took up a defensive position on the high ground of Senlac Hill, forming a formidable shield wall, a tactic that had served them well in previous battles. William, recognising the strength of Harold's position, knew that he would need to break the shield wall to achieve victory. The battle commenced with volleys of arrows from William's archers, followed by a charge from his infantry and cavalry. However, the initial Norman assaults were repelled by the steadfast Saxon shield wall, and the battle hung in the balance. William's forces, despite their best efforts, could not penetrate the Saxon defence. At one point, rumours spread among the Norman ranks that William had been killed, causing panic and a potential rout. In a dramatic moment, William removed his helmet, revealing himself to his troops and rallying them with a call to fight on. The turning point of the battle came with William's use of a feigned retreat, a tactic that lured parts of the Saxon forces into breaking their formation to pursue the retreating Normans. This manoeuvre created gaps in the shield wall, which the Normans exploited with devastating effect. The disciplined Norman cavalry then launched a renewed assault, focusing their efforts on these weakened points in the Saxon line. As the day wore on, the battle became a test of endurance and resolve. The death of Harald Godwinson, struck by an arrow, according to some accounts, in the eye, dealt a catastrophic blow to the Saxon army's morale. Leaderless and exhausted, the Saxon forces began to crumble under the relentless pressure of the Norman onslaught. By the end of the day, the field of battle was strewn with the dead and dying, and the Anglo-Saxon army was in full retreat. William had emerged victorious, and the Battle of Hastings was over. The consequences were immediate and far-reaching. With the death of Harold and the destruction of his army, the path to the English crown lay open for William. Yet, the conquest of England was far from complete. William's victory at Hastings was just the beginning of a more extended campaign to subdue the entire kingdom. Following the Battle of Hastings, William moved quickly to consolidate his hold on England. He marched his army toward London, the heart of Anglo-Saxon power, encountering resistance along the way. However, the death of Harold and the defeat at Hastings had shattered the cohesion of the English nobility. Some regions offered sporadic resistance, but many of the English lords, recognising the inevitability of William's victory, submitted to the Norman Duke, hoping to secure their lands and status under the new regime. William's march to London was marked by both military action and strategic negotiation. His forces encountered pockets of resistance, but these were swiftly dealt with, either through force or through promises of clemency to those who would submit. William's approach was calculated. He understood that outright brutality could foster long-term rebellion, so he balanced military strength with diplomatic overtures. also the beginning of a new era in English history. Yet the ceremony was not without tension. As William took the crown, the Norman guards outside the abbey, misunderstanding the cheers from within as a sign of rebellion, panicked and set fire to nearby buildings. The scene was chaotic, a stark reminder that William's hold on England, though crowned, was still fragile. William's coronation marked the official start of his reign, but the challenges that lay ahead were formidable. England was a conquered land, and the new king faced the daunting task of asserting his authority over a divided and restive population. The coronation itself was a symbolic victory, but William knew that true control over England would require more than a crown. It would require the suppression of rebellions, the establishment of a loyal administration, and the integration of his Norman followers into the English nobility. The first years of William's reign were marked by a series of rebellions, particularly in the north of England, where resistance to Norman rule was strongest. The English nobility, though weakened by the events of 1066, was not entirely subdued, and several lords refused to accept William's authority. The north, in particular, was a hotbed of dissent, with rebellious factions rising against the new king. William responded with a mixture of force and diplomacy, moving quickly to quell any signs of insurrection. One of the most brutal responses to rebellion came in the winter of 1069-1070, during what became known as the Harrying of the North. In response to a series of uprisings, including support for the Danish invasion, William launched a devastating campaign across the northern counties. His forces razed villages, destroyed crops, and slaughtered livestock, leaving the region in a state of desolation. The harrying of the North was a clear message to any would-be rebels. Defiance would be met with ruthless reprisal. The campaign effectively crushed the resistance in the north, but it also left a legacy of bitterness and destruction that would linger for generations. Despite these initial challenges, William demonstrated his capacity as a ruler who could adapt to the complexities of governing a newly conquered land. He began to implement a series of measures to secure his hold on England, including the construction of a network of castles across the country. These castles, such as the Tower of London, served both as fortifications and as symbols of Norman power, strategically placed to control key regions and subdue the local population. William also sought to integrate the Norman and English nobility, redistributing land to his Norman followers while allowing some English lords to retain their holdings, provided they swore loyalty to him. This policy helped to stabilise his rule, as it prevented the complete alienation of the English nobility, while ensuring that his most trusted allies were rewarded with land and titles. As the initial flames of rebellion were extinguished, William turned his attention to the broader governance of his new kingdom. He implemented administrative reforms that would have a lasting impact on England, laying the foundations for a centralised, Norman-controlled state. Yet, even as he established his rule, William remained vigilant, aware that his position as King of England was never entirely secure. With England under his control, William transforming a conquered territory into a cohesive kingdom. His reign would be marked by efforts to solidify his authority, maintain peace, and blend Norman and Anglo-Saxon cultures. The conquest was complete, but now the challenge of ruling a diverse and often restive population lay ahead. As we move forward, we will explore how William navigated the complexities of his reign, balancing the demands of his new kingdom with the ambitions that had driven him from the shores of Normandy to the throne of England. William the Conqueror's reign as King of England marked the beginning of a profound transformation that would reshape the country's social, political, and cultural landscape. Upon seizing the throne, William faced the immense challenge of establishing Norman rule over a land steeped in Anglo-Saxon tradition. His approach was as strategic as it was ruthless, blending military strength with a comprehensive restructuring of English society to ensure his authority was unchallenged. One of William's first priorities was the introduction of Norman culture, law, and governance. He sought to replace the existing Anglo-Saxon aristocracy with loyal Norman barons, ensuring that those in power owed their wealth and status directly to him. This redistribution of land was more than just a reward for his followers. It was a calculated move to cement Norman dominance. The old English nobility was largely dispossessed, their lands handed over to William's trusted supporters, who were expected to defend the realm and maintain order on his behalf. The imposition of Norman law further reinforced William's control. The new legal system was designed to centralise power, with William at the apex. Sheriffs, many of whom were Normans, were appointed to enforce the king's laws and oversee local governance. The introduction of the Domesday Book in 1086 was another significant step in solidifying William's rule. This vast survey of England's lands and resources provided Williams with the information he needed to tax his subjects effectively and to understand the wealth and power of his kingdom. It also served as a clear message. Nothing in England escaped the king's notice. The long-term impacts of these changes were profound. Under William's reign, England became more integrated into the broader European political and cultural sphere, particularly through the influence of Norman customs and language. The fusion of Norman and Anglo-Saxon cultures would eventually give rise to a uniquely English identity. But in the immediate aftermath of the conquest, it created a society deeply divided along lines of ethnicity, language, and class. William's efforts to consolidate his power were perhaps most visibly demonstrated through his ambitious programme of castle building. The castles he erected across England were not just military fortresses. They were symbols of Norman authority and control. These imposing structures, such as the iconic Tower of London, served multiple purposes. They were defensive strongholds, administrative centres, and residences for the Norman elite. Strategically located, often in rebellious regions or along important trade routes, the castles were instrumental in maintaining order and quelling resistance. The construction of these castles laws also facilitated the introduction and consolidation of the feudal system in England. Under this system, William distributed land to his loyal barons in exchange for military service and support. These barons, in turn, granted portions of their lands to knights and lesser nobles, creating a hierarchical structure that bound everyone to the king. The feudal system redefined English society, placing the king at its centre and ensuring that all roads of loyalty led back to him. This system not only helped William control his vast new kingdom, but also laid the groundwork for the development of the English monarchy in the centuries to come. William's relationship with the Church was another crucial aspect of his reign. The Catholic Church played a vital role in legitimising his rule, and William was careful to maintain its support. He appointed Norman bishops and abbots to key positions within the English Church, ensuring that it was firmly under his control. These appointments were not just about loyalty, they were also part of William's broader strategy to integrate Normandy and England more closely. The Church in turn provided the moral and spiritual justification for William's rule, helping to stabilise his authority in a land where he was still seen by many as a foreign conqueror. However, William's relationship with the Church was not without conflict. He was determined to assert his authority over ecclesiastical matters, leading to tensions with the papacy. William refused to allow the Pope to interfere in the governance of England, particularly in the appointment of bishops. This assertion of royal supremacy over the Church in England would have lasting implications, setting the stage for future conflicts between the English crown and the Church. Despite these tensions, the Church remained a crucial ally in William's efforts to consolidate Norman rule and maintain stability in his kingdom. As William aged, his reign was increasingly overshadowed by conflicts within his own family, particularly with his eldest son, Robert Curthose. Robert's relationship with his father was fraught with tension, fueled by a combination of personal rivalry and political ambition. Robert resented William's refusal to grant him more power and autonomy, particularly over the Duchy of Normandy, which Robert believed was rightfully his. This tension eventually boiled over into open rebellion, with Robert attempting to seize control of Normandy in the 1070s. The conflict between father and son was bitter, and while it was temporarily resolved through a reconciliation, it left deep scars on William's family and his legacy. These familial conflicts had significant implications for William's later years. His health began to decline, and he faced the difficult task of securing the succession to his various domains. William's three surviving sons, Robert, William Rufus, and Henry, were all ambitious, and the question of who would inherit what became a source of division. William ultimately decided to divide his lands. Robert would inherit Normandy, William Rufus would become King of England, and Henry was left with a significant sum of money but no lands, setting the stage for future conflicts among the brothers. William's final years were marked by a combination of declining health and persistent challenges to his rule. He spent much of his time dealing with rebellions and unrest in both England still grappling with the after effects of conquest and a legacy of strong but often brutal leadership. As we move to explore William's personality and leadership style, it becomes clear that the traits that defined his reign, ruthlessness, strategic brilliance, and a relentless pursuit of power, were also deeply ingrained in his character. These qualities not only enabled him to conquer and rule England, but also shaped the very nature of his kingship, leaving an indelible mark on the history of both Normandy and England. William the Conqueror was a man whose personality was as formidable as his military conquests. Contemporary accounts paint a picture of a ruler whose presence commanded respect and fear in equal measure. Chroniclers of the time, such as William of Poitiers and Orderic Vitalis, describe him as a figure of immense physical and mental strength, a man driven by an unyielding ambition and a will of iron. He was ruthless when necessary, capable of great cruelty to secure his objectives, but he was also deeply pious, genuinely believing that his actions were sanctioned by divine will. William's ambition was perhaps his most defining trait. From his earliest years, he was determined to rise above the circumstances of his birth and claim the power he believed was his due. This ambition was matched by a strategic mind that allowed him to outmaneuver his enemies both on the battlefield and in the political arena. Yet, despite his ruthlessness, William was also known for his sense of justice, though it was a justice that often served his interests above all. His piety, too, was a double-edged sword. While it guided his personal faith and won him the support of the church, it also provided a convenient justification for his more brutal actions. William's leadership style was a unique blend of military prowess, administrative acumen, and an acute understanding of human nature. On the battlefield, he was a commander of unmatched skill, capable of inspiring loyalty and fear among his troops. His victory at the Battle of Hastings was not just a triumph of arms, but a testament to his ability to think several steps ahead of his opponents. Off the battlefield, William proved to be an astute administrator. He implemented a centralised system of governance in both Normandy and England, one that relied on a network of loyal vassals and a strict hierarchical structure. His creation of the Domesday Book exemplified his methodical approach to ruling, an exhaustive survey that allowed him to assess and control his new kingdom with precision. William's influence extended far beyond the borders of his domains. His reign set new standards for kingship in medieval Europe, blending the feudal system with a centralised monarchy in ways that would be emulated by other rulers. His ability to maintain power in both Normandy and England, despite the constant challenges he faced, set him apart from many of his contemporaries, who struggled to control even a single kingdom. Comparatively, William's rule was marked by a level of stability and order that was rare in the turbulent world of 11th century Europe. As we transition from exploring William's personal qualities to examining the broader impact of his reign, it is clear that his leadership left an indelible mark on both the culture and economy of England. The changes he implemented would Under William the Conqueror's rule, the blending of Norman and Anglo-Saxon cultures began to form a new English identity, one that bore the marks of both its conquerors and its native traditions. This fusion was evident in many aspects of daily life, from the language people spoke to the buildings that dotted the landscape. The most immediate and visible change was in architecture. The Normans introduced the Romanesque style, characterised by massive stone fortresses and grand cathedrals that replaced the simpler wooden structures of the Anglo-Saxons. These imposing buildings, like the Tower of London and the cathedrals at Canterbury and Durham, not only symbolised Norman power, but also became central to the cultural life of the nation. Art and literature also reflected this cultural blending, with manuscripts and religious texts incorporating both Norman and Anglo-Saxon elements, laying the groundwork for the rich tapestry of medieval English culture. Language was another area where the impact of the conquest was deeply felt. The Normans spoke a dialect of Old French, which began to merge with Old English, creating a linguistic blend that would eventually evolve into Middle English. This new language, which was spoken in the courts and among the ruling classes, would slowly filter down through society, influencing everything from legal terminology to everyday speech. Over time, this linguistic integration enriched the English language with thousands of Norman words, many of which are still in use today. Economically, the Norman Conquest brought about significant changes in land ownership and governance. William redistributed vast tracts of land to his Norman followers, displacing the Anglo-Saxon nobility and creating a new feudal order. This shift not only altered the social hierarchy, but also introduced Norman economic practices, which were more centralised and efficient than the previous Anglo-Saxon systems. The Domesday Book, commissioned by William in 1086, was a critical tool in this transformation. This comprehensive survey of England's lands and resources allowed William to implement a more systematic approach to taxation and governance, ensuring that every piece of land was accounted for and that taxes were collected with precision. The long-term economic effects of these changes were far-reaching. The introduction of the feudal system created a more structured society where economic obligations were clearly defined, linking land ownership directly to service to the crown. This restructuring also facilitated the growth of towns and markets, laying the foundations for the development of a more dynamic and interconnected economy in the centuries to come. The conquest, while initially disruptive, ultimately led to a more stable and prosperous England, setting the stage for the country's emergence as a major European power. As we reflect on the sweeping cultural and economic changes brought by William's conquest, it becomes clear that these transformations were just the beginning of his lasting influence. The imprint he left on England went far beyond castles and language. It reshaped the very foundations of society. Now we turn to explore William's enduring legacy, a legacy that would echo through the centuries, defining the future of both England and Europe in ways few could have imagined. William the Conqueror Conqueror's legacy is perhaps most tangibly embodied in the Domesday Book, a monumental achievement that stands as one of the most important documents in English history. Compiled in 1086, just a year before William's death, the Domesday Book was an exhaustive survey of landholdings and resources across England. It was an unprecedented project, driven by William's desire to consolidate his control over the newly conquered kingdom and to ensure that every piece of land, every village, and every manor was accounted for and could be taxed accordingly. The process of compiling the Domesday Book was an immense undertaking. Royal commissioners were dispatched to every shire in England, where they gathered information from local juries composed of landholders, both Norman and English. These juries were required to answer detailed questions about the ownership, value, and use of land, as well as the obligations of its occupants. The level of detail in the Domesday Book is staggering. It records not only the names of landowners, but also the number of ploughs, mills, livestock, and even the presence of fish ponds on estates. This meticulous survey provided William with a comprehensive overview of the wealth and resources at his disposal, allowing him to exercise precise control over the kingdom's economy. For historians, the Domesday Book is an invaluable resource, offering a snapshot of England in the late 11th century. It provides insights into the social structure, economy, and landscape of the time, making it an essential tool for understanding the medieval period. But for William, the Domesday Book was more than just a record. It was a symbol of his authority. By cataloguing the kingdom's assets so thoroughly, William reinforced his dominance, demonstrating that every inch of land was under his watchful eye. The Domesday Book also served as a means of solidifying the feudal system he had implemented, ensuring that the obligations of vassals to their lords and ultimately to the king were clearly defined and enforced. William's influence on English culture and governance extends far beyond the Domesday Book. The blending of Norman and Anglo-Saxon cultures under his reign laid the foundation for the future of England. The Normans brought with them not only new architectural styles and language, but also new approaches to governance and law. The introduction of the feudal system, the centralisation of power under the monarchy, and the integration of Norman legal practices all contributed to the evolution of English governance. These changes were not merely superficial. They redefined the relationship between the crown and its subjects, establishing precedents that would influence the English legal system for centuries. The cultural impact of William's reign is equally profound. The fusion of Norman and Anglo-Saxon traditions created a uniquely English identity, one that blended the strengths of both cultures. The Norman influence is evident in the development of the English language, which absorbed thousands of Norman French words and phrases, enriching its vocabulary and complexity. This linguistic blending would eventually give rise to Middle English, the language of Chaucer, and the precursor to modern English. In art and architecture, the Norman Conquest ushered in the Romanesque style, with its grand cathedrals and stone castles, leaving a lasting mark on the English landscape. marked the end of an era, but it also set the stage for new conflicts and challenges. After suffering a severe injury during a campaign in northern France, William's health deteriorated rapidly. On his deathbed, he faced the difficult task of dividing his vast territories among his sons. His eldest son, Robert Curthose, was granted Normandy, while his second son, William Rufus, received the crown of England. His youngest son, Henry, was left with a substantial amount of money, but no lands, a decision that would sow the seeds of future discord within the family. The division of William's lands led to a series of conflicts between his sons, as each sought to expand their power and influence. Robert and William Rufus were frequently at odds, with Robert challenging his brother's rule over England. These familial conflicts not only weakened the stability of William's legacy, but also set a precedent for the dynastic struggles that would plague the English crown for generations. Despite these challenges, William's reign left an indelible mark on England and Normandy, shaping the political and cultural landscape of both regions. As we turn our attention to the legacy of William's descendants, it becomes clear that the impact of his reign did not end with his death. The Norman dynasty he established will continue to influence the course of English and European history, as his heirs grappled with the challenges of maintaining the vast empire he had forged. The story of William the Conqueror is one of ambition, conquest and transformation, and the legacy of his descendants would carry these themes forward, shaping the future of a kingdom that would grow into one of the most powerful nations in the world. The legacy of William the Conqueror was carried forward by his sons, whose reigns shaped the course of English and Norman history in ways both expected and surprising. William's second son, William II, known as William Rufus, ascended to the English throne after his father's death in 1087. His reign was marked by a continuation of his father's centralised rule, but with a distinctively different approach. William Rufus was known for his ruthlessness and his strained relationship with the church, which contrasted with his father's more calculated piety. His reign was characterised by frequent conflicts, both with his own barons and with his brother Robert Curthose, who ruled Normandy. Despite these challenges, William Rufus managed to maintain control over England until his mysterious death in 1100, which left the throne to his younger brother, Henry I. Henry I, the youngest of William's sons, proved to be a shrewd and capable ruler. Known as Henry Beauclerc for his scholarly interests, he skillfully navigated the complexities of ruling both England and Normandy. Henry's reign saw a consolidation of his father's legacy, with continued efforts to strengthen royal authority and centralise governance. He also worked to repair relations with the church, balancing his father's legacy with his own vision for the kingdom. One of Henry's most significant contributions was the development of the English legal system, laying the groundwork for what would eventually become English common law. However, his reign was not without turmoil. His efforts to secure the succession for his daughter, Matilda, led to a period of civil war descendants extended well beyond their individual reigns. The Norman dynasty, established by William and continued through his sons, played a crucial role in shaping the future of England and Normandy. The fusion of Norman and Anglo-Saxon cultures, initiated by William, continued to evolve under his descendants, leaving a lasting imprint on English law, governance, and society. The architectural and cultural legacies of the Normans, seen in the grand castles and cathedrals that still stand today, are a testament to the enduring influence of William's conquest. Moreover, the Norman legacy persisted through the subsequent generations, influencing the Plantagenet dynasty that would follow. The lineage of William the Conqueror intertwined with the future rulers of England, establishing a precedent for the strong, centralised monarchy that would become a hallmark of English governance. The descendants of William not only maintained the lands and titles he had won, but also expanded upon his achievements, ensuring that the Norman influence would remain a cornerstone of English history for centuries to come. As we draw near to the conclusion of William the Conqueror's story, it's clear that his legacy is not merely a chapter in history, but a foundation upon which much of English and European history was built. The journey of his life and the lives of his descendants reveals the profound and lasting impact of his conquest, which continues to echo through the ages. William the Conqueror's life has always struck me as a remarkable journey of ambition, strategy, and transformation. From his early years as a young duke in Normandy, weighed down by the stigma of illegitimacy, William rose to become one of the most powerful figures in medieval Europe. His determination to carve out his place in history led him across the English Channel, where in 1066 he secured one of the most famous victories in European history at the Battle of Hastings. This victory not only earned him the English crown, but also laid the foundation for a reign that would fundamentally reshape the cultural and political landscape of England. As I reflect on William's rule, what stands out is his unwavering commitment to consolidating his power. He didn't just conquer England, he transformed it. He introduced Norman governance, restructured the social hierarchy, and made sure that every corner of his kingdom was firmly under his control. The Domesday Book, a testament to his meticulous nature, remains one of the most valuable historical documents, offering us a glimpse into the England he helped to create. William's reign was defined by his unique ability subscribe to the ASMR History Hub for more ASMR history content. You can also share your thoughts or suggestions for future topics in the comments below. Your support helps me continue bringing history to life in a way that's both relaxing and informative. Wherever you are in the world, I hope things are okay and you have a great day and or night, and as always, sleep well. Hello everyone, welcome back to ASMR History. Today we're diving into one of the most tumultuous periods in European history, the 100 Years' War. Over the next few hours, we'll explore the epic saga of this protracted conflict between England and France that reshaped nations, influenced culture, and gave rise to legendary figures like Joan of Arc. So, sit back, relax, and let the whispers of history guide you through the tales of battles, betrayals, and heroism. The 100 Years' War, a saga of epic proportions, unfolds before us in three distinct phases, each marked by its own defining characteristics. The Edwardian phase, marked by iconic battles such as Crécy and Poitiers, saw the rise of English longbowmen and the emergence of legendary figures like Edward I and the Black Prince, setting the stage for the ensuing chapters of this grand narrative. Transitioning into the Carolingian phase, a delicate balance between the warring factions gave way to conflicts spilling into new territories, immortalising key figures like John of Gaunt and Bertrand du Guesclin, as well as the strategic manoeuvres of the English chevauchés and the formidable French professional forces in engagements at Cocherel and Pontvalin. The Lancastrian era, culminating in the iconic victory at Agincourt under King Henry VIII, witnessed the internal strife within France between the Burgundians and the Armagnacs, ultimately finding salvation in the form of the indomitable Joan of Arc. Her pivotal role in shifting the tide of the war at Orléans paved the way for Prince Charles to reclaim the throne, leading to decisive victories at Bataille, Formigny, and Castillon, marking the triumphant conclusion of this historic conflict and the resurgence of French dominance. The 100 Years' War, a significant conflict in European history, traces its origins back to the Norman Conquest of England in 1066. This event led to a complex situation where English rulers held lands in France as vassals of the French monarchs, while also ruling a powerful kingdom. By 1224, all English territories in France had been conquered by the French, except for Gascony in the southwest. Gascony, an important region for England due to its lucrative wine trade, had strong ties to the English crown and little connection to the rest of France. These factors created tensions that ultimately culminated in the outbreak of the 100 Years' War, a prolonged conflict between England and France. Despite attempts at diplomacy, disputes over inheritance and land between the two countries escalated, leading to the development of military capabilities and strategies on both sides. The death of Charles IV of France in 1328 without a male heir sparked a succession crisis, with Edward III of England chose Philip of Valois as the new king, further fueling the animosity between England and France. This decision, rooted in ancient laws and family rivalries, set the stage for the protracted conflict known as the 100 Years' War, shaping the course of history for both nations. Edward's position was intricately intertwined with both his familial ties and the political landscape of his time. At the outset, he found himself under the influence of Isabella and Roger Mortimer, aligning himself with Philip VI in 1329. However, as he matured, Edward orchestrated a strategic move to remove Mortimer from power and exile Isabella. This bold manoeuvre allowed him to assert his authority and establish his reign over the kingdom, showcasing his newfound autonomy and strength. The year 1333 marked a significant turning point for Edward, as he led a successful military campaign to the north, securing a decisive victory over France's Scottish allies at Halidon Hill. This triumph forced David II to seek refuge in Paris, compelling France to take Scottish interests into account in future negotiations. Faced with increasing tensions with the French monarch, Edward made the controversial decision to offer sanctuary to Robert d'Artois, a French exile. This choice exacerbated the strained relations between Edward and Philip VI, ultimately laying the groundwork for the onset of the 100 Years' War in 1337. The conflict between Edward and Philip VI escalated when the French king declared that Aquitaine was no longer under Edward's jurisdiction, citing his harbouring of Robert Artois as a provocation. This declaration marked the official commencement of hostilities between the two powers, with skirmishes breaking out in Gascony as Edward sought alliances and support in Flanders. The underlying issues of feudal loyalty and centralised governance fueled the ongoing strife, shaping the Edwardian era of Plantagenet rule and setting the stage for the tumultuous events that would define Edward's reign. In a bold move to finance his campaign in France, Edward made the controversial decision to sell England's royal crown, a symbol of the monarchy's power and prestige. With the funds gathered from this sale, he assembled a formidable army of 12,000 troops to confront his adversary, Philip, on the battlefield at Flamingery in October. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, Edward displayed remarkable bravery and tactical acumen. The ensuing confrontation resulted in a tense standoff, during which Edward strategically retreated to friendly territory, avoiding a direct confrontation with Philip's forces. This decision ultimately prevented further conflict and allowed Edward to regroup and plan his next move. However, the aftermath of the campaign in 1339 left a trail of devastation in the regions traversed by Edward's army, impacting the local populations and resources. During the medieval period, military strategies often focused on weakening the enemy's infrastructure and resources to destabilise their government and economy. Edward, inspired by the success of such tactics in affluent regions like northern France, devised the ruthless chevauchée. These cost-effective raids were intended to systematically devastate the territories they passed through, disrupting agriculture to these threats, Edward proclaimed himself King of England and France in Kent in 1340, further inflaming tensions between the two nations. The strategic importance of naval power became evident as Edward mobilised reinforcements and converted merchant vessels into warships to bolster his forces. The naval conflict reached a critical point at Sluys, where the English fleet, under Edward's command, faced off against a coalition of French, Castilian and Genoese forces. Edward's decisive actions and naval prowess played a crucial role in shaping the outcome of the conflict and solidifying his position as a formidable leader in the ongoing struggle for dominance in Europe. Despite facing opposition from his advisors, King Edward III of England displayed remarkable determination when he decided to confront the formidable French armada of 200 ships that were anchored near the Swin River estuary in present-day Belgium. His unwavering resolve to engage in battle, despite criticism of the risky naval attack, demonstrated his strong leadership and courage. The French fleet, led by inexperienced naval commanders, consisted of a diverse range of vessels, manned by a substantial number of sailors and soldiers, presenting a formidable adversary. In contrast, the English fleet was smaller in size, but comprised a formidable force of experienced combatants, including skilled men-at-arms and archers. King Edward III, having gathered valuable intelligence about the French fleet's positioning through espionage, strategically planned the attack for the following day to capitalise on favourable circumstances. The English fleet's organised advance in 3 tiers caught the anchored French ships off guard, preventing them from utilising their rear lines effectively. The skilled English longbowmen played a pivotal role in the battle, unleashing a devastating barrage of arrows that caused chaos among the French vessels and incapacitated their crossbowmen. As a result, the French front line faced swift defeat as English troops seized control of their enfeebled ships, leading to a decisive victory for King Edward III and his English armada. The retreat of the Genoese galleys further solidified the English triumph, as the French front line either sank or surrendered, marking a significant triumph for King Edward III and his strategic naval campaign. As the English advanced towards the smaller vessels in the second line, they swiftly gained a significant upper hand over the French. Simultaneously, a fleet of Flemish boats set sail from nearby ports, launching a surprise attack on the French armada from the rear. This unexpected assault proved to be a catastrophic blow to the Valois fleet, further tipping the scales stark contrast, the English emerged from the battle with minimal losses in ships, but significant casualties among their men, solidifying their resounding triumph and dealing a severe blow to French morale. After engaging in campaigns in the Scheldt Valley against the Count of Hainault and Flemish rebels in early 1340, the French army faced a strategic shift towards safeguarding the French borders, particularly focusing on the defence of Arras. King Edward strategically planned a dual offensive with his Flemish and Imperial allies, with the aim of decisively striking northern France. Leading the larger force towards Tournai for a siege, Edward coordinated a secondary army under Robert d'Artois to Saint-Omer, leveraging his regional alliances. Upon reaching the outskirts of Saint-Omer on July 16th, Robert d'Artois encountered a fortified town defended by the Duke of Burgundy and Count of Arras, Eudes. The Duke's reinforcements, along with support from the Count of Armagnac, bolstered the defence, presenting a formidable challenge for the besieging forces. With a mix of troops, including longbowmen, Flemish soldiers, and men-at-arms, Robert d'Artois initiated the siege of Arques, establishing a strategic camp. Sensing the impending arrival of the main French army by the 26th, Robert d'Artois opted to provoke the garrison into open conflict, strategically positioning his forces with archers in the rear and a reserve contingent at the ready. Robert prepared for a confrontation. Despite the Duke of Burgundy's advice to remain within the safety of the walls, a group of eager knights and part of the garrison ventured out to engage the Flemish forces. The ensuing clash saw the Flemish troops effectively utilising their defensive placements to repel the French. However, as the battle unfolded into a chaotic melee, with both sides fiercely contesting the field, the tides of the conflict ebbed and flowed throughout the day. The skirmish showcased the tactical prowess of both the French and Flemish forces, highlighting the intensity and unpredictability of the ongoing conflict. In the midst of the ongoing conflict, the Duke of Burgundy and the Count of Armagnac made strategic decisions to join the battle. The Count, flanked by his heavily armoured knights, bravely led a charge against the Flemish forces, dealing a significant blow to their left flank. The Flemish second line soon retreated to their camp, only to be relentlessly pursued and suffer heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the Duke of Burgundy faced off against the English forces on the right flank. Despite an initial advantage, the French men-at-arms were eventually forced to retreat to the safety of their fortifications, resulting in significant losses for the Duke. As night fell and both armies grew weary from the prolonged combat, the English and French forces passed each other, with the English soldiers returning to their camp victorious. The following day witnessed Robert d'Artois rallying his fleeing allies and presenting a comprehensive report to Edward. Subsequently, the French forces advanced towards Tournai, eventually setting up a camp at Bovine in early September after the intense conflict at Saint-Omer. On a different front, Edward and his allies had besieged Tournai from July onwards, but found themselves unable to breach the city's defences. Rising tensions among Edward Edward and his allies, exacerbated by financial constraints and differing strategic perspectives, eventually led to negotiations that culminated in the lifting of the siege and the signing of the Truce of Esplichin. Back in England, Edward grappled with mounting challenges involving creditors and internal discord, particularly concerning tax collectors and ministers. The 100 Years' War took on a new dimension as the Breton Civil War evolved into a proxy struggle following the death of Duke John III of Brittany. The power struggle between John of Montfort and Charles of Blois for control over the duchy ignited a civil conflict, with Montfort initially seizing territories within the duchy while facing opposition from other feudal lords. The support for each claimant varied among the populace, with merchants and peasants largely favouring John, while the nobility predominantly sided with Charles. During the tumultuous events in the towns of Brittany, the reactions to Montfort's rise varied widely among the populace. Some welcomed him, while others resisted his influence. As the summer drew to a close, Montfort had managed to assert control over a substantial portion of the duchy, causing concern among the French king, who was preoccupied with impending negotiations with the English. Rumours of Montfort potentially aligning with the English monarch prompted the French king to declare support for Charles of Blois, setting the stage for a conflict that would shape the future of Brittany. In the autumn of 1341, a significant French army laid siege to the town of Champtoceau, leading to a fierce confrontation with Montfort's forces. Despite his efforts to relieve the besieged town, Montfort was ultimately forced to retreat after 2 days of intense fighting. The French troops continued their advance, eventually reaching the Breton capital of Nantes. Following a brief siege, Montfort surrendered to the French forces, who promptly imprisoned him. This turn of events allowed Charles of Blois to consolidate his control over the eastern region of the duchy, winning over many who had previously supported Montfort. In response, Montfort's wife, Jeanne of Flanders, took charge of her husband's faction and resources, retreating to Finistère to await English reinforcements in the coming spring. The situation in Brittany presented an opportunity for Edward III of England to challenge Philip VI of France by opening a new front in the conflict. The strategic importance of Brittany's coastline for English trade and military operations necessitated a friendly ruler in the duchy, despite facing logistical challenges in assembling a fleet. Edward managed to send reinforcements in August 1342, led by the Earl of Northampton and Robert of Artois. Their arrival from England helped relieve the siege at Brest and pushed back Charles of Blois, marking a significant turn in the conflict in Brittany. The ensuing battles and sieges across various regions of Brittany further intensified the conflict. A French cavalry charge near Morlaix resulted in heavy losses for the French forces, while King Edward's personal involvement in the siege of Vannes did not yield the desired results. Raids and skirmishes in different territories caused widespread destruction and sapped French morale. In December, a French royal army launched a counter-offensive John VI took proactive steps to try to end the conflict by convening a peace summit at Avignon the following year. Despite the Pope's efforts, neither side was willing to agree to the terms proposed by the other, leading to the continuation of the war without any respite. The conflict in Brittany persisted, as Charles of Blois perceived the civil war for the duchy as a personal vendetta between himself and Montfort, rather than a larger dispute between England and France. English supporters managed to seize control of Vannes and Breda towards the end of 1343, but Blois was able to capture the crucial town of Quimper in the subsequent year. This triumph, coupled with Montfort's passive approach and his desire to regain the favour of the French king, resulted in the collapse of the pro-English faction, causing many to seek refuge at Blois' court. The forces of Edward III were only able to maintain control over Vannes, Brest and Hennebon. The Battle of Crécy in 1346 signified a significant campaign by the English army into Gascony, with a substantial contingent led by the Earl of Derby successfully reclaiming Bergerac and defeating a French counter-offensive in October. This allowed Edward to regroup and organise his troops in England. Departing from Porchester in July 1346, he landed at the Norman port of La Hogue with a formidable military force, catching the local population by surprise. The untouched battleground in Normandy posed a threat to any potential levies the Valois king sought to impose, tarnishing Philip's reputation and goading him into a swift confrontation. The English forces embarked on a destructive campaign across the Cotentin Peninsula, deliberately devastating Normandy's fertile lands. Upon reaching Caen on July 26th, Edward III accepted the surrender of its defenders, although his troops engaged in violent acts of pillaging, arson and indiscriminate killings. Over a 3-day period, 3,000 residents perished, and the king began sending ships filled with looted riches back to England. As terrified refugees fled in his wake, the English monarch advanced towards Paris. Meanwhile, Philip VI was mobilising a substantial army near Saint-Denis upon hearing of the invasion, but it was not yet ready for battle and unable to intervene. Upon arriving in Poissy, Edward swiftly took action by deploying raiding parties to set fire to the surrounding towns, sending a clear message to Philip's people about their inability to protect them. This bold move was a strategic demonstration of English power and dominance, visible even from the outskirts of Paris. The English forces under Edward's command began their journey back north, but the French army quickly initiated pursuit, almost catching Edward off guard near the Somme River. Crossing the river successfully, the battle-tested English army established camp in the forest of Crécy on August 26, 1346. Despite skillfully evading the larger French army led by Philip, thus far, the Valois monarch's vanguard was closing in, leading to the anticipation of a decisive confrontation. After conducting a brief reconnaissance, a strategic plan was devised. As the elite troops of Philip's army neared, Edward strategically positioned his forces on a raised ridge between Crécy and Waudecourt, enticing the French to engage in battle. positioned strategically on the flanks, bolstered by defensive fortifications like pits, trenches and stakes. Edward personally motivated his troops, instilling courage in those who may have been hesitant and emphasizing the importance of discipline to maintain order. He prohibited unauthorized looting to keep the army focused and unified. With morale boosted and discipline enforced, Edward allowed his soldiers a brief respite to rest, eat and prepare for the impending battle. Positioned atop a windmill overseeing his reserve division, the king assumed command of the field. On the other side, King Philip's French army, consisting of around 30,000 soldiers, began its slow advance in the late afternoon, including mounted knights, foot soldiers and crossbowmen. With the sun setting and troops fatigued, Philip intended to heed his scouts' advice by encamping for the night, preparing for the upcoming battle. At the break of dawn, the soldiers found themselves invigorated and prepared for the day ahead. Despite Philip's initial arrogance and lack of restraint, circumstances dictated that he lead an attack. The Valois forces, commanded by Philip, commenced their assault around 6 p.m. The Genoese and French crossbowmen took the lead up the ridge without their protective pavy shields, only to be met by a sudden, fierce thunderstorm that hindered their progress. The English longbowmen, with their superior range, swiftly unleashed a devastating barrage of arrows upon the crossbowmen, causing chaos and forcing the French to retreat. Witnessing what he perceived as cowardice among the retreating troops, the Count of Alençon ordered the knights to charge forward, inadvertently causing casualties among their own foot soldiers. This failed strategy stalled the progression of the knights and left them struggling at the base of the ridge. Despite some armoured warriors managing to breach the English line, they were quickly dispatched by Edward's infantry. The initial attack proved disastrous, but the day was far from over. Undeterred by the setback, the French mounted knights persistently launched assaults on the English front line, putting immense pressure on the right flank, where the Black Prince narrowly escaped death. Surrounded by enemy forces, the Black Prince sought aid from his father, only to be denied with the memorable words, "Let the boy earn his spurs, for I wish him to achieve all the glory." Eventually, the king sent 20 elite knights to support his son, who had regrouped and repelled the attack before the enemy could strike again. In a subsequent offensive, the blind King of Bohemia, John, instructed his knights to tether their horses to his own and lead him into battle. This charge initially saw progress despite the fatigue of Edward's troops preventing them from immediately pursuing Philip. The king was resolute in capitalizing on this significant victory. Following the burial of the fallen French princes, the English forces embarked on a march northwards, plundering the countryside and unwalled towns until they reached the strategically vital town of Calais. Positioned near Allied Flanders, easily resupplied from England and equipped with a port, Calais was recognised as the perfect entry point for future incursions into France. The Siege of Calais was initiated on September 4th, 1346, with prominent figures like Jean de Forceau and Jean de Vienne leading the defence against the English onslaught. Edward established a sizable encampment, fortified key entrances, and cut off French relief efforts, all while ensuring a steady influx of reinforcements and supplies from England and Flanders. Furthermore, sporadic raids into the French heartland were carried out by the English forces, adding to the pressure on the French. Taking advantage of the diversion caused by the English activities in the north, the Earl of Derby, now also known as the Earl of Lancaster, expanded English dominion in Gascony and launched a coordinated offensive in September. Lancaster's strategic approach aimed at both expanding Gascon borders and disrupting the French hold on Paris. Leading a devastating campaign northwards, his forces pillaged the prosperous city of Poitiers and its environs before retracing their steps back to Gascony. Moreover, the English celebrated a significant victory when a Scottish invasion, prompted by France, was decisively crushed at Neville's Cross near Durham in October, resulting in the capture of the Scottish king and numerous nobles. These dual successes dealt a severe blow to the French administration, which grappled with the efficient allocation of resources. Despite minor disruptions in the English supply chains, major military actions were postponed. The protracted siege of Calais continued through the harsh winter, marked by a stalemate where neither side could gain a decisive advantage. While the French managed to resupply the besieged garrison by sea, Edward's repeated assaults on the city walls, bolstered by artillery and stone throwers, proved ineffective. The besieging forces suffered from dwindling numbers due to desertions and illnesses. It was only in June that Philip mustered adequate forces to advance, following Edward's successful severing of Calais supply routes, subjecting the city to deprivation and increasing pressure on its defenders. The grand plan to launch an attack through Flanders and encircle the English from the north faced significant challenges as the vanguards encountered obstacles along the way. As the situation in Calais became critical, Philip made the tough decision to move his forces towards the besieged town, only to find that the English had fortified their positions too strongly, making it impossible to provide relief. Eventually, Philip had to surrender control of Calais, which fell into English hands until 1558 obstacles persisted, prompting his retreat from the continent after signing the Truce of Calais in September 1347. Upon his return to England, he celebrated the success of the Crecy campaign with a grand tournament featuring prominent prisoners of war. Meanwhile, in France, Philip VI faced criticism from his Estates General for his defeat and was barred from raising taxes. Despite the humiliation, the French aristocracy united to fund a major invasion of England. Orders were swiftly issued and preparations began for a renewed conflict, with a new fleet under construction and towns being assessed for the upcoming levy. However, a looming catastrophe thwarted the impending war: the Black Death. The deadly Yersinia pestis, which had devastated the Byzantine Empire, emerged in Central Asia in the early 14th century. Khan Janibek's army was decimated by the plague during the siege of Kaffa in 1346, leading to infected corpses being catapulted into the city. The disease spread westward through fleeing Italian citizens, reaching Italy by the end of 1347, and then France before advancing to England by mid-1348. This devastating pandemic, marking the most significant demographic crisis in European history, claimed countless lives, including those of the elite. The feudal economy, a hierarchical system that encompassed nobles and peasant labourers, experienced a collapse in the revenue generated through taxes as a result of the devastating impact of the plague. Estimates suggest that between a third and half of Europe's population perished during the initial onslaught of the Black Death, leading to widespread fears of an imminent societal breakdown. By 1350, the aftermath of the plague had caused a significant depletion in both manpower and financial resources, bringing military operations to a halt as nations struggled to recover. Amidst this chaos, the succession of John II to the French throne following the death of King Philip VI further complicated the already tumultuous political landscape in Europe. The Breton Civil War saw the English gaining the upper hand by capturing Charles the Blois, sparking fierce conflicts between the Blois and Montfort factions. The iconic Combat of the 30, a famous showdown between English and French troops, resulted in the surrender of the English forces, showcasing the intensity of the clashes during this period. In 1352, a French military contingent clashed with English troops in Brittany near the village of Moron. Despite being outnumbered, the English soldiers valiantly stood their ground, refusing to surrender and engaging in direct combat. This defiance displayed by the English troops highlighted the persistence and determination of soldiers during this tumultuous period in European history. Employing a strategic and calculated manoeuvre, the English forces orchestrated a brilliant cavalry charge that encircled Bentley's men at arms, while simultaneously launching an assault on the other two flanks. This complex manoeuvre proved highly effective in shattering the archers' defences, causing them to scatter and leaving Bentley's central forces vulnerable to attacks from both sides. Despite the brave resistance put up by the men-at-arms, the archers on the left managed to repel their assailants, creating a gap for their comrades to exploit. The English centre swiftly retaliated against the French right flank, forcing the enemy to retreat and succumb to the deadly accuracy of the English longbowmen. The battle resulted in significant casualties on both sides, with the French suffering particularly heavy losses, including their leader and a significant number of Breton knights. Following the decisive victory, Charles of Blois entered into negotiations with King Edward, agreeing to a substantial ransom payment and recognising Brittany as a neutral territory in exchange for being acknowledged as the Duke of Brittany. While the terms of the agreement were not fully upheld, they effectively brought Brittany under English influence for the following years, despite simmering tensions between the claimants. The situation escalated when the English king proposed relinquishing his claim to the French throne in return for territorial gains and suzerainty over Flanders. Although initially accepting the terms, Jean II later reneged on the agreement, reigniting hostilities between the two powers. The resumption of hostilities was triggered by England's collaboration with King Charles II of Navarre, who had a strong claim to the French throne. With the backing of England, Charles II orchestrated the assassination of the Franco-Castilian Constable of France, further fueling animosity between the factions. Efforts to mediate a peace agreement between the French and Navarrese rulers proved futile, as Charles remained dissatisfied, prompting Edward III to resume military campaigns as the impact of the plague waned. Additionally, prominent Gascon nobles made a significant journey north for a momentous event at the beginning of the same year. Thomas, the son of the monarch, arrived at court with grim news and an urgent request for assistance. The situation in Gascony had been dire since 1352, with the French Count of Armagnac, Jean besieging Edward's ancestral territories. By May 1354, Bordeaux, the primary city in the region, was on the brink of falling to Armagnac forces. The Gascons, desperate for help, implored King Edward to send aid, leading him to order his son, Edward of Woodstock, to gather an army and sail to the troubled region in southern France. In September 1355, the Black Prince and his troops reached Bordeaux and were joined by additional reinforcements from Gascony. While the French ruler mobilised his forces, their efforts were too slow to save the southern territories from the advancing English army. The Black Prince and his soldiers embarked on a ruthless chevauchée, devastating Armagnac lands and disrupting the French military campaign. Despite being outnumbered, the Count of Armagnac chose to remain stationed in Toulouse as the English troops wreaked havoc on towns like Carcassonne and Narbonne. After inflicting significant damage, the Black Prince's army began the journey back to Gascony, facing minimal resistance along the way. The incursion left over 500 settlements in ruins, weakening the French monarch's tax revenue and tarnishing his military reputation. Spending the winter in Gascony, the Black Prince focused on administrative tasks and minor military actions. The success of the initial chevauchée, combined with reinforcements from England and new allies in Gascony, paved the way for a second expedition into French territory. In 1356, the prince led another swift campaign, swiftly advancing through various towns mere days after departing. The Black Prince's army, led by Edward, made their way through the French countryside, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake as they advanced towards Belek on August 16th. It was a strategic move, as the town belonged to a noble with ties to the English royal family, and thus the soldiers were ordered to refrain from causing any harm. However, as they continued their march, they encountered growing resistance from the French locals who had started to fight back against the invading forces. Despite the challenges, Edward managed to reach his Sudan on the 24th, but his attempt to capture the fortified city was unsuccessful, leading him to opt for destroying its outskirts before moving on. Just a few days later, near Vierzon, a group of 200 raiders engaged in a skirmish with a French reconnaissance party, capturing a few prisoners who revealed that Jean II was amassing a large army to confront the Black Prince's forces. To understand the reasons behind Jean's delayed response to the Black Prince's movements, one must delve into the events of early 1356 in northern France. A fragile truce between Jean and Charles the Bad had been shattered by rumours of the latter seeking refuge with Edward III, compelling Jean to take action. Charles' close ties to the French Dauphin Charles only fueled suspicion, leading to a brutal crackdown in Rouen in April 1356. This incident prompted an alliance between Charles's brother Philip and the English monarch, allowing Jean to seize Navarre's territories in the region. Jean's campaign to capture these territories, starting with the siege of Breteuil on July 12th, was complicated by new threats from the north and south, including the Black Prince's chevauchée and an invasion by Henry, Duke of Lancaster, in Normandy. Recognising the need to address the growing crisis, Jean swiftly ended the siege of Breteuil, paid off the defenders, and marched to Chartres to rally his nobles. As these events unfolded, the Black Prince lingered in Vierzon, contemplating his next move as news of Jean's actions reached him. Realising the vulnerability of his position and the looming threat of pursuit, Edward knew he had to swiftly retreat to friendly territory to avoid being caught in a precarious situation. As Edward hastily led his troops in a strategic withdrawal along the Cher River, he faced numerous obstacles that slowed his progress. For instance, the prolonged siege at Romoranti and the failed attempt by the Duke of Lancaster to join forces caused significant delays, allowing Jean's army to draw closer. With Jean's forces hot on their trail, Edward's army reached a critical juncture at La Haye, realising they were within a day's march of their pursuers. Despite his temptation to pursue the retreating English, Jean opted for a more strategic approach, leveraging his knowledge of the terrain to position his troops advantageously east of the Vienne River. This decision set the stage for a pivotal confrontation at Chauvigny, where a cavalry-heavy segment of Jean's army crossed the river to prepare for battle. The composition of Edward's army revealed a diverse array of troops, including Gascon infantry, English men-at-arms, and skilled longbowmen. These forces were organised into distinct divisions boasted a formidable array of infantry and mounted knights. To prevent a repeat of the Crécy disaster, most of the French knights were instructed to dismount, with only a select few remaining mounted. The French army's strategic positioning, with cavalry and missile units flanking the infantry in the centre, showcased Jean's tactical acumen. Amidst the tension and anticipation of the impending battle near Poitiers, a French cardinal's attempt to broker peace with the Black Prince underscored the gravity of the situation. However, Edward's terse response highlighted the urgency of the moment, as both sides braced for a clash that would ultimately shape the course of the conflict. The scene was set for a dramatic confrontation, with both armies poised for a decisive engagement in late September 1356. The potential loss of lives weighed heavily on all involved as the impending battle loomed closer. Despite harbouring deep-seated animosity, the prince had reservations about engaging in a decisive battle and was willing to consider significant compromises. Unfortunately, Jean II's unwavering demand for unconditional surrender left no other option but to prepare for conflict. While keeping a watchful eye on the English movements from a distance, the French commanders Audreham and Clermont noticed a suspicious increase in activity, mistakenly interpreting it as a sign of retreat, potentially a deliberate deception. Driven by the determination not to let the enemy slip away, Audreham impulsively led his cavalry towards Warwick's left flank, while Clermont hesitantly mirrored the action by advancing towards Salisbury's right side. Initially, Audreham's heavily armoured knights and horses stood strong against the English arrows and charged into the infantry, causing chaos in the front lines. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when English longbowmen advanced along the river bank to support their left wing, showering Audreham's exposed flank with a relentless volley of arrows, leading to a devastating outcome for the French, with many knights succumbing to arrows or trampling by their own mounts, and the marshal himself being captured. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Clermont's cavalry made a courageous charge up the ridge towards Salisbury's troops, but found themselves trapped in a narrow gap in the hedge protecting the English line. In this confined space, the clustered cavalry suffered substantial casualties before breaking through, only to face Salisbury's dismounted knights in a fierce confrontation that pushed the French forces back. The French infantry vanguard under the Dauphin followed closely behind in a disciplined formation across the entire front. However, they too had to navigate through the openings in the hedge, making themselves easy targets for the relentless barrage of arrows. Those who breached the defences found themselves in brutal close combat with the Anglo-Gascon men-at-arms, resulting in significant losses with no significant gains. Following the defeat of the Dauphin's forces, King Jean II decided to remove his son from the battlefield as a precautionary measure, but this decision backfired catastrophically. The Dauphin's withdrawal led the Duke of Orléans, who commanded the second line of infantry, to also retreat with his troops. Leading the final and largest division, Jean II, armed with a battle axe, advanced towards the English on the ridge, with crossbowmen at the front and infantry behind. With the Black Prince's archers running low on ammunition, the French king's forces closed in on the English, relatively unscathed, their elite knights and fresh 3rd Division overpowering the resilient and steadfast army of the Prince. In the midst of the chaos, as arrows dwindled, the archers discarded their bows and joined the melee armed with swords, knives, and axes. At a critical point in the battle, the capital, Tabuk, rallied 200 reserve troops to join the intense fray, adding to the escalating intensity of the conflict. During the Battle of Poitiers, the English forces, led by the strategic Edward, the Black Prince, devised a brilliant plan to outwit and overpower the French army commanded by King Jean. Sir James Audley's cavalry played a pivotal role in executing a devastating attack on the flanks of the French troops, which caused chaos and led to the eventual capture of King Jean by the English soldiers. This victory not only showcased the military prowess of the English forces, but also highlighted their ability to achieve success with minimal casualties, solidifying their dominance on the battlefield. The consequences of the Battle of Poitiers reverberated throughout France, plunging the nation into a tumultuous period marked by internal conflicts and widespread discontent among both the nobility and the common people. With King Jean taken captive, the country was thrown into disarray, creating a power vacuum that was quickly filled by marauding bands of rogue soldiers and criminals who pillaged and terrorized the population for years to come, exacerbating the already fragile state of the kingdom. The exorbitant ransom demands imposed by the English for the release of noble captives captured at Poitiers placed a heavy financial burden on France, leading to an increase in taxes that only added to the existing social and economic challenges faced by the country. This financial strain, coupled with ongoing feudal governance issues, fueled the flames of discontent among the peasantry, culminating in the violent peasant uprising known as the Jacquerie, where commoners targeted and killed nobles in a bid for social justice. The revolt was eventually quelled by Charles of Navarre, but it underscored the deep-rooted societal tensions that plagued France in the aftermath of the Battle of Poitiers. In response to continued English threats, the Dauphin of France was compelled to sign the Treaty of Bretigny in 1360, conceding territories to the Plantagenets and marking the end of the Edwardian era. This treaty not only altered the geopolitical landscape of France, but also further destabilized the nation, fueling the ongoing turmoil and challenges that defined this turbulent period in French history. After paying 2/3 of the $600,000 ransom and renouncing his claim to the French throne in favour of the English king, Jean II was allowed to return to France. However, when one of his sons managed to escape captivity, the French ruler willingly went back into imprisonment in exchange for his younger son. Sadly, Jean II passed away while in captivity in 1364, leading to Charles V succeeding him as King of France. Before Charles V's coronation, the Duchy of despite objections from the Navarrese king, Charles. In response, Charles assembled an army under the leadership of Captal de Bourg to threaten Paris and assert his claim. The French, under Bertrand du Guesclin's command, took preemptive action against the Navarrese troops in Normandy, resulting in the crucial Battle of Cocherel in 1364. With around 2,000 knights, Captal de Bourg's army faced du Guesclin's 1,200 soldiers near Cocherel. After a 2-day standoff, the French troops began to retreat, leading de Bourg to block the bridge and confront the royal army. Despite de Bourg having the initial advantage in numbers, the arrival of a Breton reserve during the battle shifted the momentum in favour of the French forces, ultimately leading to their victory. The Navarres employed a clever military tactic by dispersing their forces, which forced their enemies to retreat and left their leader vulnerable on the battlefield, resulting in his capture. This victory, just days before Charles V's coronation, significantly weakened Charles the Bad's power and prevented him from posing a serious threat to the French monarchy. After his defeat at Cocherel, the loss of most of his territories in Normandy led to a peace agreement in 1365, following an unsuccessful attempt to retaliate. In Brittany, the conflict involving Charles of Blois was drawing to a close. Released from English imprisonment in 1356, he found a large part of his realm controlled by the Duke of Lancaster after the Battle of Poitiers. English forces failed in an attempt to capture Rennes, facing strong resistance from Bertrand du Guesclin. Civil unrest erupted again in 1362 when Charles laid siege to Becherel, leading to further hostilities as John of Montfort besieged Auray in 1364. John of Montfort's army, comprising around 2,000 soldiers with support from English and Navarrese troops, faced off against Charles of Blois' force of 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers, backed by Bertrand du Guesclin and Breton units. Despite attempts at negotiation before the battle, Montfort showed a willingness to compromise, contrasting with the English and du Guesclin's determination to fight. As the battle began, a significant number of Breton fighters deserted du Guesclin's faction, weakening the French forces. The coalition of English and Breton troops on the left flank clashed with the French on the right, capturing their leader and causing the collapse of the French contingent. Charles eventually surrendered, bringing an end to the conflict in Brittany. Montfort and Chandos strategically capitalised on the opportunity presented to them to isolate the pretender Charles of Blois, ultimately leading to his fatal downfall and the decisive defeat of the Blois faction. The aftermath of the battle saw around 1,500 soldiers, including the renowned de Guesclin, being captured and subsequently ransomed for a significant sum. The surrender of all supporters of Blois to Montfort swiftly followed, marking the beginning of the end of the Breton Civil War. The Treaty of Guérande in 13 resulting in a noticeable decline in English influence in the region post-1365. The Castilian Civil War, spanning from 1350 to 1373, reached its climax at the Battle of Najera in 1367. Against the backdrop of the civil unrest, Charles found himself contending with marauding routiers while the Treaty of Bretigny was still in effect. In a bid to address this issue and establish an alliance with the Kingdom of Castile, Charles intervened in the Iberian Peninsula, a move that mirrored the actions of the Black Prince. To understand the complexities of the situation, it is necessary to look back to 1350, when Alfonso XI, the King of Castile, passed away, leaving his young son Pedro to take the throne. Initially influenced by his mother Maria of Portugal and the Portuguese noble Albuquerque, Pedro faced rebellions from the illegitimate children of Alfonso, particularly Henry, Count of Trastamara. These rebellions, spearheaded by Albuquerque and Henry, nearly succeeded in capturing Pedro, but internal strife among the nobles prevented their plans from coming to fruition. The tensions escalated in 1356 with the outbreak of the War of the Two Peters between Castile and Aragon, a conflict orchestrated by the Aragonese to exploit Castile's weaknesses and annex the disputed region of Murcia. In response, Pedro launched aggressive raids into Aragon, ultimately seizing the town of Ibiza in 1357. Following the initial aggressive manoeuvres at the start of the conflict in Tarazona, the pace of the war noticeably decelerated. Pedro resorted to intermittent, low-intensity operations and laid siege to border areas, periodically breaking short-lived truces, captured Aragonese towns, faced population displacement and subsequent resettlement by Castilian colonists. The retaliatory actions from Aragon primarily came from Pedro's exiled brother, Henry de Trastamara. The Battle of Araviana in 1359 inflicted a setback on the Castilians, despite their control over sizable portions of Aragonese territory. A formidable Castilian naval presence, bolstered by Portuguese and Granadan forces, advanced towards Barcelona, signalling a looming threat. In the aftermath of a coup in Granada in 1361 that ousted Pedro's ally, Mohammed V, the Castilian king was compelled to negotiate a truce, conceding his gains in Aragon. Subsequently, Pedro shifted his attention to Granada, aiding in the restoration of his ally to the throne. However, in 1362, Pedro violated the truce by seizing Calatayud unexpectedly, reoccupying significant swathes of western Aragon and menacing Valencia by 1364. Concurrently, tensions escalated between the Spanish and French courts, exacerbated by Pedro's tumultuous marriage to Blanche of Bourbon, a relative of John II. The strained marital alliance led to desertion and imprisonment. In 1362, Pedro and the Black Prince forged a formal alliance, solidifying their partnership. By 1364, a joint strategy was devised by the French and Aragonese to expel Routier from southern France and sow chaos in the pro-English Castilian domain. Henry de Trastamara took the lead in an incursion into Iberia, supported by Bertrand de Guesclin, under the pretense of crusading against the Islamic remnants in Granada. The expedition in the autumn The vanguard successfully recaptured Castilian-held towns, culminating in the declaration of Henry as king in Calahorra by March. Pedro's faction crumbled, forcing his retreat initially to Seville and eventually to Galicia. Henry's triumphant entry into Burgos marked a turning point as he traversed the kingdom to Seville, where the royal treasury was seized, solidifying his grip on power. The sudden attack on the ally of the Black Prince took the Gascon court by surprise, and they were unable to gather a relief force promptly. In a meeting in August, Pedro, Prince Edward, and Charles of Navarre came to an agreement. Gascony would raise an army to help Pedro regain the Castilian throne, and Navarre would allow unrestricted passage. Pedro would finance the entire campaign and cede the Basque territories to his allies in exchange. By January 1367, a diverse army of around 10,000 to 8,000 soldiers, many of whom had participated in de Guesclin's previous campaign, crossed into Castile. Henry was in a difficult position, having released most of his troops and emptied his treasury. Many towns and nobles sided with Pedro upon his arrival. The invaders decided to move north, avoiding the main route to Burgos, but the arid landscape made it challenging to find provisions, leading to a standoff at Vitoria. By the end of March, the Black Prince moved towards Logroño, with Henry following them to Nájera. Against the advice of his advisors, Henry decided to advance towards his enemies on April 1st, leaving his fortified position behind the river Najarila. Pedro and the Black Prince moved to Navarrete the next day, with a force of approximately 8,000 archers and cavalry. The vanguard was led by John of Gaunt and Sir Chandos, while the flanks were commanded by the Counts of Foix and Armagnac, and the Black Prince led the main contingent, which consisted of various troops and loyalists. The Castilian army had only about 4,500 soldiers, including some French and Breton cavalry under de Guesclin and other French mercenaries. In contrast to his opponent, the Trastamaran army was strategically organised with the French men at arms and elite Castilian knights forming the front line, complemented by a mix of missile troops and fresh recruits. Henry led the main force, consisting of around 1,500 Iberian soldiers, while light cavalry positioned on the left flank and troops from Aragon on the right flank added strength to their formation. As the Black Prince surprised them with a northern route attack, de Guesclin swiftly reorganised his troops, though some Castilian foot soldiers and light cavalry succumbed to panic and fled. The ensuing clash saw the Breton commander ordering a charge, leading to a fierce close combat where the English eventually overpowered the Trastamara forces. Sections of the Trastamaran army found themselves isolated and defeated, with the main Castilian force being routed and decimated as they tried to retreat. Henry suffered a complete defeat, losing nearly half of his army, while the English sustained minimal losses. Most of the French Castilian leaders were captured for potential ransom, except for Henry, who managed to escape. Pedro reclaimed the kingdom of Castile after the victory, but his control over Basque territories and inability to repay the Duke of Gascony placed a heavy financial military supplies, enabling him to regroup and cross the Pyrenees with a smaller force later in 1367. Upon his triumphant return to the kingdom after a long and arduous journey, Henry was met with a diverse array of nobles, some of whom had been loyal to Pedro, and others who had suffered under his tyrannical rule. This mix of allies and adversaries set the stage for a complex political landscape as Henry swiftly reasserted his control over Castile and Leon. The siege on the capital city of Toledo, which commenced in late April of 1368, marked the beginning of Henry's campaign to reclaim his rightful place on the throne. Meanwhile, Pedro, realizing the gravity of the situation, made a strategic retreat with his forces to the Guadalquivir Valley, seeking refuge among his allies in Granada and Portugal. Despite his efforts to rally support and besiege Cordoba, Pedro faced a series of setbacks that forced him to alter his course, eventually leading him northwards to regroup with his loyalists in Leon before heading east. The fateful encounter on the 14th of March 1369 near the castle of Montiel proved to be the turning point in the conflict between Henry and Pedro, with the forces of Henry and the seasoned commander de Guesclin converging on Pedro's dwindling army. The battle culminated in a resounding victory for Henry's forces. In a last-ditch effort to secure his position, Pedro sought refuge within the walls of the castle of Montiel, accompanied by only a handful of steadfast followers. Despite his attempts to negotiate with de Guesclin, the Breton commander remained loyal to Henry, ultimately leading to Pedro's capture and subsequent demise. This pivotal moment solidified Henry's claim to the throne of Castile, aligning his reign with the interests of the French crown and securing vital maritime support for the French fleet in the Atlantic. As Edward made his way back to Bordeaux in the late 1360s, his physical health faltered due to the lingering effects of an illness contracted during his time in Spain. The governance of Aquitaine under his direct rule had also become a point of contention, particularly among the English subjects who had long endured the burdensome taxes imposed for military campaigns and the maintenance of Bordeaux. The announcement of yet another hearth tax in 1368 proved to be the final straw for the disgruntled feudal lords, sparking a widespread revolt that quickly gained momentum. Sensing an opportunity to expand his influence, Charles V of France dispatched his son Charles VI, along with a formidable army to support the rebels in Bordeaux. Edward, facing overwhelming opposition, suffered a decisive defeat and was forced to retreat to England, leaving the Gascons to pledge their allegiance to Charles V. This shift in power led to the direct royal administration of Aquitaine as part of the French crown domain, marking a significant loss for Edward and a strategic gain for Charles V. Charles V, the ruler of Aquitaine, cunningly utilised a legal loophole found in the Treaty of Bretigny to justify his reclaiming of English territories in France in 1369. This move marked a turning point in the conflict as it reignited the war, despite Edward III's efforts towards peace. The French monarch, known for his calculated strategies, sought vengeance faced challenges in coordination, leading to confusion within their ranks as they navigated through unfamiliar territories. As the tensions mounted between the opposing forces, Bertrand de Guesclin wasted no time in mobilizing the French troops for a decisive confrontation. The ambush at Pontvalin in December saw the French forces, numbering 4,000, catching the English off guard, resulting in a resounding victory for the French. Despite internal disagreements among the English officers regarding strategy, the swift and coordinated actions of the French forces proved instrumental in halting the English advance and securing a crucial win in the ongoing conflict. After the intense battle, only a mere 300 French foot soldiers stood victorious, while the majority of Grandison's force, which was estimated to be between 600 and 1,200 men, either perished or were taken prisoner. Following this, another English contingent, led by Sir Fitzwalter, headed south towards the fortified Abbey of Vars. Sancerre's troops then swiftly attacked Fitzwalter, who was positioned under the abbey's walls, and was soon bolstered by Guesclin's advancing forces. After a full day of relentless combat, the French emerged triumphant, capturing the abbey and eliminating its defenders. Knollys and the 4th English Division managed to safely enter Brittany with their spoils, but they encountered French cavalry as they journeyed back to England in the spring, enduring constant harassment. Survivors from the battles of Pontvalin and Vars were pursued into English-controlled Aquitaine, solidifying the French morale with a significant victory over the English in direct combat. In the Southern Territories, under the command of Charles V's sibling, the Duke of Anjou, French forces extended their successes by seizing Agenais, Limousin and Buzac from the English, causing several local nobles to switch allegiance to the Valois. The ailing Black Prince was enraged by the betrayal of his nobles, especially when the Bishop of Limoges handed over the town to the French. 3 weeks after the departure of the French troops, the Black Prince laid siege to Limoges, a 5-day operation under the leadership of his brother John of Gaunt. Tunnels were meticulously constructed beneath the city walls to breach the defences, resulting in a brutal storming of the city and widespread looting that left extensive damage in its wake. With his strength waning and his spirits low due to the loss of his eldest son, the Black Prince departed for England in 1371, leaving John of Gaunt in charge of Aquitaine. Simultaneously, Du Guesclin and other French commanders successfully captured numerous castles that were previously held by English forces from earlier campaigns, relentlessly advancing against English strongholds in the southwest as John of Gaunt reclaimed certain towns in Perigord. England's foothold in France was significantly weakened by financial struggles and the absence of key leaders. By the end of 1370, dispatched the Earl of Pembroke with a small but determined force to Aquitaine. Pembroke's fleet, equipped with innovative archery towers on 3 of its ships, encountered a Castilian fleet near La Rochelle. Despite being outnumbered, Pembroke's men fought bravely, with his archers proving particularly effective in repelling the Castilian assault. The battle raged on until nightfall, when the ships disengaged, marking a temporary halt in the conflict. As the English ships anchored at sea, awaiting the dawn, Poitevin knights and their followers covertly joined forces with them. The Castilians, not willing to let their enemy regroup, launched a daring nighttime attack, setting the English ships on fire with flaming arrows and oil. The battle concluded with a resounding victory for the Castilian allies of France, resulting in heavy losses for the English, the destruction of most of their ships, and the capture of Pembroke. This defeat at La Rochelle dealt a severe blow to English naval dominance and forced Edward III to reconsider his military strategy in the region. In the aftermath of the disastrous defeat at La Rochelle, English defences in Aquitaine began to crumble rapidly. Poitiers and several key castles fell to French forces, with La Rochelle eventually surrendering in September. The regions of Thouars, Saintonge and Angoumois came under French control, further weakening English presence in the area. Subsequent battles, such as the one at Gizeh in 1373, spelled the end of English resistance in Poitou. Meanwhile, in Brittany, English forces faced minimal opposition near Brest, but the duchy eventually succumbed to French advances after a series of defeats and surrenders. The events following the Battle of La Rochelle marked a significant turning point in the 100 Years' War, with the English losing ground in key territories in France. In the historical context of 1373, a significant shift in power occurred as the French authorities restricted Brest, Delval and Auray to English control. This move prompted John of Gaunt to orchestrate the Great Chevauchée in that same year, a military campaign that saw approximately 10,000 men wreak havoc in the regions of Picardy, Champagne and Burgundy before reaching Bordeaux by December. The French, instead of engaging the English army in direct combat, strategically focused on disrupting their supply lines to minimise the impact of the Chevauchée. By the end of 1373, the majority of Aquitaine had been reclaimed by the French, showcasing their successful tactics in countering the English offensive. Following the events of 1373, peace negotiations were initiated in 1374 and culminated in a conference in Bruges in 1375, where Philip of Burgundy and John of Gaunt played pivotal roles. Despite these diplomatic efforts, conflicts persisted in Aquitaine, resulting in the French reclaiming several English strongholds in the region. In Brittany, an English military force managed to encircle opposition forces, but was ultimately obliged to release them due to a 2-year truce declared in Bruges. This truce effectively marked the end of 6 years of intense conflict, restoring English territories in France to their pre-war condition. As the truce extended into 1376 and 1377, occasional skirmishes in Gascony posed threats to the established peace. The English Parliament of 1376 reforms faced obstacles, particularly from John of Gaunt, leading to his waning popularity. The passing of the Black Prince and Edward III in 1376 and 1377, respectively, signify the end of the Caroline phase, marking a transition in English leadership and setting the stage for future developments in the ongoing conflicts between England and France. Following a 50-year rule that was regarded as a prosperous era for England, Richard II ascended the throne after his revered father, King Edward III. Given Richard II's young age at the time of his coronation, a regency council was established to govern in his place until he reached maturity. Not long after Richard II took the throne, the Kingdom of England found itself under assault by French pirates under the command of Jean de Vienne, who launched devastating attacks on channel ports from Rye to Plymouth. Concurrently, the Duke of Burgundy's siege on Calais faced failure, while the Duke of Anjou made significant advances in Gascony. In response, the English decided to strengthen their presence in Brittany and seize the strategic port of Cherbourg to initiate raids at sea. The year 1378 marked a pivotal moment in Catholic Europe with the onset of the Western Schism, which led to a division within the Church. This schism had reverberations in the political landscape, as Charles V seized the Breton duchy, sparking a rebellion among Breton nobles who sided with France. John IV of Montfort emerged as a key figure in reclaiming authority with the support of the English, forging a crucial alliance between the Bretons and the English. This alliance enabled English forces to move through Breton lands to provide assistance to Gascony. Thomas of Woodstock, leading an army from Calais, journeyed to reinforce Gascon territories, eventually reaching Troyes in Champagne, where they confronted French forces under the command of the Duke of Burgundy. Upon assessing the military situation, the Duke of Burgundy chose to avoid direct confrontation and retreated within the defences of Troy. Woodstock, undeterred, continued his westward advance, with the Duke of Burgundy closely following. However, the progress of the English military campaign was soon interrupted by news from Paris, where Charles V encountered unexpected setbacks that would have far-reaching implications. Following the demise of the esteemed Breton commander de Guesclin, a power struggle ensued in France, creating opportunities for the English to advance in Brittany without facing any significant obstacles. The English forces besieged the French-controlled city of Nantes for several months, from November to January 1381, but were ultimately unsuccessful in capturing it. Meanwhile, John IV of Montfort, who had initially intended to support the English cause, struck a deal with the Parisian throne after the passing of Charles V. In exchange for cutting ties with the English, John IV was reinstated as the Duke of Brittany, with his former privileges restored, leading to a cessation of hostilities. The death of the politically savvy Charles V the Wise in September 1380 marked a turning point in the political landscape of France. His 11-year-old successor, Charles VI, was placed under the guardianship of his four uncles, collectively known as the Princes of Blood, notably set the stage for future power struggles within the French court. In England, discontent simmered among the populace due to heavy taxes and war weariness, culminating in the eruption of the Wat Tyler Rebellion in 1381. Peasant uprisings instigated by Wat Tyler and John Bull erupted in Essex and Kent in response to the enforcement of a third poll tax. The rebels, targeting allies of the king's ministers and John of Gaunt, launched an assault on London in June, prompting the king to seek negotiations at Greenwich. However, the rebels demanded the king's presence for talks, leading to chaos in London as they demolished prisons and properties associated with their perceived adversaries, including John of Gaunt's residence. Ultimately, the king and his supporters sought refuge in the Tower of London as the rebellion unfolded. Riding his horse to Mile End, Richard met with the leader of the rebellion to discuss a set of demands put forth by the peasants. These demands included the immediate abolishment of serfdom, the removal of oppressive laws and taxes, the punishment of corrupt officials, and the end of privileges held by the nobility. Despite his reservations, Richard had no choice but to acquiesce to these demands in order to quell some of the unrest among the peasants. Subsequently, a group of 400 men stormed the Tower of London, executing several officials and prompting the need for a plan to capture the ringleaders of the rebellion. The following day, a tense meeting between the king and the rebels quickly escalated into a heated altercation, culminating in a chaotic clash. Surrounded by armed men from London, the rebels eventually relented and agreed to disband, leading to the execution of the main instigators. The repercussions of the rebellion reverberated throughout England, effectively dampening the spirit of potential uprisings as the authorities swiftly used force to suppress any further unrest. The Parliament, wary of provoking more rebellion, became reluctant to impose new taxes, which in turn limited the king's ability to fund military campaigns. In the year 1379, the region of Flanders faced its own wave of turmoil as a rebellion erupted in the city of Ghent and quickly spread to other towns and cities. Count Louis de Marle found himself struggling to maintain order in the face of economic decline and widespread dissatisfaction among the lower classes, further destabilizing the region. Gaining control over the county was a complex process that involved forming alliances with local supporters, with Ghent emerging as a notable exception due to its resilience. The city faced a severe blockade 200 archers and crossbowmen who were joined by Flemish nobles and other troops from the Low Countries under Louis of Flanders. They were met by around 30,000 to 40,000 Flemish fighters, primarily townspeople with limited combat experience, along with a small contingent of English archers and German mercenaries. The clash occurred at Oudenaarde, where the Flemish had been besieging Philip's stronghold for 4 months. Marching from Arras on November 12th, the French forces, led by Louis' army, attempted to seize one of the few intact bridges over the Lys River, but faced staunch resistance. Only with the reinforcement of the French vanguard were they able to cross the river after a fierce struggle. They then moved towards Ypres, which surrendered, while smaller towns endured harsh looting. Van Artevelde led his troops west to confront the French, and on November 26th they established a camp south of the village of Westrosebeke, or Rosebeke in French. Positioned on a high ridge and shielded by forests, the Flemish erected defensive fortifications and formed a dense formation behind them. The French camp was situated just 6 miles south of this crucial position, setting the stage for a decisive confrontation. As the troops advanced in 3 separate divisions towards the base of the hill, the scene was set for a fierce confrontation. The infantry dismounted, bracing themselves for the impending ascent. With the morning mist gradually dissipating, they charged forward, only to be met with a relentless onslaught of projectiles and artillery fire from the defending Flemish foot soldiers. The French troops, heavily armoured and expecting an easier victory, were taken aback by the steadfastness of their adversaries. Despite the chaos and danger, the Flemish soldiers held their formation admirably, surpassing the expectations of the French forces. The battle took a dramatic turn as the French centre was pushed back by the unyielding barrage of arrows and cannon fire, causing them to retreat. However, the flanks of the French troops managed to outmaneuver the enemy by scaling the hill and launching a surprise attack on the unprotected rear of the Flemish forces. This strategic move caught the townspeople off guard, leading to panic and disarray among the Flemish ranks. They began to break formation and attempt to flee through the French lines, only to be mercilessly pursued and massacred by the mounted soldiers. The aftermath of the Battle of Rosebeke was grim, with a staggering count of 27,000 Flemish casualties, including the prominent figure of Van Artevelde among the fallen. The majority of the casualties were a result of the chaotic retreat, with many being trampled by their own comrades. In the end, only a few pockets of resistance remained, and they were swiftly eliminated by the victorious French forces. The defeat marked the end of the rebels' resistance, with severe punitive measures imposed on the surrendered towns. Count Louis was reinstated on the throne, albeit with significant French influence, while only Ghent persisted in its rebellion for a while longer before reaching an amnesty agreement with the new Duke Philip the Bold. The repercussions of the battle were felt not only in Flanders, but also in France, where the victory emboldened the king and royal princes to assert greater French court's attention from launching a direct assault on England in 1386 and 1387, the English, on the other hand, achieved victories by plundering French trade fleets. By 1388, both sides had depleted their reserves, leading to peace negotiations as internal discord grew in both realms. The late 1380s saw significant political transformations, with both monarchs asserting their authority independently. Charles VI of France began personal governance by replacing Valois nobles with his father's former advisors, known as the Marmousets. Meanwhile, Richard II's rule in England descended into despotism, sparking internal conflicts. Amid these political changes, Henry Bolingbroke, John of Gaunt's son, was exiled from England in 1399. Gaunt's death and Richard II's decision to prolong Bolingbroke's exile and seize his duchy of Lancaster led to his return to England. Landing at the Humber estuary in June, Bolingbroke quickly gained support from Richard's disgruntled nobles. Richard, who was in Ireland, was deposed and later died in captivity. The House of Lancaster rose to power as Henry IV took the throne as the usurping patriarch. The start of Henry IV's rule as a Lancastrian monarch faced immediate challenges, with uprisings erupting to resist his reign. The shifting political landscape and internal turmoil in both England and France during this period underscored the complex power struggles and conflicts that define this era. Owain Glyndwr's rebellion in Wales marked the beginning of a turbulent period, which was followed by Hotspur's uprising, led by a Percy family member. Despite Henry of Monmouth's crucial role in quelling the insurgents at the Battle of Shrewsbury in 1403, the Welsh defiance persisted, leading to further revolts in the early 15th century. King Henry IV's declining health further complicated governance, allowing his son, Henry of Monmouth, to showcase his administrative skills and leadership qualities by taking on more responsibilities as his father's health deteriorated. In France, the House of Valois faced its own challenges as King Charles VI's madness created a power vacuum. Louis I, Duke of Orleans, seized control, continuing the conflict with England while expanding his personal wealth and influence. The rivalry between the Valois and the Burgundians intensified, with John the Fearless inheriting the Duchy of Burgundy after Philip the Bold's passing. John, known for his military expertise and administrative prowess, played a crucial role in the power struggles within the French realm, navigating the complex political landscape with his exceptional capabilities. The initial conflict that erupted between John the Fearless and the Duke of Orleans can be traced back to their differing views on crucial policy issues, which ultimately led to violent clashes. John's support for the Roman Pope and opposition to prolonging the war with England clashed with Orleans' allegiance to the Avignon papacy and advocacy for continuing the conflict. This stark divide in opinions resulted in the formation of factions around each leader. Louis gathering supporters known as the Armagnacs, and John garnering backing from the Burgundians. The tension between these factions reached a boiling point on November 23rd, 1407, successful coup in Paris, John the Fearless found himself besieged by the Armagnacs in 1411 under the leadership of the Duke of Berry. Seeking aid, the Duke of Burgundy struck a deal with Henry IV of England, offering territorial concessions in exchange for support. English forces intervened and broke the siege, but John's oppressive rule alienated the people of Paris, leading to his expulsion from the city in 1413. Meanwhile, the Armagnacs consolidated their control over various regions, while significant events unfolded in England, with Henry IV's death in March 1413. His son, Henry V, ascended the throne and underwent a transformation from a reckless prince to a decisive monarch, prioritising justice and order in his administration. Henry V's reign was marked by a strong commitment to Christianity, exemplified by his fervent religious beliefs and his willingness to take severe measures when necessary. In response to a plot by his former friend John Oldcastle, Henry ordered the burning alive of Oldcastle and his followers, underscoring his dedication to upholding the law and ensuring order in his realm. His primary goal was to reclaim lost territories and rights, showcasing his resolute governance style and determination to maintain stability within his kingdom. In the latter part of 1414, a significant diplomatic mission was sent to Paris to engage in peace talks. However, the terms proposed by King Henry V were considered excessive by the French delegation. Henry demanded the full reinstatement of the 1360 Treaty of Bretigny, the return of England's territories in Aquitaine, Poitou and Ponthieu, the settlement of outstanding funds from Jean II's ransom, a hefty sum of 330,000, annexation of Normandy, Maine and Anjou, and overlordship over Brittany, Flanders, Beaufort and Nogent, while Henry's goal was to reclaim English territories in France. The unrealistic demands may have been deliberately crafted to be rejected. Unsurprisingly, the French refused these terms, leading to a resumption of hostilities. The Dauphin of France, Louis of Guyenne, even sent a mocking gift to Henry, taunting him with little balls to play with and soft pillows to sleep on. In response, Henry vowed to awaken them from their comfort with early morning door poundings. Subsequently, orders were issued to assemble the largest English army since the Battle of Crécy. Around 320 captains were enlisted to recruit troops, marking a shift toward a more organised approach to raising forces in England. After quashing a rebellion plot and executing its leaders, Henry V, accompanied by his troops, departed from England on August 11th, 1415, on a fleet of nearly 700 ships, sailing on the 500-ton flagship Le Trinite. With his advisors, they landed on the Normandy coast near Chef-du-Caux 3 days later. Instead of launching a destructive campaign, as previous kings had done, Henry chose to march towards the strategically important port of Harfleur, establishing his base at the Priory of Graville with the expectation of a swift surrender by the small garrison. Encircling the town of Estouteville stood formidable ancient walls, constructed in anticipation of an impending English invasion that had seemed inevitable. The Lord of Estouteville, fearing the worst, crossbowmen, and brave local residents willing to fight for their home. Henry executed a strategic manoeuvre by positioning himself to the town's western flank, while deploying his brother, the Duke of Clarence, to the east. The siege was initiated after the steadfast refusal of the town to surrender to the English demands. The English forces wasted no time in setting up batteries and bombarding the defences relentlessly, while the defenders valiantly repaired breaches and launched daring counterattacks to keep the assailants at bay. Despite the defenders' skillful thwarting of English mining attempts and efforts to raise the water level of the River Lizard, the English forces managed to breach the outer defences, causing damage to towers and walls and depleting food supplies within the town. The French leaders, however, displayed unwavering resolve, holding off the English offensives for a fortnight before being forced to reluctantly consider the possibility of surrender as their situation became increasingly dire. Ultimately, the city of Estotville was handed over to the English monarch as per the terms of surrender, with surviving garrison members and fighters being held for ransom. The courageous resistance put up by the small garrison managed to stave off the English king and his forces for a commendable 6 weeks, during which time the English army struggled with outbreaks of malaria and dysentery, further highlighting the resilience and determination of the defenders in the face of overwhelming odds. During the Battle of Agincourt in 1415, the troops were meticulously prepared for combat, fully aware of the historical significance of the impending conflict. The English forces, under the command of the charismatic Henry V, were confronted with the daunting prospect of facing off against a formidable French army that had gathered in Rouen, led by the Dauphin. Adding to the complexity of the situation was the presence of John the Fearless, whose intentions to join the battle against England threatened to sow discord within the French ranks. The Duke of Burgundy's refusal to provide support only served to heighten the tensions within the French leadership, creating a sense of unease and uncertainty on the eve of the battle. As the campaign unfolded, suspicions of potential collaboration with the English forces lingered among the French commanders, particularly in relation to Burgundy. The delays encountered at Harfleur forced Henry V to make a critical decision, whether to retreat to England without achieving his objectives, or to push forward towards Calais, facing the challenges of marching with a depleted army. Ultimately, he chose to follow in the footsteps of his great-grandfather Edward III, embarking on a perilous journey through Normandy and Ponthieu towards Calais. The English troops encountered numerous obstacles along the way, including treacherous river crossings and the constant threat of French patrols disrupting their progress. As the English army approached the Somme at Blanchetaque, they were met with a formidable obstacle in the form of the French advance guard, strategically positioned to impede their crossing. Forced to rethink their strategy, Henry V led his troops upstream to cross at Nesle, only to discover that the main French army had already gathered near Peronne, ready to engage them in battle. where they were met by the entire French army, positioned ominously on a raised ridge, setting the stage for the historic Battle of Agincourt, as the English king Henry V stood with his formidable mounted knights and men-at-arms, meticulously organising his forces into battle formation. The scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The French, after an intense hour-long standoff, eventually retreated and settled for the night near a charming hamlet called Agincourt. It was on the evening of October 24th that King Henry issued a stern decree for silence to reign over the English encampment, a stark contrast to the joyous revelry that filled the rainy night air in the French camp nearby. The battleground where both sides would clash the following morning was a marshy field that had recently been ploughed, bordered by thick forests. Despite the odds stacked against them, Henry VI's reduced army, consisting of approximately 8,500 soldiers, was strategically imbalanced, with a majority of 7,000 skilled archers and a mere 1,500 dismounted knights and men-at-arms. Due to the limited size of their forces, the English army was arranged in a compact battle formation. Positioned at the heart of the formation were three tightly knit divisions of melee infantry known as battles, interspersed with units of longbowmen. The left battle was under the command of the experienced Baron of Camoys, the right led by Edward, Duke of York, while King Henry himself oversaw the central division. Additional archers were evenly distributed on both flanks, with a significant number strategically concealed in the dense surrounding woods. The archers were under the leadership of Sir Thomas Erpingham, ensuring that they were well positioned to provide crucial support. To fortify their defences, a protective barrier of stakes and caltrops was erected, serving as a deterrent against any potential cavalry charges. On the opposing side of the field, the Grand French Royal Army, boasting a formidable strength of approximately 20,000 soldiers, was under the joint command of the somewhat uncertain Constable Charles d'Albret and Marshal Boucicaut, both seasoned officers overshadowed by high-ranking nobles. Their army deployed in three distinct tiers, with the first two tiers predominantly comprised of France's proud dismounted knights and men-at-arms, poised to deliver a powerful assault against the English forces. The rear tier consisted mainly of archers and crossbowmen. Flanking the infantry were around 750 heavily armoured cavalry knights on each side, with additional troops steadily joining the French ranks. Learning from past defeats at Crécy and Poitiers, the French leadership opted for a more cautious approach, choosing to hold their ground rather than immediately charge. D'Albret and Boucicaut were keenly aware that as time passed, the English forces would dwindle, while their own army would only grow stronger. Despite any advantages it may have had, the cautious approach taken by the restless knights and nobles of France left them frustrated. Realising that the French were not going to make the first move, Henry V understood the importance of taking action before it was too late. Therefore, following detailed discussions with his seasoned commanders, the king issued orders for his entire army Henry's strategic prowess signalled for the archers to draw their bows and wait as the French knights approached through the muddy field. At the critical moment, he bellowed, "Now fire!" prompting the archers to release a devastating volley of bodkin-tipped arrows at close range from both the front and the tree line. The sky was momentarily obscured as hundreds of knights and their steeds fell under the piercing arrows. Those who managed to break through found themselves impaled on sharp stakes or forced to retreat back to their own ranks in disarray. Simultaneously, a band of opportunistic peasants and cavalry, led by a few Burgundian nobles, seized the opportunity to pillage Henry's supply train, making off with valuable loot such as bedding, cash reserves, and even one of his crowns, although this did not have an immediate impact on the battle. Meanwhile, Talbret's first line of infantry laboured through the muddy terrain, further impeded by the chaos left in the wake of the failed cavalry charge. The unfavourable conditions, combined with heavy armour and disrupted formations due to the retreating cavalry, left the French vanguard vulnerable to the deadly accuracy of the English longbowmen, who inflicted significant casualties with each expertly aimed volley. Despite facing adversity, the elite French forces clashed with the thinly spread English line, initially pushing them back before meeting fierce resistance from Henry's resolute men-at-arms. A fierce melee erupted at the front, with the second line of French infantry advancing, but encountering a bottleneck near the vanguard, which hindered full engagement and impeded the retreat of frontline troops. As the battle raged on, the French suffered losses, while Henry's infantry, engaged in close combat, bore the brunt of the fighting. In a particularly intense section, Edward, Duke of York, fell in the midst of the struggle, and Henry V himself narrowly escaped death, sustaining damage to a part of his crown. As the archers on the flanks maintained their position, Henry VI's resounding victory at the Battle of Agincourt in 1415 had far-reaching consequences for the French army. The aftermath saw the English capturing a significant number of prisoners, ranging from high-ranking figures like the Dukes of Bourbon and Orleans to common soldiers. Fearing potential uprisings among the captives, the English took drastic measures by ordering their archers to execute the majority of the prisoners. This ruthless act struck fear into the hearts of the retreating French forces, leaving them in a state of despair and disarray. Following his triumph at Agincourt, Henry V orchestrated a grand display of power by compelling the captured French aristocrats to serve at his banquet table before his departure for England. This symbolic gesture further highlighted the devastating blow the French defeat had dealt to the country, plunging it into a state of vulnerability and internal turmoil. Henry wasted no time in capitalizing on his victory, immediately making preparations for future military campaigns. He focused on securing funds, mustering troops, and organizing a navy in anticipation of launching an assault on France. As Henry set his sights on the conquest of Normandy, he received unexpected support from the Holy Roman Emperor Sigismund, who formed an alliance with the English English against France. This new alliance proved instrumental in securing further victories for Henry, notably the decisive defeat of the Franco-Genoese naval forces. This victory paved the way for the English army to march into Normandy, where they conducted successful sieges on strategic cities like Caen and Rouen. The fall of Normandy under English dominance for the first time in 200 years caused alarm among the Armagnacs and Burgundians, who recognised the growing threat posed by Henry's expansionist ambitions. Despite engaging in secret negotiations with Henry V, the Burgundians ultimately realised that complete English conquest would not align with their interests. This realisation led to the signing of the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, a pivotal moment in the 100 Years' War. The treaty solidified Henry's control over France and marked a significant turning point in the conflict, setting the stage for further English advancements on the French soil. In the midst of escalating tensions, John the Fearless and the future Charles VII of France found themselves reluctantly engaged in negotiations. However, the Duke of Burgundy's act of submission to the Valois prince took a tragic turn when Armagnac supporters of Charles launched a vicious attack, resulting in John's untimely death as retribution for a past offence. This incident, irrespective of the motives behind it, left a lasting impact on France. Centuries later, Francis I, upon encountering the mutilated skull of the deceased Duke, somberly remarked, "This is the breach through which the English infiltrated France." The news of John the Fearless' brutal demise sent shockwaves of chaos and fear rippling across various regions of the kingdom. Philip, the grieving son and heir of the Duke of Burgundy, reacted with a potent mix of sorrow and anger. Driven by a fierce determination to avenge his father's death, Philip forged a strategic alliance with Henry V of England, with the Duke of Burgundy acknowledging the English monarch's claim to the French throne in exchange for territorial gains. This pivotal alliance marked a significant turning point as the war-fatigued Charles VI of France, grappling with deteriorating mental faculties, reluctantly acquiesced to the terms of the Treaty of Troyes on May 21st, 1420. This treaty effectively designated Henry V as the heir and regent of France, cementing his marriage to Catherine of Valois and ensuring their offspring's place as future monarchs. In the aftermath of securing key towns loyal to the Dauphin, Henry V celebrated Christmas in Paris before journeying back to England to crown Catherine as his queen. Meanwhile, the Duke of Clarence suffered a fatal defeat at Beaujeu in March 1421, prompting Brittany to defect to the Dauphin's faction. Despite this setback, Henry V successfully reclaimed several castles in France before laying siege to Meaux, where he fell ill but remained resolute in staying with his troops until the city's surrender in May 1422. Faced with declining health, Henry V made arrangements for the succession, appointing Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, as regent in England and entrusting his brother, the Duke of Bedford, with governing in France on behalf of the infant King Henry VI. The illustrious Lancastrian monarch of England, a pivotal figure in the passed away at Vincennes on August 31st, 1422, at the youthful age of 35. Just 2 months later, the ailing King Charles VI of France drew his final breath, paving the way for his son's ascent to the throne. However, the territories north of the Loire remained under Anglo-Burgundian control, while the new king only managed to maintain allegiance in the southern regions, where he established a temporary court. The Battle of Verneuil in 1424 ensued following the signing of the Treaty of Amiens in 1423, shaping the complex web of alliances and conflicts in this tumultuous period. In July of 1423, the English forces took strategic action by fortifying their defences north of the Loire River and launching sieges on fortresses aligned with Charles. This move prompted an army supporting the Dauphin, which included soldiers from Scotland, Italy, and Spain, to march through Burgundy's lands to support their allies. However, this coalition suffered a significant defeat at Crevant against a combined English and Burgundian force. Concurrently, in the western region, a Norman garrison loyal to Charles successfully repelled an English marauding expedition at La Brossinière, showcasing the ongoing back and forth struggle for control in France during this period. By the spring of 1424, the Dauphin's forces in France received a reinforcement of 6,500 Scottish troops, swelling their ranks. Led by the Count of Aumale, the Dauphin's army attempted to lift the English siege at Ivry Castle, but found the English position too strong to overcome. The focus then shifted towards Verneuil, where additional troops from Italy joined the fray. The English, under the command of Bedford, formed a formidable alliance with these troops on August 17th for a crucial battle. At Verneuil, the English army, numbering around 8,000 soldiers, faced off against a French force of 14,000 to 16,000 troops, including Scottish archers, Lombard knights, and Spanish fighters. The English deployed infantry and archers with stakes for defence, while lightly armoured soldiers safeguarded their supply convoy. On the French side, a significant portion of their cavalry dismounted, while the Lombard knights remained mounted, presenting a diverse and complex battlefield dynamic. The clash at Verneuil saw the Lombard mercenaries launching a bold charge against the English forces, prompting a swift response from the English archers. The French surprised their opponents by organising their ranks in a frontal assault rather than flanking manoeuvres, setting the stage for a fiercely contested battle. This engagement at Verneuil exemplified the contrasting tactics and strategies employed by the English and French armies as they vied for supremacy on the battlefield. Clad in formidable Italian armour, the knights surged through the English ranks with a fierce determination, their swords flashing as they cleaved through the enemy formation, leaving a trail of fallen soldiers in their wake. The Milanese cavalry, a force to be reckoned with, relentlessly pursued the baggage guard, driving them away from the chaos of the battlefield. Under the strategic command of Bedford, the English troops swiftly regrouped, their ranks bolstered by the valiant French and Scottish allies, who fought alongside them in a display of unity and determination. As nobles taken as prisoners of war. The crushing loss at Verneuil dealt a severe blow to the aspirations of Charles VII, forcing him to re-evaluate his military strategies, while Bedford's influence and reputation soared to new heights, driving the momentum of his campaign forward with renewed vigour. The challenging siege of Orleans commenced in 1428 under the strategic planning of Salisbury, who devised a meticulous plan to capture the city and weaken the formidable forces of the Dauphin. Victories in capturing multiple towns and fortifications paved the way for the English army to encircle Orleans, defended by a mix of battle-hardened soldiers and determined local militia. With the successful securing of Jargeau and Châteauneuf, the English effectively cut off all supply routes to the city, tightening the noose around the defenders. Salisbury orchestrated a relentless artillery barrage and led a daring assault on the heavily guarded gatehouse, overcoming initial setbacks with unwavering determination, deploying skilled sappers to undermine the fortified structures. The English forces applied relentless pressure on the defenders, forcing them to retreat deeper into the city, prolonging the grueling stalemate. Despite setbacks caused by Gloucester's errors that necessitated Bedford's temporary return to England, the strategic mastermind swiftly resumed his campaign in France in 1427 with a clear objective: the capture of Orleans, a pivotal stronghold that would greatly influence the course of the ongoing conflict. On the fateful evening of October 23rd, a critical section of the bridge, located behind the soldiers, suffered significant damage, sparking fears of impending disaster for Orleans. The aggressive Salisbury, deeply involved in strategizing the next move, was struck by a cannonball, leading to severe injury and ultimately his demise a week later. The Earl of Suffolk, stepping into his shoes, opted for a strategy of prolonged siege as Orleans ramped up its defences, taking proactive measures by setting ablaze and demolishing the outskirts beyond the protective city walls. As the calendar turned to November 8th, English ships began the arduous task of ferrying troops across the Loire River to secure strategic siege positions, prompting feeble French attempts at counterattacks. By December, the besieging forces had fortified their positions, focusing primarily on the northern bank and launching unsuccessful assaults on Port Renard in the new year. Despite a successful supply convoy reaching the city and a segment of the garrison uniting with a French contingent at Blois, a French assault near Rouvray in February, spurred by intelligence on an enemy supply caravan, led to significant casualties. In the face of mounting challenges, a young maiden named Joan emerged as a beacon of hope, driven by divine messages and unwavering faith in her sacred mission. Her arrival on the scene promised to inject renewed strength into the French cause, even as significant events unfolded miles away. Charles, grappling with the looming threat of the great city's fall, contemplated the unthinkable act of relinquishing his kingdom, but Joan's presence loomed large, poised to reshape the course of history and turn the tide in favour of the French forces. Leading an army against the English was a monumental task for Joan of Arc, as her mission was not just to relieve Orleans, but also to have the Dauphin, traditionally crowned as Charles VII in Reims Cathedral. The historical significance of this coronation, taking place where Louis the Pious ascended to the Frankish throne 6 centuries earlier, added a layer of importance to Joan's noble cause. With the support of Robert de Baudricourt, a pro-Valois commander in Vaucouleurs, Jeanne embarked on a perilous journey that took her from Chinon to Poitiers, where her unwavering faith was affirmed. Her purity and divine mission were confirmed, setting the stage for her legendary feats. Equipped with armour, horses, a distinctive banner, and a legendary sword she had supposedly unearthed, Joan's journey to Orleans was not just a physical one, but also a spiritual and symbolic one. Her arrival in Blois and subsequent joining of the relief force transformed the atmosphere among the French soldiers and officers, inspiring them to rally behind Joan's patriotic cause. The respite in Orleans after Rouvray allowed the English forces to fortify their positions in anticipation of the incoming relief attempt, led by Joan and the Dauphin's army. The new English commander, Glasdale, fortified Les Tourelles, turning it into a formidable citadel with external defences. Joan's departure for Orleans on the 26th marked a significant turning point in the siege, as a miraculous crossing of the Loire at Chessy and entry into the city through the Burgundian Gate boosted the spirits of the besieged citizens. Upon her arrival, Joan wasted no time in taking action, demanding the English to lift the siege from the Bellecroix stronghold. Despite being initially dismissed by Glasdale, Joan's resolve and threat to execute all captured prisoners if her demands were not met forced the English to comply. A skirmish broke out when La Hire advanced against the northern English fortification at Saint-Pierre, but the defenders were eventually repelled. Jean de Dunois, known as the Bastard of Orleans, left the city to seek reinforcements, leaving Joan to bolster the city's defence efforts. Her military reconnaissance and morale-boosting activities paved the way for a renewed defence when Dunois returned, reinvigorating the besieged citizens' hopes for a successful outcome. On the eventful 4th of May, a surprise attack unfolded on the eastern fort of Saint-Lô in England by a reinforcement of 1,500 soldiers. The news quickly reached Joan of Arc, prompting her to ride out and join the fray. During the intense 3-hour battle, Joan's leadership and encouragement proved crucial in motivating her troops. Despite facing formidable opposition, the French forces managed to capture and demolish Saint-Lô, sparking jubilation among the people of Orleans. Joan couldn't help but shed tears for the fallen English soldiers who perished without absolution. The urgency of breaking the siege before the arrival of a significant Anglo-Burgundian relief army, led by John Fastolf, wasn't lost on the commanders, pushing them to expedite their efforts. Crossing the Loire, the French soldiers set their sights on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc, engaging in a relentless struggle until they eventually overwhelmed the stronghold. The assault on the outer defences of Les Tourelles on the 7th initially faced stiff resistance, resulting in significant casualties among the French ranks. Despite being struck by an English arrow during the battle, Joan remained steadfast and unwavering in her commitment to the cause. After a brief moment of prayer for guidance, Joan resolutely returned with her standard, rallying the French troops for one final push that successfully ousted the besiegers from the fortification. Even after Joan's call for Glassdale to surrender, he adamantly refused and attempted to lead his men across the drawbridge, leading to numerous soldiers drowning in the process. With morale plummeting within the inner fortress, the remaining English forces quickly surrendered. Positioned on the northern bank of the Loire, the English troops abandoned their siege positions and regrouped for battle. As Joan and the other military leaders readied themselves for combat, the besieging forces, faced with their resolute determination, ultimately lost their resolve and retreated from the battlefield. As the army continued its march, the decision was made to split into two groups, one to head to Jargeau for garrison duty, and the other to fortify Mung. These strategic moves were met with fierce resistance from French troops who refused to adhere to orders and relentlessly pursued the English forces. Despite the challenges and attacks they faced, the army persevered, culminating in the end of the siege of Orleans after 200 days. Joan of Arc's bravery and leadership during this time solidified her place in history as the Maid of Orleans. Following the victory, Joan was eager to march and crown Charles immediately, but French leaders hesitated due to the English strongholds still present along the Loire. Eventually, in mid-June, the army, with Joan at their side, began reclaiming these fortresses one by one, including the fall of Jargeau, Beaugency, and Meung. However, the remaining English troops, under the leadership of Talbot and Fastolf, regrouped and joined forces to counter the French advances. Despite Fastolf's warnings to proceed with caution, Talbot and his subordinates were determined to assist the fortresses along the Loire, leading to a confrontation near the village of Bataille. The English forces, caught off guard by a French ambush, faced a fierce battle that resulted in the capture of many of their leaders. Sir Fastolf was among the few who managed to escape with a portion of his troops, marking a significant turning point in the conflict. The Battle of Bataille in 1429 marked a significant turning point in the 100 Years' War, as the French forces, led by the Dauphin and Joan of Arc, achieved a decisive victory over the English. The English suffered heavy casualties and were unable to withstand the strength of the French cavalry, leading to the crumbling of the myth of English military invincibility. This triumph emboldened the French army as they continued their advance towards Reims, culminating in the coronation of Charles VII in the city's cathedral. The ceremony, with Joan of Arc prominently displaying the sacred banner, served as a potent propaganda tool for the French cause, rallying support for the new king. As the political landscape shifted with Charles VII's coronation, the English regent in France, John of Bedford, fortified Paris in preparation for potential attacks from the French forces. When the French did eventually launch an assault, Bedford successfully repelled them, showcasing his tactical prowess. Meanwhile, Joan of Arc's capture by the Burgundians and subsequent condemnation as a heretic and execution cast a shadow over the French morale. Despite her unparalleled role in boosting the spirits of the French people, her tragic fate at the stake in Rouen left Charles VII facing challenges in maintaining unity and momentum within his ranks. The dynamics of the conflict evolved as Bedford managed to stabilise the region around Paris, while also ensuring the symbolic crowning of Henry VI of England as Henry II of France. The Duke of Burgundy, adept at playing both sides, engaged in strategic truces with the Armagnacs, further complicating the already intricate web of alliances and loyalties. Military operations in the years following the Battle of Bataille centred primarily around Paris, with sieges and surprise attacks characterising the ongoing struggle for dominance in the region. The intricate dance of power and politics continued to shape the course of the 100 Years' War, with each side vying for control and supremacy on the battlefield. The French launched multiple offensives to disrupt the communication lines between Paris and Normandy and along the Normandy-Maine border. They specifically targeted various forts to weaken the English hold on these strategic regions. On the other hand, the English were facing significant challenges due to financial constraints and a shortage of manpower. Their struggle to defend the extensive 350-mile front in France, maintain modern warfare techniques involving gunpowder siege equipment, and uphold numerous garrisons put a strain on their resources. Despite these difficulties, the territories were held largely due to the leadership skills of Bedford and the support he received from the Anglo-French coalition. While there were some minor successes in reclaiming rebellious Norman castles in 1434, the ongoing rebellion was draining vital resources from the occupiers, leading to a deteriorating situation on the ground. The turning point came in 1435, when Charles VII's forces achieved significant victories over the English, consolidating their control over key regions such as Picardy. The capture of Saint-Denis and Moulins further encircled Paris, disrupting crucial supply routes and causing food prices to skyrocket in the capital. This unrest culminated in a siege on Paris, where Armagnac and Burgundian forces joined hands to reclaim the city on April 13th. The English garrison soon departed, and the Armagnacs also made gains in northern Normandy by capturing important coastal towns like Dieppe and Harfleur, which were vital for English campaigns on the continent. Despite the Duke of Burgundy's attempt to besiege Calais in 1436, an English relief army under Beaufort managed to maintain control over the town for another century. In 1437, Talbot led a final offensive along the Seine, managing to secure parts of Upper Normandy and recapture Pontoise. However, English military strategy was showing signs of weakness at this point, as the ongoing conflict and resource drain were taking a toll on their operations. The shifting dynamics in France, with the French forces gaining momentum and securing key victories, posed a significant challenge to the English presence on the continent. Maintaining territories in Normandy was of paramount importance for the English, especially as the French forces were steadily advancing and capturing one castle after another along the border. By the time Henry VI emerged from his minority to rule independently in 1437, attempts to negotiate peace in 1439 had failed. England's position on the continent continued to deteriorate over the following years, with unsuccessful operations in Picardy and Normandy, although they did manage to successfully recapture Harfleur. However, English strongholds in the French crown lands, such as Meaux, Crais, Pontoise and Evreux, fell to Jean Bureau's formidable artillery. Gascony faced its first significant assault in decades, with English forces besieging Tartars, but ultimately falling to Charles VI's counterattacks. Despite various efforts by the English, including sieges in Dieppe and a venture into Anjou, as well as peace talks and reforms from 1441 to 1445, little progress was made. A faction within the English court, led by the Duke of Suffolk, pushed for peace with France and held considerable sway over King Henry VI. In 1444, Suffolk led an embassy to tour for negotiations, proposing a truce that could be extended in exchange for Henry VI's betrothal to Charles VII's niece, Margaret of Anjou, and the cession of Maine to France. While this peace agreement brought relief to English settlers in northern France, who were facing increased French incursions, it sparked outrage in England and played a role in triggering the Wars of the Roses. As Henry VI's kingdom faced internal turmoil, Charles VII of France used the truce to implement significant military and financial reforms that transformed feudal France. The land tax, known as the tile, which had been sporadic in the past, became a permanent fixture to fund the king's initiatives. Instead of disbanding armies annually, a new system was introduced in 1444, where only lower-ranking units were released, while elite troops formed the core of a standing army. On January 5th, 1445, the French royal government officially established Compagnie d'Ordonnance, regular military units supplemented by the best routiers and écorcheurs, many of whom were discharged mercenaries paid monthly to ensure loyalty, discipline, and high morale standards. This marked a significant shift in the French military structure and heralded a new era of military organisation in the kingdom. Charles VII of France implemented a multifaceted approach to modernise the French military, which included innovative strategies to enhance the army's efficiency and effectiveness. One of the key tactics he employed was the recruitment of skilled former independent soldiers, a move that not only helped in reducing criminal activities within the realm, but also utilised the expertise of these individuals for the benefit of the army. In contrast, Charles viewed the disreputable écorcheurs as obstacles to achieving peace and stability in the region. Additionally, the king embraced advancements in gunpowder artillery, such as the adoption of crumbled gunpowder, which significantly improved the reliability and performance of the weaponry used by the French forces. The contributions of the Bureau brothers played a vital role in standardising forces led by the Duke of York clashed with the French troops. The garrisons in Maine, which were under York's command, staunchly resisted abandoning their fortified positions, leading to a heightened risk of renewed hostilities. With the English forces gradually weakening, York was reassigned to govern Ireland, and Somerset assumed his role in France. The conflict escalated when Francois de Surienne launched an attack on a Breton fortress with English support, prompting Brittany to seek assistance from Charles VII. The French army successfully captured several castles, triggering a standoff over the proposed exchange of vautiers for other towns, a proposition that was ultimately turned down, further fueling the ongoing conflict between the opposing sides. The conflict that erupted in July escalated as Charles VII took direct command of the French forces in southern territories, launching a series of successful offensives against English strongholds in Normandy. The French quickly gained momentum, capturing key towns like Pont-Audemer and Mantes, while Breton troops secured the Cotentin Peninsula and the Duke of Alençon reclaimed his city. The siege of Rouen in October marked a significant victory for the French, further consolidating their control over the region. Throughout the winter, French forces continued their advances, reclaiming important channel ports like Harfleur and Honfleur, significantly diminishing English control in Normandy to a small central western portion. On the English front, Queen Margaret and Suffolk's efforts to assemble a substantial army for deployment to Normandy faced challenges, including delays due to a shortage of ships and the onset of winter. The troops' discontent grew with delayed wages and Suffolk's mismanagement, culminating in his tragic assassination during an escape attempt. Despite these setbacks, Sir Thomas Kyriel eventually led the English reinforcements to Cherbourg in March, providing much needed support to the English forces in Normandy. The arrival of Kyriel's army, along with reinforcements from nearby garrisons, boosted morale among the English troops, as France reinforced its own positions at Valognes, setting the stage for further confrontations in the ongoing conflict. Reinforcements were urgently dispatched by King Charles VII to assist Jean de Clermont, his trusted commander, after the castle's surrender to the English forces led by Kyriel. The English army, under Kyriel's skilled leadership, executed a strategic manoeuvre through the challenging tidal marshlands near Granby, encountering minimal resistance from the local population. Setting up a well-fortified camp at Formigny, Kyriel's troops prepared for the imminent confrontation with the French. Clermont, aware of the English army's movements, swiftly reached out to Arthur de Richemont, the Breton constable of France, for additional support. As the French troops mobilized under de Richemont's leadership, Kyriel's forces wasted no time in fortifying their position at Formigny in anticipation of the impending battle. With the French army approaching, Kyriel strategically deployed his troops, positioning archers on the right flank, and assigning Gough to lead additional forces on the left, near the Val stream. The Battle of Formigny erupted as Clermont led the French forces into a fierce clash with the well-prepared English army. Despite efforts to reinforce his troops, de Richemont's delayed arrival on the battlefield led to him missing the initial engagement. Kyriel's forces, strategically arranged in battle formation, engaged in a fierce and intense struggle with the French army for control of the village and its surroundings. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain, as both sides fought fiercely for dominance on the battlefield. As the sun reached its zenith, a group of skilled artillerymen advanced towards the battleground, expertly guided by a distinguished Scottish unit leading the march. Upon reaching the Val, they made a strategic decision to halt roughly 600 metres away from their foes, ensuring they stayed out of range of the deadly longbows wielded by the English. Safely positioned at a distance, the French troops gathered on the western side of a bridge that separated them from their adversaries. For a span of 3 intense hours, Clermont's soldiers stood their ground as their commander sought advice from his trusted advisers. The experienced captains counselled caution, while the younger officers urged for a swift assault to prevent the English fortifications from strengthening. Clermont, who would later be known as the fearsome scourge of the English, initiated the conflict by deploying 2 light cannons, along with a small group of crossbowmen and men-at-arms. The unexpected artillery barrage inflicted significant casualties on the unsuspecting English troops. In a swift response, Matthew Gough commanded 500 archers to cross the bridge and launch an aggressive attack on the French gun emplacement. The archers successfully drove off the French gunners, seized the cannons, and neutralised the defenders. Startled by this setback, Clermont directed local peasants to scour the southern countryside in search of de Richemont, urgently needing reinforcements. Simultaneously, Clermont dispatched a larger group of men-at-arms, led by Pierre de Brézé, to bolster their beleaguered comrades and engage the enemy forces. Despite the early advantage favouring the French under Clermont's leadership, Kyriel reinforced Gough's troops, gradually turning the tide in favour of the outnumbered English forces. In subsequent official reports to the French monarchy, drafted soon after the battle, it was noted that if Kyriel's army had launched a full-scale assault at that critical moment, Clermont would have likely faced defeat. However, such a decisive move never came to pass. As the conflict unfolded on the central front, a contingent of approximately 1,000 soldiers appeared on the plateau to the south of the battlefield. Initially interpreted as reinforcements for the English, the impending threat soon became apparent to both sides. The arrival of Arthur de Richemont's forces posing a significant risk of a rear attack on Kyriel's troops. De Richemont quickly rode with his advance guard to confer with Clermont, while the main Breton force remained positioned on the English side of the Val. Strategically challenging for Kyriel's forces, the English likely still held the advantage in numbers over either French commander. In response, Sir Kyriel ordered Gough's unit on the left flank to reposition, turning to face de Richemont's main army to the south. Seizing the moment, the elite Breton vanguard successfully crossed the bridge, engaging in fierce combat with their English adversaries and inflicting heavy casualties on the opposing soldiers. demonstrating his tactical prowess, led a group of soldiers to swiftly seize control of the eastern fortifications, effectively cutting off any chance of a meaningful retreat for the English forces. Despite Sir Thomas Kyriel's valiant efforts to rally his disorganised troops in the village, the surprise attack from behind by Breze's forces, coupled with assaults from both main armies, proved too much to handle. The chaos escalated as even the local villagers joined the fray, further contributing to the destruction of the main English army. In a harrowing retreat, only Cuff and Robert Vere managed to lead their remaining soldiers back to safety in Bayeux and Caen, while a group of longbowmen faced a brutal end at the hands of Clermont's troops in a nearby garden near the Val. Sir Thomas Kyriel, along with approximately 1,200 others, was captured, while a staggering 3,800 of his men met their demise at Formigny, effectively shattering England's military ambitions in Normandy. The resounding defeat of Kyriel's army, a composite force drawn from various garrisons, left key locations vulnerable and defenceless. Capitalising on this opportunity, France swiftly seized control of Fire, Avranches and Bayeux on May 16th. The siege of Caen followed, culminating in its fall and subsequent conquest in June, as Charles VII made a triumphant entry into the city on June 6th. Cherbourg, the last stronghold, succumbed on August 22nd, 1450, marking the complete French dominance over Normandy for the first time in nearly 3 decades. The loss of Gascony during the French reconquest from 1440 to 1453, spearheaded by the Duke of Somerset, dealt a severe blow to England, pushing the nation towards internal discord. Post-victory, France shifted its focus southwards to Gascony, successfully capturing several cities and fortresses in the region with Charles's allies, notably the Count of Foix, playing a crucial role in seizing strategic locations like Guiche and other castles. The historic English territory of Gascony presented a formidable challenge in terms of conquest and governance, marking a stark contrast to the relatively easier control over Normandy. The loyalty of the Gascon merchants and nobles to their traditional leaders during the period from 1445 to 1449 was primarily driven by the economic prosperity they were experiencing through trade, particularly with the export of wine to England reaching unprecedented levels. The aristocracy and inhabitants continued to show allegiance to their superiors, as they were reaping substantial profits and were hesitant to disrupt the established order. The French military's offensive on Gascony, starting with the fall of Cherbourg in October 1450, marked a significant shift in power dynamics. The swift capture of Jonzac and subsequent victories against Anglo-Gascon forces showcased the French forces' strength and strategic prowess. The seamless progression of the conquest, including the capture of key fortresses like Blaye, Bourg, Saint-Emilion and Castillon, was facilitated by the French artillery and diplomatic strategies, as well as the use of bribery to weaken resistance. The turning point came on June 23rd, when Bordeaux surrendered without a battle, followed by the fall of Bayonne, leaving the English VI in Ireland further complicated the situation as he returned to England with the support of rebels challenging the Queen's administration. The confrontation at Dartford between York and the Lancastrians highlighted the growing tension, with York presenting demands that included the arrest of the Duke of Somerset for mismanagement in the French defence efforts. As time passed, the feeble king initially gave in to the demand, only to later be convinced by Margaret of Anjou to reverse his decision and reaffirm his loyalty to the crown. Somerset was then given the responsibility of governing the realm. In the meantime, an army of approximately 3,000 soldiers was assembled under the leadership of the 65-year-old John Talbot, the Earl of Shrewsbury, through indentures. The situation in Gascony had become tumultuous, leading to envoys arriving in London in 1452, inviting the English back and offering assistance upon their return. After English ships demonstrated dominance over their French counterparts at sea, Talbot boldly sailed to Gascony and landed on the Medoc Peninsula on October 17th. Following an orchestrated uprising against the French in Bordeaux, the city surrendered within days. By the end of the year, most of the fortresses in western Gascony had fallen, with only a few exceptions. This unexpected offensive by Talbot caught Charles VII off guard, as his forces had been redirected to Normandy in anticipation of a potential invasion there. During the winter, the English received reinforcements of 4,000 troops and supplies from home. In response to the Gascon betrayal, Charles quickly dispatched advance troops south to reinforce the remaining French-held castles, while preparing to lead an incursion into the rebellious province himself. In early June of 1453, 4 separate armies began to congregate at different points along the Gascony frontier in preparation for a multi-front invasion. 2 armies in the south assembled in Languedoc, led by the Count de Clermont and Gaston V, the Count of Foix, who stationed his troops near Béarn. In the north, a 3rd army under the command of Marshal de Jalonge and Lohéac readied to march from the vicinity of Angoulême. Charles VII oversaw a reserve army strategically positioned in the Lusignan region. The French monarch ensured that all contingents were well equipped with siege weapons and gunpowder artillery, placing particular emphasis on the northern force at Angoulême, accompanied by his artillery master, Jean Bureau. The coordinated French advance began in early June, with armies in the south moving north toward Bordeaux, while the northern army made deliberate progress through the Dordogne Valley towards the city of Castillon. Foix and Clermont, working closely together, responded to Talbot's call for battle, causing the English commander to retreat to Bordeaux. The 2 French forces then positioned themselves near the city to anticipate any English counter-offensive. The stage was set for a decisive confrontation as the French armies strategically positioned themselves in Gascony. In the midst of the hot July days in 1453, Charles embarked on a significant military expedition towards Castillon, a modest town guarded by a handful of soldiers. His formidable army, consisting of approximately advanced weaponry tailored for siege warfare. Rather than opting for a traditional encirclement tactic, the skilled strategist Jean Perrault chose to position his forces strategically at the priory of Saint-Florent and constructed a sturdy artillery base on the expansive and open plain of Colles, setting the stage for a crucial confrontation. Simultaneously, in the bustling city of Bordeaux, Talbot was hastily summoned to reinforce the English garrison stationed at Castillon. Despite facing logistical challenges and facing a race against time, Talbot marshalled a diverse contingent of infantry, Gascons, and mounted cavalry to march towards the besieged town. Upon launching a surprise assault on the French projectile troops stationed at the priory, Talbot's forces managed to glean vital intelligence regarding Bureau's artillery emplacements, gaining a crucial strategic advantage in the unfolding conflict. Following the initial skirmish, Talbot wisely chose to grant his troops a well-deserved respite before orchestrating a meticulously planned, large-scale offensive manoeuvre. In stark contrast, Bureau swiftly dismounted his cavalry and meticulously organised his soldiers for an impending clash as they drew closer to the priory, emboldened by their previous success on the battlefield. The stage was now set for a decisive and potentially game-changing confrontation between the English and French armies at the pivotal battleground at Castillon, with both sides meticulously fine-tuning their tactical strategies and battle formations in anticipation of the looming showdown. The scene on the battlefield was chaotic as the grooms deftly guided the horses away, their hooves kicking up a thick cloud of dust that billowed behind them. This clever manoeuvre was a strategic ploy to mislead the English scouts, who were left believing that the French forces were retreating. Talbot, a seasoned commander known for his bold decisions, received word of the supposed retreat and, against the advice of his men, decided to press on with the attack. The allure of potential plunder in the enemy camp drove Talbot to lead his army towards Bureau's stronghold, with the cavalry units at the forefront and foot soldiers marching closely behind. As the English forces approached the fortification, the French scouts quickly spotted them and hastened to inform Bureau of the impending threat. Bureau wasted no time in deploying his artillery park, strategically placing cannons on the ramparts to counter the English advance. Despite being without armour due to a vow he had taken, Talbot made the bold call for his soldiers to dismount and engage the enemy on foot. While some advisors like Effingham suggested laying siege to the position, Talbot, concerned about his reputation and eager for a swift victory, opted for a direct assault. The initial charge, led by Effingham, unfortunately resulted in heavy losses, including the tragic death of Effingham himself, further fueling the intensity of the battle. Meanwhile, the Anglo-Gascon infantry, forming the bulk of the English forces, launched a gradual assault on the fortification's right flank. The soldiers, the English troops encountered fierce resistance from Bureau's well-fortified defences, leading to a prolonged hour of brutal and inconclusive fighting atop the ramparts. The clash of these two determined forces created a tense and gripping spectacle on the battlefield, with neither side willing to yield ground easily in the face of such fierce opposition. The conflict's escalation reached a critical point when the Breton forces arrived at the battleground, having been forewarned earlier in the day. Their well-timed assault on Talbot's right flank, supported by mounted troops, caught the English forces by surprise, throwing them into disarray. In the chaos of battle, Talbot sustained serious injuries, and the French, seizing the opportunity, launched a devastating counter-offensive that further weakened the English defensive line. Despite the dire situation, Talbot managed to rally a small group of soldiers to hold the rear as the rest of his forces began to retreat. Tragically, a cannon projectile struck Talbot's horse, causing the noble knight to be fatally trapped beneath the fallen steed. In a poignant act of bravery, Talbot urged his son to flee to safety, but the young man defiantly chose to stand by his father's side and met his fate alongside him. The aftermath of the battle was grim for the English forces, with many soldiers perishing in their attempts to cross the Dordogne River, while others fell to the relentless Breton cavalry. The Anglo-Gascon casualties numbered between 500 and 4,000, a stark contrast to the relatively minimal losses suffered by the French. In recognition of Talbot's valour and loyalty, Jean Barrot orchestrated an elaborate funeral with full military honours, presenting Talbot's standard and chain of command to King Charles VII, who expressed his gratitude for the fallen knight's unwavering dedication. The Battle of Castillon on July 20th marked a turning point, with the French monarch personally leading his troops to a decisive victory. Following the fall of Bordeaux, Gascony faced continued resistance, but eventually succumbed to Charles VII's forces. After enduring a 10-week blockade, Bordeaux finally surrendered on October 19th, 1453, forcing the English to retreat from Gascony. The far-reaching consequences of these events reverberated across both England and France, shaping the course of history origins of the conflicts that eventually led to the Civil War were meticulously examined. These conflicts were found to have deep roots that can be traced back to the 100 Years' War and its profound financial and territorial consequences. By delving into Edward III's decision to establish duchies for his sons, it became apparent that the resulting accumulation of wealth and authority among his heirs posed a significant threat to the king's power, ultimately setting the stage for the civil strife that followed. Furthermore, while King Charles VII of France managed to successfully expel the English from the continent, he continued to face challenges such as local supporters aiding English incursions and internal discord, which perpetuated his feelings of insecurity. Throughout this tumultuous period, the various provinces and their rulers often prioritised their own interests over the unity of the kingdom, potentially leaving themselves vulnerable to manipulation by the English. To combat this looming threat, King Charles VII took decisive actions that included the execution of a Gascon noble for colluding with the English and the confiscation of lands from nobles suspected of conspiring against the monarchy. Additionally, Louis V played a pivotal role in advancing the centralisation drive by curbing the autonomy of Appanage nobles and making efforts to annex rival duchies like Brittany and Burgundy. The influential Burgundian dukes, Philip the Good and Charles, emerged as formidable obstacles to French royal authority as they forged alliances with the English and incited rebellions against the crown. With the decline of the Burgundian house in 1477, the French crown seized the opportunity to absorb their territories, sparking a prolonged conflict with the Habsburg dynasty. The inclusion of Brittany and the reintegration of other princely regions into the royal domain further cemented the monarchy's control by the end of the century. The Formigny Treaty served to diminish the capacity of princes to pose external threats to the king, while instances of treason highlighted the diminishing political freedoms of the nobility. Despite noble attempts, such as those by Charles of Bourbon during the Italian Wars to challenge the monarchy, the lack of support from their peers ultimately thwarted their endeavours. Although the French nobility still retained some influence, the monarchy's consolidation of power through centralisation measures and strategic alliances reshaped the political landscape, tipping the scales of authority in favour of the crown and altering the dynamics between the monarchy and the aristocracy. Following the death of Henry II, the political landscape of the nation once again plunged into turmoil, this time due to religious divisions instigated by powerful noble families. The French monarchy, seizing the opportunity of newfound stability and authority, initiated foreign military campaigns that set off a 60-year power struggle against the Spanish imperial von Habsburg dynasty for control over Italy and Europe. The transition from a feudal to a centralised system became increasingly apparent, particularly in areas such as taxation and military recruitment, a transformation that unfolded not only in France but also across much of Western Europe and played a significant role in shaping the destinies of both revenue, which later formed the nucleus of the military forces that clashed with nobles in the 1460s and 1480s and launched an invasion of Italy in 1494. While England had already made strides towards centralisation before and during the conflicts, the authority of the Parliament expanded as monarchs sought to increase tax revenues, thereby maintaining a system of checks and balances on royal power that persisted in the centuries to come. Unlike other European nations that began developing standing armies in the 16th century, England, owing to its insular location and pre-existing centralised structure, did not raise a permanent army until the era of Cromwell. The emergence of gunpowder and the growing significance of cannons in siege warfare during the 100 Years' War marked a pivotal shift in military tactics. This protracted conflict not only fostered a stronger sense of national identity in both England and France, fueled by mutual animosity and increased involvement of the populace through heavy taxation and widespread recruitment of archers, but also contrasted sharply with the sentiments prevalent in regions like Burgundy. In just one generation, the English aristocracy abandoned French, their traditional language, in favour of English, underscoring the evolving cultural dynamics within the nation. France, on the other hand, boasted a rich historical heritage that continued to influence its political and social landscape as it navigated through the challenges brought about by shifting power dynamics and emerging centralisation trends. In the centuries that followed, the once prominent regional distinctions that impeded the authority of the French monarch gradually dissolved amidst prolonged periods of conflict and upheaval. This gradual erosion paved the way for the central government to extend its influence to the farthest corners of the realm, solidifying the French national identity through a tumultuous blend of warfare, looting, and subjugation. Initially met with resentment, the military forces eventually became the unifying force against the perceived common enemy, the English, after the pivotal Battle of Agincourt, leaving lasting emotional scars on French society. The devastating repercussions of the Black Death left a profound mark on both France and England, setting the stage for renewed hostilities during the Lancastrian era. The northern regions of France became battlegrounds, leading to prolonged periods of recovery as villages were decimated and once thriving fields succumbed to encroaching forests. Fortified cities bore the brunt of destruction, with their outskirts in ruins and an influx of displaced individuals seeking shelter within their walls, while some urban centres swiftly recovered from the aftermath of conflict. Many areas continued to grapple with the lingering effects of devastation for years to come. In stark contrast to France, England emerged from this tumultuous period relatively unscathed, despite facing occasional coastal raids and the persistent threat of Scottish invasions. The decline of the wool trade, a crucial source of revenue under the English Crown's control, prompted a reassessment of England's foreign policy. The 100 Years' War, a defining conflict of the medieval era, featured monumental battles, charismatic leaders, and island, as its ties to the neighbouring continent grew weaker and weaker. This increasing sense of solitude was exacerbated by a combination of political, economic and cultural factors that gradually eroded the country's connections with the rest of Europe. As England's relationship with the continent became more tenuous, it began to assert its independence and develop a unique identity that set it apart from its European neighbours. This shift towards isolation had far-reaching implications for England's development and influence on the world stage, shaping its trajectory in ways that would resonate for centuries to come. The growing sense of isolation also fueled a sense of national pride and identity among the English people, as they forged a distinct path for themselves, separate from the influences of the continent. This period of increasing solitude marked a pivotal moment in England's history, leading to the emergence of a nation that would eventually become a global powerhouse with its own unique place in the world. And that, dear listeners, concludes our tranquil journey through the 100 Years' War. From the initial sparks of conflict to the final treaties, we've witnessed how this war altered the course of history. I hope you found this exploration as captivating as I did. Thank you for joining me here at ASMR History. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe for more whispered tales of the past. Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear what historical periods or events you'd like us to explore next. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the echoes of history and, as always, sleep well. In a time when the fight for freedom hung in the balance, the Scottish Wars of Independence ignited a fierce struggle that would shape the course of history. Today, we delve into this epic conflict where brave Scots rose against English rule, their resilience etched into the battlefields of Stirling Bridge and Bannockburn. Let the soft cadence of my voice guide you through this turbulent era as we explore the lives of legendary figures like William Wallace and Robert the Bruce. Settle in, relax, and join me on this tranquil journey through Scotland's fight for independence. The Scottish Wars of Independence were a significant series of military conflicts that took place between Scotland and England during the late 13th and early 14th centuries, playing a crucial role in shaping the course of Scottish history. The conflict was ignited in 1296 when Edward I of England invaded Scotland in an attempt to exert control over the country, leading to a widespread uprising among the Scottish population. This turbulent period saw the emergence of notable Scottish leaders such as William Wallace and Robert the Bruce, who played key roles in the struggle for independence. William Wallace's momentous victory at the Battle of Stirling Bridge demonstrated the fierce resistance of the Scottish forces against English aggression. However, the subsequent defeat at the Battle of Falkirk highlighted the challenges and setbacks faced by the Scottish fighters in their quest for freedom. It was Robert the Bruce's exceptional leadership and the decisive triumph formally recognising Scotland's sovereignty and confirming Robert the Bruce as the legitimate king. This pivotal moment in history marked the end of the Scottish Wars of Independence and established Scotland as an independent nation. The origins of the conflict can be traced back to the passing of King Alexander III of Scotland in 1286, which left his 3-year-old granddaughter, the Maid of Norway, Margaret, as his sole heir. Plans for her strategic union with Edward of Carnarvon, the son of King Edward the Fuz of England, were detailed in the Treaty of Bergen in 1290. This treaty emphasised the importance of maintaining Scottish autonomy even after the marriage, ensuring that Scotland remained a distinct realm with its own laws and freedoms intact. However, the sudden and tragic death of Margaret in the Orkney Islands later that year threw the realm into a succession crisis, as 13 claimants emerged to vie for the Scottish throne. Among the primary contenders were Robert de Brew, the 5th Lord of Annandale, and John Balliol, the Lord of Galloway. Fearing internal strife and the potential for civil war, the Guardians of Scotland saw Edward I's intervention to arbitrate the dispute. Edward I, seizing the opportunity, asserted himself as the Lord Paramount of Scotland, demanding overarching authority over the Scottish realm in exchange for his arbitration. This move exacerbated tensions in the region, as many Scots resented Edward's attempts to assert dominance over their kingdom. The conflict, known as the Great Cause, unfolded between May and August of 1291, with 13 gatherings held in Berwick, where the claimants presented their cases before King Edward I of England, acting as the Lord Paramount. The deliberations during these gatherings were intense and contentious, as each claimant sought to prove their legitimate right to the Scottish crown. The debates and negotiations dragged on, fueling further animosity and distrust among the factions involved. Overall, the events following the passing of King Alexander III and the subsequent succession crisis involving the Maid of Norway's death set the stage for a complex and protracted conflict known as the Great Cause. The involvement of multiple claimants, Edward I's power plays, and the debates over the Scottish crown all contributed to the escalating tensions and uncertainties that plagued the region during this tumultuous period. The competition to determine the rightful heir to the Scottish throne eventually boiled down to 4 claimants who could directly link their ancestry to David the Arse: John Balliol, Robert de Brew, John de Hastings, and Floris Viv of Holland. This selection process was meticulously overseen by King Edward I of England, who wielded significant influence in the arbitration proceedings. In a move to settle the dispute, Edward instructed Balliol and Bruce to each nominate 40 arbitrators, while he personally handpicked 24 individuals to serve as adjudicators. This demonstrated Edward's firm grip on the process, as he issued a formal decree on August 12, 1291, mandating the collection of all relevant documents pertaining to the claimant's assertions and his own claim of suzerainty over Scotland. After months of deliberation, John Balliol emerged victorious and was declared king by a majority of the arbitrators. His coronation 26th, he made the controversial decision to pledge allegiance to Edward the Vance at Newcastle, effectively acknowledging Scotland as a vassal state of England. This move sparked outrage and discontent among the Scottish populace, deepening the animosity between the two nations. Tensions escalated further in 1294 when Edward the Faust demanded military support from Balliol for his campaign in France. Faced with a critical decision, Balliol defied Edward's demands after careful consultation with his council. In response, a Scottish Parliament convened a war council toward the end of 1294, initiating diplomatic efforts to form alliances against England. Envoys were dispatched to France to negotiate the Old Alliance, a significant pact forged with King Philip IV of France. This alliance solidified mutual assistance between Scotland and France in their shared conflict against England, marking a pivotal moment in the shifting dynamics of power and allegiance in medieval Europe. The strategic alliance between Ballo and Philip was further strengthened by the proposed marriage of Ballo's son, Edward, to Philip's niece, Joan. This marital arrangement not only solidified their political ties, but also created a familial bond between the two powerful families. The significance of this union lay in the potential for future cooperation and collaboration in various endeavours, ranging from military campaigns to economic ventures. Despite their efforts to secure naval aid from Norway through diplomatic negotiations, their hopes were dashed when Norway refused to provide the assistance they had promised. This setback was a blow to Ballo and Philip's strategic plans, forcing them to reassess their military capabilities and defences. Edward, upon learning of the failed alliance with Norway in 1295, took decisive action to fortify England's northern defences in anticipation of potential threats and incursions. In response to the escalating tensions and the growing uncertainty surrounding their alliances, Edward made key strategic moves by appointing Robert Bruce as the governor of Carlisle and demanding control of crucial Scottish fortresses from Ballo. These actions not only heightened the animosity between the two factions, but also set the stage for further confrontations and conflicts. The gathering of Scottish forces at Cadenlea by March 11th, 1296, under Ballo's command, marked a pivotal moment in the brewing conflict. While some Scottish nobles, like Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick, chose to abstain from joining the assembly due to lingering resentments and grievances, others rallied behind Ballo's call to arms, ready to defend their homeland against external threats. The subsequent events unfolded in a series of distinct stages, shaping the course of the First Scottish War of Independence. These stages included the initial English invasion in 1296, the period of resistance spearheaded by iconic figures like William Wallace and Andrew Dior, a resurgence of conflict led by the determined Robert the Bruce, and the ensuing military and diplomatic manoeuvres undertaken by Scotland until the signing of the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton in 1328. By 1296, the conflict had escalated escalated dramatically, culminating in Edward I's brutal assault on Barlow, the decisive Scottish defeat at the Battle of Dunbar, and the subsequent abdication of John Barlow. Edward's coercive tactics at the Parliament in Barlow, where he compelled Scottish nobles to acknowledge him as king, effectively subdued Scotland and established English dominance in the region. The year 1297 witnessed a series of rebellions erupting across Scotland, with charismatic leaders such as Wallace and Moray spearheading the resistance against English rule. The turning point came with the decisive Scottish victory at the Battle of Stirling Bridge, which galvanised the Scottish forces and inspired hope for a successful pushback against the English oppressors. This victory not only boosted morale among the Scottish rebels, but also signalled a shift in the power dynamics of the conflict, setting the stage for further confrontations and negotiations in the quest for Scottish independence. Initially, the resistance faced by the Scottish leaders at Irvine was quickly put down. However, the persistent efforts of figures like Wallace and Moray ultimately led to significant triumphs for Scotland. In response, Edward launched retaliatory offensives that culminated in a costly victory at Volga Post. Wallace's strategic decision to ally with the French against England, along with his diplomatic efforts to secure the release of the imprisoned Scottish King John, took him all the way to the papal court in Rome. Subsequently, the governance of Scotland was assumed by Robert Bruce and John Kin, with William D. Lamberton serving as a mediator starting in 1299. Despite peace attempts in 1302, hostilities resumed, further prolonging the conflict. The capture of Stirling Castle in 1304 marked a turning point in the negotiations between Scotland and England. Even though a majority of Scottish nobles swore allegiance to England after this event, the resistance against English authority persisted following the execution of William Wallace in 1305. Scottish leaders like Bruce and Lamberton continued to uphold internal agreements aimed at reclaiming Scottish independence amidst the intricate political landscape and the reluctant acceptance of English rule. A pivotal moment occurred on February 10th, 1306, when a confrontation between Robert Bruce and John Kin, both claimants to the Scottish crown, took place at Greyfriars Kirk. Bruce's decision to eliminate Kin, who was accused of betraying the Scottish cause to the English monarch, reignited the Scottish resistance. After Bruce uncovered evidence of Kin's treachery, he rallied support and was subsequently crowned as the King of Scots, solidifying his position as a central figure in the fight for Scottish independence. In the midst of daunting obstacles, Bruce resolutely reignited his quest for autonomy in 1307, achieving significant victories that culminated in the critical Battle of Bannockburn in 1314. This historic battle served as a turning point, propelling Bruce to focus on solidifying Scotland's independence in the aftermath. One pivotal accession of Edward III, triggering renewed Scottish incursions into northern England. These hostilities ultimately led to the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton in 1328, a landmark agreement that officially acknowledged Scotland's independence and Robert's kingship, thereby bringing an end to the initial phase of the Scottish War for Independence. The signing of the Treaty of Edinburgh not only solidified peace between the two nations, but also set the stage for future diplomatic relations, symbolised by the union between Robert's son David and Edward III's sister. This strategic alliance further cemented the bond between England and Scotland. However, the tranquillity that followed was short-lived, as a fresh conflict erupted in 1331. Edward Balliol, in collusion with Henry Bonne, the Earl of Buchan, and other disgruntled Scottish nobles, orchestrated an invasion of Scotland, tacitly supported by Edward III of England. Departing from Yorkshire ports on July 31st, 1332, Balliol's predominantly English forces landed in Fife, mustering around 2,000 soldiers for their audacious campaign. In the early stages of the conflict between English forces led by John Balliol and the Scottish army under Donald, the Earl of Mara, a significant turning point occurred at the Battle of Dupin Moor. This battle, which took place near Perth, saw Balliol's forces strategically exploit the internal disarray and lack of cohesion within the Scottish ranks, ultimately securing a resounding victory. This triumph paved the way for Balliol's coronation as King of Scotland at Scone on September 24th, 1332. However, despite this initial success, Balliol soon found himself grappling with a series of formidable challenges. The limited domestic support for Balliol's claim to the Scottish throne posed a significant obstacle to his rule from the outset. Moreover, the persistent military threats he faced, particularly highlighted by his defeat at the Battle of Annan on December 16th, further weakened his position. Fleeing to England in a desperate bid for refuge and assistance, Balliol sought the aid of King Edward III. The English monarch, swayed by Balliol's entreaties, departed from his previously neutral stance and officially recognised Balliol as the rightful king of Scotland. This pivotal decision marked a notable shift in English involvement in Scottish affairs, setting the stage for renewed hostilities between the two nations. Despite some reluctance among the English populace to engage in further conflict with Scotland, Edward III's backing of Balliol emboldened the Scots to launch minor incursions into Cumberland. These raids, while limited in impact, provided Edward III with a pretext for his subsequent invasion of Scotland. Edward III's military campaign targeted the strategically important town of Berwick, situated on the Anglo-Scottish border and serving as a crucial trade route for both nations. As Scotland's primary trading hub, Berwick held immense economic significance, deriving substantial revenue from wool duties that formed a key financial asset for the Scottish monarchy. The town's capture became a focal point of the escalating conflict, underscoring the high stakes involved in the power struggle between Balliol and his adversaries. history, direct confrontations were uncommon, as the Scots were renowned for their adeptness in guerrilla warfare tactics and surprise assaults. Thus, the decision of the Scots to abandon Berwick was seen as an unlikely scenario by many historians, given the town's critical role in Scottish trade and economy. The siege of Berwick unfolded in late March 1333, and it wasn't until May 9th that Edward III himself joined the primary English forces. Despite the formidable defences and ample provisions within Berwick, the English forces intensified their siege, causing significant devastation to the town by late June. This unrelenting pressure forced the defending garrison into a precarious position, ultimately leading to their eventual surrender. Following a truce agreement reached on July 15th, the Scots were given a deadline of sunset on July 19th to surrender if no reinforcements materialised. Meanwhile, the Scottish army, under the leadership of Sir Harald Douglas, embarked on a daring incursion into England's northeast region, inciting chaos and disruption. Surprisingly, Edward III chose to turn a blind eye to this development, focusing instead on the ongoing siege of Berwick. Sir Harald Douglas orchestrated a bold attack aimed at engaging the English forces stationed at Hidden Hill. The Scottish troops encountered arduous terrain as they descended downhill, navigating through marshlands before ascending the northern slopes of the hill. The English archers, positioned advantageously, inflicted heavy casualties on the advancing Scots, a harrowing episode vividly chronicled in the Lanercost Chronicle. Despite suffering significant losses in the initial phases of the battle, the resilient Scottish soldiers pressed on with their uphill assault, enduring a relentless onslaught of arrows from the English ranks. The unwavering determination of the Scots in the face of adversity showcased their valour and steadfast commitment to their cause, highlighting the fierce and enduring spirit that characterised the conflict between the English and Scottish forces during this tumultuous period. In a modern historical account, the English forces, commanded by the formidable spearmen, unexpectedly encountered the strategically positioned Scottish troops, led by seasoned commanders, resulting in a chaotic and devastating conflict. The Scottish ranks, under immense pressure from the relentless English assault, quickly descended into disarray and suffered significant losses as they struggled to hold their ground. The aftermath of the fierce confrontation was nothing short of catastrophic, with thousands of brave soldiers, including the renowned Douglas and 5 other esteemed earls, falling on the battlefield. As the defeated Scots attempted to flee, they were mercilessly pursued and executed by the triumphant English forces, leaving the once bustling battleground eerily silent, save for the groans of the wounded and dying. The grim scene painted a stark picture of the brutal realities of war, and served as a chilling conclusion to the harrowing conflict. The surrender of Berwick to the English marked a turning point in the war, leading to the grim fate of approximately 100 captured Scots who were swiftly put to death, solidifying Edward III's decisive victory. The year 1334 saw King David II of Scotland seeking refuge in France, while Balliol, facing mounting pressures and internal strife, swore allegiance to Edward III, granting the English significant control over key southeastern Scottish territories. Despite Balliol's efforts to maintain his grip on power, internal discord among his supporters gradually eroded their unity, creating an opening for loyalists of David II to rally behind their exiled king. The lack of a cohesive front among Balliol's allies proved to be his downfall, as clandestine French support bolstered Bruce's followers, tipping the scales in favour of David's cause. As Balliol struggled to contain dissent and desertions within his own ranks, the winter retreat to Barrack symbolised the diminishing strength of his authority. Both Edward III and Balliol engaged in destructive raids, targeting each other's territories with minimal resistance from the weakened Scottish forces. The recurring military setbacks and wavering allegiances among Balliol's supporters left him increasingly isolated and vulnerable, teetering on the brink of a precipice as the tides of war turned against him. The prominent pro-Scottish nobles, recognising Balliol's weakened state and the internal divisions within his camp, skillfully exploited these vulnerabilities to further diminish his authority and influence. This strategic manoeuvring by the nobles not only undermined Balliol, but also set the stage for a significant shift in power dynamics within Scotland. As the Scots found themselves in dire need of military assistance against the English supporters of Balliol, they turned to King Philip of France for help. This plea for assistance placed King Philip in a delicate position due to the long-standing historical complexities in the relationship between English monarchs and French kings, dating back to the Norman Conquest of 1066. By delving into the historical context, we can see that territorial disputes had significantly reduced English control in France by 1334, with the English retaining only Gascony in southwestern France and Pono in the north. The importance of Gascony's wine revenues to King Edward added a layer of complexity to the political landscape, further highlighting the strategic significance of the region. The enduring alliance between France and Scotland, initially forged in 1299 and reaffirmed in 1326, aimed to counterbalance English influence through collaborative defence strategies. The diplomatic landscape took a new turn in 1331 when Edward III and Philip VI resolved most of their disagreements through a formal treaty, enabling Philip to shift his focus towards planning a crusade to the Holy Land. However, tensions resurfaced in the early months of 1335 when Philip dispatched an envoy to England to address Edward's aggressive stance towards Scotland. This diplomatic move resulted in a temporary ceasefire until mid-1335, giving both sides a brief respite to regroup and strategize. During this lull in hostilities, Edward seized the opportunity to consolidate his financial resources and muster a formidable military force. By the spring of 1335, Edward the stage for a decisive confrontation. The Scots, caught off guard by the swift and decisive English military actions, found themselves in a precarious position as they scrambled to respond to the escalating conflict. The unfolding events underscored the intricate web of alliances, historical rivalries, and strategic calculations that shaped the dynamics of power and conflict in medieval Europe. In the midst of escalating tensions between England and Scotland, the French took a significant stance by deploying a sizable force of 6,000 soldiers to support David II and aid in his reinstatement to the Scottish throne. This move was just one part of a larger French strategy aimed at challenging English dominance, which also included aggressive naval assaults on English vessels and daring coastal raids. Meanwhile, King Philip II of France proposed that Edward should seek arbitration from Pope Benedict XII to settle the Scottish succession dispute and avoid further conflict between England and France. However, Edward dismissed this suggestion, opting to pursue his own military agenda. As diplomatic efforts faltered, a temporary truce was brokered between Edward and the Scots from mid-October 1335 to May 3rd, 1336. This truce notably excluded forces loyal to Pole, enabling Bruce to consolidate his followers and focus on strengthening his position. The turning point came when Sir Andrew Murray, leading 1,100 loyalists of Bruce, achieved a decisive victory over a larger pro-Balliol force at the Battle of Culloden on November 30th. This triumph not only lifted Scottish morale, but also dealt a blow to Ballion's reliance on English military support. Amidst these developments, the Pope intervened to urge King Philip to hold off on military actions against England in order to preserve the possibility of a future crusade. By March 1336, Philip successfully persuaded David II to reject a peace treaty proposed by Regent Murray, committing France to the cause of reinstalling David on the Scottish throne. Subsequently, the French began preparations for a major military campaign, mustering a fleet of over 500 ships in Normandy, with plans to launch one army to Scotland and another to Portsmouth. In response to the escalating French threat, Edward focused on bolstering his forces for the impending Scottish expedition and fortifying the English southern coast. English troops were mobilised for aggressive raids into Scotland, intensifying the conflict and setting the stage for a pivotal showdown between the forces of England, France, and Scotland. Upon receiving word of the imminent French invasion, the Scots cleverly avoided direct confrontations with the English forces, instead opting for a scorched earth strategy to hinder the enemy's advancement. This strategic decision forced Edward to swiftly move north to meet up with Balliol in Berwick, only to find that the anticipated French reinforcements never materialised. Seizing the opportunity, Edward led a group of 800 men in mid-July to break the siege of Lindores and wreak response to these escalating tensions, Edward III made the decision to return to England in mid-September, where he imposed new war levies and fortified coastal defences in preparation for a potential conflict. Meanwhile, the Scots, under the guidance of Sir Andrew Murray, intensified their guerrilla tactics by targeting and destroying strategic English-held fortifications such as Dunbar, Kinf and Liston castles to prevent them from falling into Edward's control. As the pressure mounted with famine and disease spreading throughout Scotland, the political and military support from France continued to bolster the Scottish resistance. By the end of 1337, as Edward made his way back to England to confront the French threat, Philip of France was gearing up for an invasion of Gascony, diverting Edward's attention. Exploiting this distraction, loyal supporters of Robert the Bruce, led by figures like Sir Andrew Murray and Sir William Douglas, launched daring incursions into English territory, further complicating Edward's military strategy and stretching his forces thin. The English local leaders faced significant challenges in formulating an effective response to the Scottish advances, ultimately leading to Scottish dominance in the north by April and the capture of Galloway on May 24th. The situation escalated further when the Grand Council, under Philip's rule, made a proclamation in 1337 asserting that Gascony and Pono should fall under French jurisdiction due to Edward's perceived inadequacies as a ruler. This declaration marked the beginning of the 100 Years' War, a long and tumultuous conflict between England and France. During this period, the Scots continued their incursions into the lowlands, launching raids, besieging Edinburgh Castle, and causing havoc in Cumberland, including a daring assault on Carlisle. Edward tried to reinforce his troops in Scotland, but their impact was limited in the face of the resolute Scottish resistance. In 1338, Edward found himself juggling the defence of the English coastline, the assembly of a continental army, and the deployment of forces to Scotland. The Scots, receiving support from the French, managed to recapture Berwick in 1339, further diminishing English control in the region. By 1340, English influence in Scotland was reduced to a few key fortresses, like Stirling, all of which were either under siege or reliant on maritime supply lines for survival. The following year, direct confrontations between England and Scotland diminished, yet internal discord within the Scottish aristocracy persisted. Upon David II's return to Scotland in 1341, he faced challenges in asserting his authority, leading to increased tensions within the kingdom. Despite the adversities faced by the Scots, they gradually pushed back the English forces, achieving significant victories such as the capture of Stirling and Roxburgh Castle in 1342. These successes ushered in a prolonged period of conflict during David II's reign. In July 1346, Edward III of England launched a major incursion into Normandy with a formidable army, prompting Philip VI of France to call upon David II of Scotland to honour their alliance and join forces to invade England, further intensifying the already complex web of Philip's keen observation of northern England's vulnerability prompted David to take swift and decisive action. The initial encounters between Scottish and English forces in the region showcased the resilience of the local defenders. Recognising the need for careful planning, David wisely orchestrated a temporary truce until September 29th to ensure the full mobilisation of his Scottish troops. On October 7th, the Scots executed a meticulously planned invasion of England with a formidable army of around 12,000 soldiers. This force was not only significant in numbers, but also well equipped with sophisticated French weaponry and armour, giving them a technological edge over their opponents. Notably, the Scottish contingent was further bolstered by a group of skilled French knights who had joined them in anticipation of the impending assault. In response to the Scottish incursion, the English authorities strategically exempted the northern counties from contributing troops to the ongoing Normandy campaign, redirecting their focus to the impending threat from the Scots. Under the leadership of William de Lowe, Archbishop of York, and Lord Warden of the Marches, along with Ralph Neville, the English swiftly assembled an army of 6,000 to 7,000 men near Durham to confront the Scottish invaders. The climactic clash between the two forces on October 17th initially resulted in a tense standoff that persisted until the afternoon. The English forces then strategically deployed their skilled longbowmen, who engaged in tactical skirmishes to disrupt the Scottish formations. Despite an unsuccessful cavalry charge led by the Earl of Maynard in an attempt to dislodge the archers, the English longbowmen managed to goad the main Scottish force into a premature and disorganised assault. The Scottish advance was further impeded by challenging terrain obstacles and a relentless barrage of arrows, ultimately causing chaos within their ranks and hindering their overall effectiveness in the battle. The initial Scottish division faced a rapid and overwhelming defeat, setting the tone for subsequent units led by prominent figures such as the Earl of March and Robert Stewart. These forces crumbled under the relentless pressure from the English troops, forcing them to flee the battlefield in disarray. The English, maintaining a steadfast position, unleashed a continuous barrage of arrows upon the remaining Scottish soldiers, including those under the command of David II. As the English men-at-arms entered the conflict, their fierce combat skills further pushed the Scots into a chaotic retreat. Amidst the turmoil, David II himself suffered grave injuries and was ultimately captured by the English forces, marking a significant turning point in the battle. The victorious English pursued the remnants of the Scottish army throughout the night, inflicting heavy losses and capturing more than 50 barons, effectively decimating Scotland's military leadership and delivering a devastating blow to their forces. Following David II's capture at Neville's Cross, the ambitious Edward Ballol seized the opportunity to capitalise on the English triumph by rallying support for a renewed incursion into Scotland. Despite garnering some backing from southern communities, Ballol's efforts largely faltered within Scotland itself. With the Scottish king imprisoned and a power vacuum emerging, the Scots turned to David's nephew, Robert Stewart, to serve as Lord Guardian and Regent. Stewart, who would later ascend to the throne as Robert II, focused on consolidating his own authority rather than addressing the broader challenges facing the kingdom. However, his credibility was undermined by his perceived abandonment of David II at Neville's Cross, raising doubts about his loyalty and ability to lead effectively in the aftermath of such a significant defeat. In 1348, Edward III employed a strategic approach by proposing to the imprisoned Scottish king, David, that he hold Scotland as a feudal land from England and consider designating Edward or one of his sons as the heir. This move aimed to exert control over Scotland and strengthen English influence in the region. 2 years later, in 1350, Edward modified his offers, suggesting a ransom of $40,000 for David's release, the reinstatement of Baelol, and the appointment of his young son, John of Gaunt, as David's successor, in case he had no offspring. These negotiations reflected Edward's intricate political manoeuvres to secure dominance over Scotland. However, the Scottish Parliament, led by Stewart, objected to these terms as they perceived them to be a direct challenge to Stuart's own claim to the Scottish throne. Despite Edward's efforts to broker a favourable agreement, Scottish resistance persisted. Edward, caught up in the ongoing Anglo-French conflict, revisited negotiations in 1354, simplifying his demands in an attempt to find common ground with the Scottish authorities. As tensions escalated along the Anglo-Scottish border in 1355, military preparations intensified, leading to a brief truce that was shattered when the Scots launched a raid into Northumberland and seized Berwick on Tweed. Edward swiftly redirected his forces from France to reclaim Berwick and launched an incursion into southern Scotland in early 1356, resulting in widespread devastation. Baelol eventually renounced his claim to the Scottish throne in January and accepted a pension from Edward, signifying a significant shift in power dynamics. The English army pressed forward towards Edinburgh, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake before planning an advance on Perth. However, the harsh Scottish weather conditions disrupted their supply lines, coupled with relentless Scottish harassment, forcing the English forces to retreat to Carlisle. The Scots took advantage of the situation by recapturing 2 English-held castles as the English army disbanded. A fresh truce was brokered in April, offering a temporary respite from the hostilities. The decisive French defeat at the Battle of Berryer in September 1336 had a profound impact on Scottish ambitions, potentially altering the course of future negotiations and power dynamics in the region. The events leading up to and following these military engagements underscore the complex interplay of political intrigue, military strategy, and shifting allegiances during this turbulent period of Anglo-Scottish relations. The defeat suffered by the Scots not only shattered their hopes of achieving their war objectives through French negotiations, France's support dwindled, the Scots found themselves in a difficult position, leading to negotiations for the release of David II in exchange for a substantial ransom of around 100,000 marks. This hefty sum was to be paid over a decade in yearly instalments as stipulated in the Treaty of Perrier. The terms of the treaty were stringent, requiring Scottish nobles to be held as hostages and forbidding Scottish citizens from taking up arms against Edward III until the full ransom was settled. Consequently, the Treaty of Perrier effectively marked the end of the Second Scottish War of Independence, with Scotland managing to maintain its autonomy, albeit facing ongoing conflicts. Despite Edward II's relatively modest achievements, tensions between Scotland and England persisted over the following 4 decades, erupting into major hostilities in 1400 when Henry IV launched an invasion of Lothian. Upon his return to Scotland, David II was confronted with the arduous task of navigating internal noble conflicts. In 1360, allegations of his extravagant lifestyle fueled a rebellion that he eventually suppressed. Moreover, his wife Joan refused to accompany him back to Scotland in protest against his English mistress from his time in captivity. Reflecting on the repercussions of the ransom treaty on Scotland, it is apparent that while the financial burden was significant, it was overshadowed by the continuous English invasions. David's decision to halt payments after only settling 20,000 marks led to further negotiations that eventually reduced the outstanding debt. This episode underscores the complex and enduring nature of the relationship between Scotland and England during this tumultuous period. This concludes our comprehensive series of educational videos that have examined in depth the historical struggles for Scottish autonomy, both at the onset and in the following stages. Throughout this series, we have explored the rich tapestry of events, individuals, and movements that have shaped the quest for independence in Scotland over the centuries. From the early clashes with English rulers to the later battles for sovereignty, the Scottish people have repeatedly asserted their desire for self-governance and preservation of their unique cultural identity. We have delved into pivotal moments such as the Wars of Independence, the Treaty of Union, and the modern-day independence referendums that have defined Scotland's relationship with the United Kingdom. By shedding light on these complex and nuanced historical narratives, we have gained a deeper understanding of the enduring spirit of autonomy that continues to drive the Scottish people today. Through examining the intricacies of these conflicts, we have seen how they have not only shaped the past, but also continue to influence contemporary debates and discussions surrounding Scottish independence. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey through the wars of Scottish independence. I hope the soothing sounds and stories of bravery and resilience have brought you both relaxation and insight into Scotland's historic struggle for freedom. If you enjoyed this gentle delve into the past, please consider subscribing to the ASMR History Hub for more calming historical explorations. Until next time, may you find peace and tranquility in the echoes of history, and as always,